Hello, families! We are the Behavioral Health and Management team at Washoe County School District's MTSS department. That stands for Multi-Tiered Systems of Support. We are looking forward to helping you navigate this difficult time while at home with your children. We want to support you and your family to set your students up for success. Here are 5 strategies to support positive behavior and a smoother educational experience for your students at home. First, create routines and structures within your home. Most children have very predictable routines at school, and extended time at home may be difficult for some children without a solid structure. Organize your day so your children know what the day will look like. Include chores, learning time, puzzle time, outside time, and choice activities. Let your children choose what activity they may want to engage in. Any way you can make the schedule visual would also be very helpful. For ideas on creating a schedule with children of varying ages, visit the CDC website. You can find links to our recommended resources and websites in the description below. Second, try the 5-to-1 strategy. Students are experiencing stress with what is going on in the world, as well as adapting to the changes of learning at home. Parents are also in a new role, and their expectations are different. Students are also struggling with this change and may act out in different ways. In this strategy, you give attention to the behavior you want to see, to allow students to learn what is expected. It's easy to give attention to the behavior you don't want, but this often increases that behavior. Give positive attention when your children are behaving well, 5 times more often than correcting their bad behavior. This helps move them in the right direction. You can find examples on the district website. Third, be specific with praise. It is often easy to give a good job here and there, but when you are specific, you give your children a more accurate view of what to work on. State clearly what the child is doing correctly and the positive effect that has. An example of this would be when your child gets right to work on their schoolwork without you having to ask. You could say, "I saw you get right on the computer to work on your math, and that is awesome." You can also add a more personal note such as, "I know math has been a difficult subject for you to master through this digital learning time, and you are working hard at it. It is important for the feedback to be genuine, so that children hear that you really mean it." Good practice for this is, anytime you notice someone in your household doing something helpful, give them specific praise. Try it for yourself, too. Fourth, brain breaks are another strategy to help you and your child throughout the day. Children have difficulty sitting for extended amounts of time and need breaks to get up and move. Brain breaks help kids self-regulate and manage their emotions when they begin to get frustrated. It helps them recognize when they might need a break. They can reduce stress and frustration while increasing attention and productivity. Some examples are jumping jacks, deep breathing exercises, and stretching. GoNoodle.com has tons of videos that are really fun for both kids and parents. Also check out understood.org. A 5th strategy is one often used in the classroom, but which can easily be used at home. Teachers often use reinforcement for students to complete tasks or to maintain appropriate behavior. For example, make a contract that if the student completes 3 assignments, they will earn 30 minutes of digital time. Or use visuals, such as putting a marble in a small jar each time the student is on task. Then the student earns a treat once the jar is full. Remember to keep it age and individual appropriate. Little guys can't keep quiet and on task for much more than 10 to 15 minutes without needing a break, where many older students can focus for 45 minutes. Make sure rewards are something they want and are motivated to work towards, and can understand clearly how to achieve it. Have fun with this. Children and parents too need to relax and recharge. Play games, do puzzles, or cuddle up and read a book. Go outside for a walk and enjoy the fresh air. Cook a meal together. This is a difficult time for the whole world, and we must remember to meet our basic needs as a family. Be sure to check the links in the descriptions below for plenty of resources to help yourself and your family. If you would like any additional supports during this time, please reach out to us. You can email us at mtss@washoeschools.net or call our hotline at 775-337-7566. Hello, families! We are the Behavioral Health and Management team at Washoe County School District's MTSS department. That stands for Multi-Tiered Systems of Support. We are looking forward to helping you navigate this difficult time while at home with your children. We want to support you and your family to set your students up for success. Here are 5 strategies to support positive behavior and a smoother educational experience for your students at home. First, create routines and structures within your home. Most children have very predictable routines at school, and extended time at home may be difficult for some children without a solid structure. Organize your day so your children know what the day will look like. Include chores, learning time, puzzle time, outside time, and choice activities. Let your children choose what activity they may want to engage in. Any way you can make the schedule visual would also be very helpful. For ideas on creating a schedule with children of varying ages, visit the CDC website. You can find links to our recommended resources and websites in the description below. Second, try the 5-to-1 strategy. Students are experiencing stress with what is going on in the world, as well as adapting to the changes of learning at home. Parents are also in a new role, and their expectations are different. Students are also struggling with this change and may act out in different ways. In this strategy, you give attention to the behavior you want to see, to allow students to learn what is expected. It's easy to give attention to the behavior you don't want, but this often increases that behavior. Give positive attention when your children are behaving well, 5 times more often than correcting their bad behavior. This helps move them in the right direction. You can find examples on the district website. Third, be specific with praise. It is often easy to give a good job here and there, but when you are specific, you give your children a more accurate view of what to work on. State clearly what the child is doing correctly and the positive effect that has. An example of this would be when your child gets right to work on their schoolwork without you having to ask. You could say, "I saw you get right on the computer to work on your math, and that is awesome." You can also add a more personal note such as, "I know math has been a difficult subject for you to master through this digital learning time, and you are working hard at it. It is important for the feedback to be genuine, so that children hear that you really mean it." Good practice for this is, anytime you notice someone in your household doing something helpful, give them specific praise. Try it for yourself, too. Fourth, brain breaks are another strategy to help you and your child throughout the day. Children have difficulty sitting for extended amounts of time and need breaks to get up and move. Brain breaks help kids self-regulate and manage their emotions when they begin to get frustrated. It helps them recognize when they might need a break. They can reduce stress and frustration while increasing attention and productivity. Some examples are jumping jacks, deep breathing exercises, and stretching. GoNoodle.com has tons of videos that are really fun for both kids and parents. Also check out Understood.org. A 5th strategy is one often used in the classroom, but which can easily be used at home. Teachers often use reinforcement for students to complete tasks or to maintain appropriate behavior. For example, make a contract that if the student completes 3 assignments, they will earn 30 minutes of digital time. Or use visuals, such as putting a marble in a small jar each time the student is on task. Then the student earns a treat once the jar is full. Remember to keep it age and individual appropriate. Little guys can't keep quiet and on task for much more than 10 to 15 minutes without needing a break, where many older students can focus for 45 minutes. Make sure rewards are something they want and are motivated to work towards, and can understand clearly how to achieve it. Have fun with this. Children and parents too need to relax and recharge. Play games, do puzzles, or cuddle up and read a book. Go outside for a walk and enjoy the fresh air. Cook a meal together. This is a difficult time for the whole world, and we must remember to meet our basic needs as a family. Be sure to check the links in the descriptions below for plenty of resources to help yourself and your family. If you would like any additional supports during this time, please reach out to us. You can email us at mtss@washoeschools.net or call our hotline at 775-337-7566. Hello, families. We are the Behavioral Health and Management team at Washoe County School District's MTSS department. That stands for Multi-Tiered Systems of Support. We are looking forward to helping you navigate this difficult time while at home with your children. We want to support you and your family to set your students up for success. Here are 5 strategies to support positive behavior and a smoother educational experience for your students at home. First, create routines and structures within your home. Most children have very predictable routines at school, and extended time at home may be difficult for some children without a solid structure. Organize your day so your children know what the day will look like. Include chores, learning time, puzzle time, outside time, and choice activities. Let your children choose what activity they may want to engage in. Any way you can make the schedule visual would also be very helpful. For ideas on creating a schedule with children of varying ages, visit the CDC website. You can find links to our recommended resources and websites in the description below. Second, try the 5-to-1 strategy. Students are experiencing stress with what is going on in the world, as well as adapting to the changes of learning at home. Parents are also in a new role, and their expectations are different. Students are also struggling with this change and may act out in different ways. In this strategy, you give attention to the behavior you want to see, to allow students to learn what is expected. It's easy to give attention to the behavior you don't want, but this often increases that behavior. Give positive attention when your children are behaving well, 5 times more often than correcting their bad behavior. This helps move them in the right direction. You can find examples on the district website. Third, be specific with praise. It is often easy to give a good job here and there, but when you are specific, you give your children a more accurate view of what to work on. State clearly what the child is doing correctly and the positive effect that has. An example of this would be when your child gets right to work on their schoolwork without you having to ask. You could say, "I saw you get right on the computer to work on your math, and that is awesome." You can also add a more personal note such as, "I know math has been a difficult subject for you to master through this digital learning time, and you are working hard at it. It is important for the feedback to be genuine, so that children hear that you really mean it." Good practice for this is, anytime you notice someone in your household doing something helpful, give them specific praise. Try it for yourself, too. Fourth, brain breaks are another strategy to help you and your child throughout the day. Children have difficulty sitting for extended amounts of time and need breaks to get up and move. Brain breaks help kids self-regulate and manage their emotions when they begin to get frustrated. It helps them recognize when they might need a break. They can reduce stress and frustration while increasing attention and productivity. Some examples are jumping jacks, deep breathing exercises, and stretching. GoNoodle.com has tons of videos that are really fun for both kids and parents. Also check out understood.org. A 5th strategy is one often used in the classroom, but which can easily be used at home. Teachers often use reinforcement for students to complete tasks or to maintain appropriate behavior. For example, make a contract that if the student completes 3 assignments, they will earn 30 minutes of digital time. Or use visuals, such as putting a marble in a small jar each time the student is on task. Then the student earns a treat once the jar is full. Remember to keep it age and individual appropriate. Little guys can't keep quiet and on task for much more than 10 to 15 minutes without needing a break, where many older students can focus for 45 minutes. Make sure rewards are something they want and are motivated to work towards, and can understand clearly how to achieve it. Have fun with this. Children and parents too need to relax and recharge. Play games, do puzzles, or cuddle up and read a book. Go outside for a walk and enjoy the fresh air. Cook a meal together. This is a difficult time for the whole world, and we must remember to meet our basic needs as a family. Be sure to check the links in the descriptions below for plenty of resources to help yourself and your family. If you would like any additional supports during this time, please reach out to us. You can email us at mtss@washoeschools.net or call our hotline at 775-337-7566.
All right. Welcome, everyone. I would like to call to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. I'd like to thank Principal Chris Hackbush and Reno High School for hosting us this afternoon. And just take a moment to say we have a very full agenda. This will be a long meeting. And so just looking to my fellow trustees, I want to let you know that I will be taking recesses so that we can stand up and walk around and address any personal needs, make sure that we have those more regularly, and just ask that if possible that we really try to stay focused, get through the agenda items. If that means possibly turning off our phones or not looking at emails during presentation so that we can really stay focused on the topic, I think that would be great. And lastly, I would just like to acknowledge we have two trustee-elects with us today for this meeting in person. Trustee-elect Kurt Thigpen from District D and Trustee-elect Diane Nicolette from District G. And I'm sure that our other trustee-elect, Mr. Church, is watching us remotely. All right, I will now ask for the roll call. Trustee Cottle, please.
Thank you, Madam President. President Raymond.
Here.
Vice President Taylor.
I'm here.
And I am here. Trustee Callert. Trustee Simon Holland.
Here.
Trustee Kennedy.
Here.
Trustee Minetto.
Here.
Student Representative Gomez.
Here.
Madam President, we have quorum.
All right, thank you so much. Next up is our Pledge of Allegiance, and I will actually ask Trustee-elect Kurt Thigpen, who will be representing this district, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much, Trustee-elect. Okay, agenda item 1.04 is action to adopt the agenda. I would just be looking for a motion for that item.
So move.
Second. I have a motion by Vice President Taylor, second by Trustee Minetto. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And any opposed? Okay. The next item on our agenda is 2.01, which is the consent agenda. Do any trustees want to remove an item from this?
Thank you, President Raymond. I would like to have item 2.10 taken out of the consent agenda for separate discussion.
Any other trustees have an item? Okay, so then I would be looking for a motion at this time to approve 2.02 through 2.09 and 2.11 through 2.12.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Trustee Simon Holland, second by Trustee Cottle. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so then we can now hear agenda item 2.10. And actually, before we bring staff up on this, JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Okay. And any other consent agenda items?
We do not.
Okay. Thank you. So Trustee Simon Holland, if you'd like to begin.
Thank you, Madam President. This item is about discussion possible action on the approval of the 2021 Early Separation Incentive Programs for certified and professional technical employees. And I just wanted to have some discussion about this on the public record. As the staff report shows, the district has provisions in place in collective bargaining agreements to provide for incentives to have higher paid, longer serving employees separate early and then be able to refill those positions with employees who are paid at a lower rate, which saves the district money at a time when we're needing to save money. And I raised concerns. It's always great to save money, and the staff report does indicate the savings that would accrue, but it causes me great misgivings to pay more than $1 million to incentivize particularly certified employees who are teachers, educators, to leave the district early when we have such a huge challenge recruiting for and filling those positions with highly qualified teachers. And in fact, right now, we're even having to go to substitutes who may have no college education and no training to teach. So I just wanted staff on the record to be able to give some comment about that, because I know it certainly would concern some people who are looking at it closely.
Superintendent McMahon.
So I believe we have Chief HR Officer Emily Ellison. And so, JJ, would you please mind bringing up Zoom?
Not sure if you all can hear me yet.
There she is. All righty.
Okay, great. Hi. For the record, Human Resources Officer. All right. I apologize that I can't see any of you or getting confused. My Zoom put out and logged me back in right as Trustee Simon Holland was sharing her their concerns. Trustee Simon Holland, would you mind repeating briefly?
Thank you, Emily. If I might, Madam President. My concern is that while we are, it is projected that we would save money on through this effort, which is a reason that it was initiated in the first place and placed in collective bargaining agreements. We are paying out more than $1 million to incentivize certified teachers to separate early before they otherwise would, and yet we have a shortage of highly qualified teachers to fill those positions that they'll be vacating, and to the extent that we're even now having to hire substitutes that may have no college training whatsoever. So I'm just concerned about it, and I wanted to have the opportunity on the public record for staff to address why we do that. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Thanks so much. Again, Emily Ellison for the record, Chief Human Resources Officer. Benefits that are up for consideration today are outlined in the bargaining agreements. And while the district is interested in perhaps repurposing or eliminating that benefit, we've not been successful in securing agreements in the past without the early separation program.
Emily, if you would just hold on 1 second, I think we're having some trouble hearing you, so I'm going to ask if there's any way to turn up the volume on the Zoom.
Ms. Elson, try one more time, please.
Is it better now?
So I think we're having a little difficult on Ms. Ellis's end with her microphone, trying to pick up enough volume to project in here. We can try one more time if you like.
John, could I?
Go ahead, Emily.
John, is there a way for the meeting?
Sorry, Emily, we didn't quite hear that last part there.
Madam President, maybe we could come back to this, if that's okay.
Yeah, we'll move on to. Okay, so next, moving on, we have agenda item 3.01, which is public comment. We have the option to have public comment be made in person. We also receive public comments by email. That email address is publiccomments@washoschools.net. Participants watching from home can continue to email the trustees throughout the meeting, and we will get those public comment emails when public comment is heard. We will take a moment to read those public comments individually as trustees, and then our recording secretary, JJ Batchelder, will read the names of individuals that have sent us emails. So I will ask her now to go through the name of the individuals for both in-person and email public comment, and get this started.
Donald Gallimore.
All right. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Don Gallimore. I'm trying to see if my organizational partner can go first, and I would piggyback off of him. John Ippolito. I don't know if his information is in yet. Can he do that? All right.
That would be up to the board.
All righty. John will speak first, and then I'll be right behind him. Thank you.
That's fine, thank you.
Guess we should have reversed that. My name is John Ippolito. I'm the father of 4 kids in the school district who have already graduated, and I'm also a former K-12 teacher. You can find 1,000 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. I wanted to talk about 2 things today. One is Infinite Campus. That's the third-party vendor paid by the district who collects more data, collects and stores and shares more data on children than anyone ever has in human history. And this includes discipline, medical, counseling, and psychiatric data. Infinite Campus starts collecting and storing data on children when they enter kindergarten. Teachers, administrators, counselors, and school psychologists routinely enter data in a student's IC database without parental consent. Several district employees have contacted Protect Nevada Children and shared their concerns about the amount of sensitive student data stored in the Infinite Campus database, including the spouse of a school psychologist. The Washoe County School District employee is very concerned about the amount of psychological data they must enter on students in Infinite Campus. Of course, this person is afraid to speak up, but their spouse wasn't. That's why they called me. Most of the data Infinite Campus stores on our children is stored forever. We've asked the district for a list of the data Infinite Campus stores on our children, and the response was, quote, "That record is confidential and proprietary to Infinite Campus Incorporated," end quote. That's shocking. I'd be surprised if there was any board member up there who'd say that's okay. Will any of you speak up? Unfortunately, nobody has yet. The second thing I wanted to talk about are the inappropriate websites our students are being able to access on district-issued devices. This morning, an Incline High School mother called me about the inappropriate content her special education son was able to access on the school district issued device. She was most concerned about how this material negatively affected her child. You guys are the ones putting the devices in kids' hands, but you're not taking responsibility. As you know, ADD, ADHD, and autistic kids, and just some kids who are special, different, can be more negatively impacted by screen times and inappropriate content, including porn, than mainstream kids. The district's response to the mother who was concerned about her kid accessing porn on a district-issued device, I don't have time to read it, but you can find it on our Facebook page. Basically, the district is more concerned about the device than the kid, and I'll post it on Facebook right now.
Your time is up, Mr. Eppolito. Thank you.
Donald Gallimore.
Alrighty, for second time, I'm Don Gallimore Sr. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year and Happy Holidays. So, we've been here for quite a while, John and I, to make sure that our children are safe, and way before most of you. And we're still here again. Our year-end greeting is, please set our information free. We've made sure that we comply with everything that school district has asked us for the last 8 years, and this is especially true with the DOE. We've had some real interesting supervisors and superintendents, and at the state level, that's why we're last in the country. So we wanted to make sure that our children, in my case, grandchildren, are safe. The school pipeline to prison is alive and well, and mainly because we're giving away our information freely and being charged for it, in that we've originally purchased $10 million with $10 million that they gave us, certain organizations at the very start. And we took the money, and now our president, UNR president, he made some deals that weren't necessarily in our best interest long term. And I talked to him several times during and afterwards, and there was no real rationale except that we were going to be the experiment in the country. I don't think that's good enough rationale. So I would like to implore you or ask of you to bring in the new year by rethinking some of the things, the monies, funds that are going into programs like Infinite Campus and Kahoot, if it's still around. It's supposed to be dismantled this year. Some certain other programs that involve money-saving internet costs, and that's something that I'm still concerned about, and I will be for a long, long time, with protecting Nevada children, and John Eppolito in the lead. So just enjoy your holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Gallimore.
Those are all the cards I received. The board also received emails from Jared Green, Darla Lee, Adrian Lowry, Jeanette Famoso, Joel Richter, and Jana Rager.
All right, thank you very much. I will ask John if he thinks we're ready to try again on Zoom, or if we, okay.
Yep, Thank you, President Raymond. I think if we can try again, maybe it would work.
Okay, and I think we have backup options for other presenters if it seems to be on Ms. Ellison's end.
Perfect.
Oh, sorry, here's our Chief General Counsel with him.
Hey, John, I think Deputy Chief Reich is in the waiting room. Can you let him in? And he can also assist Emily on this, so perhaps maybe they could co-present if that's possible. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Okay, while he's pulling that up, I'll just remind that we are on excuse me, and I apologize. I should have stated earlier that we are leaving public comment 3.01 open until the 4 p.m. start later, or not 4 p.m. start, but until after 4 p.m. At that time, when there's a natural break, we will allow for more of the general public comment for those that were not able to be here for the 2 p.m. start. Anyone who has already made in-person public comment on 3.01 or emailed public comment will not have that opportunity again, but we will call for more public comment at that time. And now we will hear 2.10, which is discussion and possible action on the approval of 2020-21 Early Separation Incentive Program. And this is the request of Trustee Simon Holland to hear this consent agenda item. Not any better. We'll try again. Perfectly.
And now I'm pressing. No, part again.
Thank you, Emily. Trustee Simon Holland.
Do we have the echo? Still echoing? No, okay, we have it now, okay. Thank you, Emily, I appreciate the response. I did ask for further information about this. Counsel's office has indicated that the strength of the collective bargaining agreement is such that the board cannot not approve these, and I'm frustrated by that because I know that we're in a difficult situation, and it puts the district in a difficult situation to have to fill those positions when we don't have enough people, and we've incentivized people to leave. I know that the district will continue to work with our labor organizations to renegotiate these provisions, because certainly I think it's in everyone's best interest, including the teachers that are left behind and aren't able to early separate and have so much work to do, and not enough of our staff available because of the, as you said, Superintendent, nationwide teacher shortage. So I hope that we will have a future collaboration on this. We'll just go ahead and have the vote, Madam President.
Do you want Chris?
Yeah, just to help with your record.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I can't hear anyone.
Oh, this is still terrible. Poor John.
So we might need a few minutes to work this out if we want to continue with Zoom, which I know we need to.
I think I can clear up the record on this item, at least if the board would like.
Yeah,
I think
and then
the
we can
president
just
is.
go. Yeah.
So,
Chief General Counsel, I think that would be great if you can address it, and then we can.
Perfect. I believe I can address it. So since it's my understanding that since 1990, so for 30 years, the district has had this ESIP program in place. That comes from our labor specialist, Virginia Duran, our manager of labor relations. And in this instance, we believe that because of our past precedent of 30 years, and because we've formalized the ESIP program in a regulation, I believe it's 4410, that we feel if to change the program now, and we do understand, and we have worked with our bargaining units to try to work this program out of the system for these exact reasons that Trustee Simon Holland points out. But we believe at this point in time, if an EMRB case were filed, Management Relations Board were filed against the district on this issue, that we wouldn't be able to prevail because we've done it this way for so long. We've codified it, we've accepted it, and at this point in time, we feel that there's really not much of a choice as far as fair labor practices go. And that's why we're recommending with HR approval of this. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Madam President. It does help. I just personally, I would love to see the district actually test it in court and see what happens. So I know you all want this to be a better program. I understand that. And it's nothing against anybody here. I know you inherited this. No one who is here making these decisions was part of getting this in place, but I think it needs work.
All right, any further discussion on this item? Then I'd be looking for a motion to approve consent agenda item 2.10.
So moved. I'll second.
Okay, motion from Trustee Kennedy, second from Vice President Taylor. Any further discussion?
So I just want to say on record that this is something that, seemed to work counterproductive, counterintuitive to what it is that we want to work for. But at this point, I know it's important to the teachers. I certainly get that. But at this point, based upon the comments from the Chief General Counsel, then I think it's a function of being we are where we are. So that's my second.
All right, thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye, and opposed?
No.
Okay, so that motion passes 6-1. All right, we'll now move on to agenda item 4.01. I believe we have a number of agenda items that do not require Zoom, so that'll give you plenty of time to work the kinks out there. And so 4.01 is discussion, presentation, and possible action regarding the adoption of Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-015, a resolution to augment the fiscal year 2020-21 budget and approve the augmentation and transfers and contingency transfers for the fiscal year 2020-21 budget. This is for possible action, and our presenters on this item are Mr. Mark Mathers, our Chief Financial Officer, and Mr. Mike Schroeder, our Budget Director.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent McNeil, Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer. I was going to give the intro on this item, but it occurred to me that this is the very last board meeting of our esteemed Budget Director, Mike Schroeder. So I think without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to him to take all the glory on this last budget item he will be presenting.
I think I'm on. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mark. Good evening, President Raymond, members of the board, and Superintendent McNeil. We're here today seeking approval of a resolution to augment the fiscal year 2020-21 budget and approve transfers. The funds we're augmenting are the general fund, building and sites fund, capital project fund, special education fund, and class size reduction funds. I'm going to give this pretty much a high-level overview. A lot of this is related to what we discussed at the September 22nd budget update regarding our enrollment and other revenue shortfalls. This item for the general fund really mirrors what we talked about then and what recommendations we made, what you approved to help balance our revenue shortfall for the general fund. One of the things we have to do, required by law, is adjust our budget or amend it to what our average daily enrollment count is. We have 4 of those during the year. The first one occurs after September 30th, 2020. So this budget adjusts for that actual average daily enrollment count. And we have to do that before January 1st. That's typically why we bring it to this meeting. If you recall back in September, we talked about our revenue shortfall. What we talked about is kind of summarized on attachment B of page 2. You recall that the biggest thing was our enrollment shortfall. It was over 2,000 students less than what we had anticipated. We get $6,109 per student. Every time that goes down, we end up with less revenue for the general fund. That enrollment shortfall created about a $12.5 million hole in our budget. When we talk about the final budget, beyond our enrollment concerns, we also talked about charter school enrollment concerns. The actual charter school enrollment was more than what we had anticipated. Charter schools not only receive a per pupil funding amount, they receive a portion of our other revenues, mainly our 2/3 ad valorem tax and our government services tax. That's over $1,500 per student, so every time we get an increase above what's in the budget for charter school students, that means more money goes out of our general fund towards charter schools. I'm not saying that's bad, that's just the way this thing works. So that was about a $700,000 hit. So we're actually looking in the general fund at reducing our revenues by $13.3 million, mainly because of those things. Now, when we presented this back in September, we had some other revenue losses. They really hit our expenditure side of the budget. The biggest one there was our Medicaid funds. We had a big reduction to a reimbursement rate for speech therapy, and that was going to be about a $1.5 million hit. We had a special session with the legislature. They eliminated the Read by 3 program. That program sponsored or included a lot of teachers that were higher paid on salary schedule than other teachers. Now those teachers had to come back to the general fund, which costs a little more money there. So really between the revenue shortfall and general fund and these other funds, we were looking at almost a $16 million hit to our budget. And we offered up a number of solutions trying to keep as much as this as possible away from schools and away from staffing. The first big thing we did is suspend our OPEB or other post-employment benefit contribution. This is for future retiree health and life insurance. That was about $1.9 million. We had a 5% health insurance increase built into the budget, effective for January 1st, 2021, but fortunately we did not need that. We didn't have to raise our rates this year. That was about $1.3 million we saved. We've examined our actual versus budget activity over the years. We think we can garner a little more turnover savings and some savings related to how we do some contract counts for chargebacks for printing, transportation costs, and fingerprinting. So between those two, we figure we hopefully can get about another $4 million in savings. The federal government approved the CARES Act funding. A portion of that is elementary and secondary schools emergency relief funds, or ESSER. We're able to shift about $3.5 million of general fund costs to that grant to help with our situation. We talked about teacher allocations, keeping things as far away from the school as we could. Schools get staffed based on enrollment. If that enrollment goes down, then typically they would receive less staffing. An easy adjustment would have been to say, okay, let's reduce that and offset this revenue shortfall related to enrollment. That would have been about 100 positions or $5.4 million. We were able to limit that to only 19 positions at about $1.4 million. So this really helps the schools continue educating in the pandemic era, because there's a lot of bodies that are needed out there. And last, the big one was use of fund balance. We knew we would finish better for our fiscal year 20 results, and we took a portion of that to offset this deficit. So overall, we're reducing the general fund by $13.3 million. But if you look at the schedules, the overall reduction to the general fund is only $6.3 million, and that's because we're adding $7 million in opening fund balance, which is an augmentation. The biggest portion of that is $3.8 million of the opening fund balance to help offset this deficit. We negotiated, only if we finish better than budget, a 1% increase for our teachers union. And because we finished better and we were able to provide that, that is also an opening fund balance adjustment of $3.9 million, or $2.9 million. And that's being provided for the 1% teacher salary increase for the current fiscal year. So that's mainly that opening fund balance of $7 million. It's all for committed things. So it's not an increase of the overall budget other than the $3.8 million to offset the revenue shortfall. Now, there's also some other things that are cost neutral that are happening in this augmented budget. They're really transfers. A couple of them just realign some budget changes we made in the original budget to reflect their appropriate categories. Other transfers are to align our budget to our updated salary and benefit projections. One transfer that has to be approved is a contingency transfer. We're transferring $650,000 from our contingency account to provide for personal protective equipment. We've had to spend quite a bit of funds on hand sanitizer, gloves, gowns, dispensers, soap, sanitizing wipes, acrylic barriers, things of that nature. And that's about $650,000 that we've actually paid for or committed year to date. So those are the major changes that we're making to the general fund. We're making changes to some other funds that I mentioned earlier. In the material, I've kind of described what those changes are. One change we're not making is to our opening fund balance. The opening fund balance, well, our ending fund balance from last year was about $52.3 million. We're only recognizing $45.7 million of that in this augmented budget. So there's about a $6.6 million difference. And the reason for that is there's still a lot of uncertainty for the rest of this fiscal year, economic uncertainty, providing teaching, instructional staffing in this COVID environment. And this allows us some flexibility if we need some of those funds in the future before the end of the year to provide for that. If we do not have to use that, then our ending fund balance would be projected to be $45.3 million instead of the $38.7 million that's reflected in the documents. And that would put us at about a little over a 9% ending fund balance. I know that was quick and a high-level overview. There's a lot of detail in the board item. I can get into more of that if you need or answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. Anything to add, Mr. Mathers? Okay. And thank you for your service to the school district over these years and for your always informative and insightful information around our budget. You will be sorely missed by this district, I know, and will have a great wealth of knowledge that will probably be dependent upon even though you'll be retired. So I will turn it to my fellow trustees. Trustee Andrew Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you both for the presentation. You touched on the fund balance. I just want to make sure I understand the numbers right. So in the documents, it talks about how the fund balance is $52.3 million. We're recognizing $45.7 million, and the expected end is $45.3 million. I just want to make sure I understand those three numbers and how that all kind of comes together when we're talking about the end balance of 45.3 and why recognizing is 45.7 versus the fund balance 52.3. If you could help me there.
Yeah, so our ending fund balance from the prior fiscal year automatically moves into the current fiscal year as our opening fund balance. That actual ending fund balance was $52.3 million. According to our documents on page 4, at the bottom, in the middle column, our opening fund balance for this budget augmentation is $45.7 million. So we could have made that $52.3 million, and we would have been adjusting the budget. Instead of increasing it by $7 million, it would have increased by $13.6 million. We're holding off on that now. If we would have done that, we would have had to put that somewhere on the other side of the budget, on the expenditure or application side. If we would have put it all into the ending fund balance, then instead of the ending fund balance being shown as $38.7 million, it would be shown as $45.3 million. So they're funds that are available, we have not utilized them yet, is essentially all we're doing. You want to add to that, Mark?
Perfect, thank you. So it's more of an accounting maneuver.
Yeah, and it's really to provide some flexibility for the future. There's just so many unknowns still. I mean, things change on a day-to-day basis in the COVID pandemic. State's already asking for budget reductions for the next biennium, and who knows where we'll end up. So it's just to be cautious, really, not to hold funds back. We prefer them go to the ending fund balance, but at this point in time, we have to leave ourselves some room to wiggle.
Perfect. Thank you.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, gentlemen. I have a question, and while we're dealing most of the time here in tens of millions, something that you said struck me when you said we took a hit on the Medicaid, to the tune of $1.5 million, and that was related to speech language services. Is that my understanding? Can you further explain that?
Yes, thank you for the question. This was a reimbursement rate that we receive when we submit our Medicaid claims, and it's related to speech and language. It was almost a 70% reduction to the rate, and that's one of our major reimbursements that we take for Medicaid. So the overall impact to our Medicaid fund was about $1.5 million less revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Really, and thank you, gentlemen, as always. And really thank you for the conservative look forward to kind of prepare us for what is most likely to be some more challenges ahead. I just wanted to thank Mike for all of your years and your work, and as long as I've been on the board, you've always been steady, been consistent, and been accurate, and just really always open to answer any questions and put it in a language all of us could understand. Let me speak for myself, that I can understand, and then just really help to make, even as suggestions come on the ways to present things, help to make it easier. It isn't easy, but easier for us to follow such a budget of this kind of complexity. So we're going to miss you, big shoes to fill, but I'm sure it is much earned, and I look forward to retirement. So I just want to thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the compliments and the recognition. I think we're in good hands. Mark knows his stuff very well, and Jeff Bozo, who will be my replacement, is very extremely capable, so we'll be okay.
Well, we know how to find you too, so. All right, any other comments or questions on this? JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Okay, then I would be looking, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your mic on. Trustee Mineta.
I, too, Mike, want to say thank you, and you too, Mark, that you guys are, I appreciate how conservative you are with our money. I just really appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. With great appreciation for creative thinking and for being great stewards of our resources. To our budget staff, I move that the Board of Trustees adopts Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-015, resolution to augment the fiscal year 2020-21 budget, approves budget transfers as proposed, and approves contingency transfers. And thank you, Mike.
Okay, motion by Trustee Simon Holland and a second by Trustee Mineta. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you again. And we are staying on budget items with 4.02, which is discussion and approval of Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-016, a resolution providing for 1, the issuance of a general obligation limited tax medium-term bond, Series 2020B, in an aggregate amount not to exceed $1,550,000 for acquiring school buses and other support vehicles for the district. 2, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bond. And 3, authorizing the superintendent or chief financial officer of the district to accept a binding bid for the bond. And I will turn it back over to our chief financial officer, Mr. Mark Mathers.
Thank you, Madam President. Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer, for the record. My co-pilot on this item is Ryan Henry, who is a partner at Sherman & Howard, our bond counsel. He certainly provided legal advice on this item, as well as a couple items on the agenda. So last month, this board did approve a resolution, conducted a public hearing authorizing us to proceed taking action to issue $7.75 million of medium-term bonds. And again, medium-term bonds are simply bonds with less than a 10-year maturity. The board approved that resolution. As authorized, we went to the State Department of Taxation for approval of that transaction, which is required for medium-term bonds. We have, in fact, received approval from taxation for issuance of $7.75 million of medium-term bonds, and that needs to be noted on the record according to Department of Taxation. And with this action, then, we are issuing just the first of 2 series of bonds based on that authorization. This series totals, as you said, $1.55 million, and it would be used to replace buses and also several vehicles that the district uses, primarily school police vehicles. Yesterday, we opened bids contingent upon your approval today for this transaction. We received just 4 bids, but they were very competitive. The winning bidder was Sterling Bank, based in the Bay Area, and our true interest cost on this transaction is 1.24%. So that is a reflection of the incredibly low interest rates we have today, which is a good thing when we issue debt. So I think that concludes my remarks unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mathers. Anyone have any questions on this item? Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. In the questions submitted in advance, I asked about the health of the district in purchasing buses, because it seems like we were a little bit behind. Is it worth in the future with very low interest rates to try to catch up and get our bus fleet into a healthier position, or do you think from a fiscal perspective that might be unwise and that we should stick with our current plan to replace buses?
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. Mark Mathers again for the record. Really excellent question. That makes a lot of financial sense to take advantage of low interest rates. In this fiscal year, we hesitated doing that, however, because the source for payment of debt service on these bonds is a government services tax. And we have seen declines in that revenue. So we always want to issue just, making sure that we have enough revenue to pay debt service that it doesn't come back to the general fund. So that is really the reason for downscaling this issuance. When we see life normalize, and we do see folks buying cars, renewing registrations at their old levels, at their old pace, I think that suggestion makes all kinds of sense. But again, we'll always try to make sure that revenues are sufficient to pay debt service so that it, again, doesn't come back to the general fund.
No, I appreciate that insight on how this debt is being paid. So when things normalize, maybe it's something to look into if the interest rates don't rebound, to maybe take advantage of that fiscal climate to get caught up, because I believe the item that the district provided was the average life of our buses about 10 years, where the Council of Great City Schools either recommends or has, I think, 7.5 years of average life on a bus. So might be something to look into in the future as we go forward. So thank you very much.
Any further questions or comments on this item? All right, then I will ask our recording secretary, JJ, if we have any public comment.
We do not.
All right. Then if there is no further discussion, I'd be looking for motion. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees approves Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-016, a resolution providing for the issuance of a general obligation limited tax medium-term bond series 2020B for the acquiring of school buses and other support vehicles for the district, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bond, and authorizing the superintendent or chief financial officer of the district to accept a binding bid for the bond.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Trustee Cottle, second by Trustee Kennedy. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. I know you'll be back on a few items. So, the next item is 4.03. This is presentation and possible action to approve the Washoe County School District Capital Improvement Program to include the 2020-21 B Major Projects Program in the amount of $82.7 million in projects throughout the district. Pursuant to the attached list of program projects and associated costs for each project, and the 2020 Capital Improvement Program Annual Evaluation Report, as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee. This is for possible action. And we have our Chief Facilities and Management Officer, Adam Searcy, presenting, and Teresa Golden, I'm sorry, I couldn't remember the last name, on this item. So thank you both. Your mic's not on.
Gotcha. Thank you. Got to unmute. All right, for the record, this is Adam Searcy. I'm the Chief Facilities Management Officer for the district. We've got 3 separate presentations which were presented to the Capital Funding Protection Committee last week at their public meeting on Thursday. There's one item for action at the conclusion of our presentations, so we'll kind of pause as we transition. But I want to turn it over to Teresa, our Director of Design and Planning for the school district, to take us through our capital projects annual evaluation report first. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for allowing me to present our accountability report today to the board and the community. I just wanted to start out by saying, or letting everyone know where they can find a whole lot of information in regards to our renewal program, and that is on our building website, as well as quarterly reports that we've recently implemented. Some of these recent upgrades we've made to our website are a direct result from an audit that we just had done not too long ago. Some of the recommendations were to enhance our website in regards to the amount of information that you can find there, as well as these quarterly reports. The quarterly reports are really sort of a progress report of the larger projects that are currently going on, as well as what's going to be happening in the next quarter for the larger projects, not all projects. And so you can find a ton of information there. Slide, please. If you go to our website and you click on our capital renewal tab, you'll be able to select any school site or any other administrative building site within our district to get information on past projects that have happened, as well as planned maintenance projects that are coming up. This screen here shows actually an example of one of the schools. I pulled up Lemon Valley Elementary School as an example. It shows all the upcoming maintenance that is scheduled at that site. This information is obtained from our assessment department. They go out to every school site every year and they do inspections of all of the systems, all of the equipment, finishes, etc. They document all those deficiencies and they put the information into our facility condition index system. That FICA system then interpolates the information and creates a priority list for us so that we know what projects are due to happen at each particular site. And that information goes out to roughly 10 years at these sites. Ultimately, our top priorities that typically come out are warm, safe, and dry, right? So safety projects, HVAC projects, and roofing. On that same site and on that same sheet, you can also find past projects that have happened. So this, again, is an example of a project that happened at our Lemon Valley Elementary School. This was a project that was bid back in January, an abatement project. It lists all of the contractors that bid on the project, their prices that they submitted, and the awarded contractor for the project. So a really great tool for both external and internal staff to use. I highly encourage anyone to get on and be able to see what's upcoming at any of the school sites. I believe we have a video that we're going to try and show now. The video was put together by our communications department, and it sort of summarizes all the work that we've done over the past year at all of our sites.
Have been hard at work this year, investing into our buildings so that students for generations to come will have schools that are safe, warm, and dry. Thanks to the 26 and once the new high school.
See if I can get rid of the echo.
WCSD's capital projects team has been hard at work this year, investing into our buildings so that students for generations to come will have schools that are safe, warm, and dry. Thanks to the 2016 ballot initiative that approved the use of sales tax funding for new schools and repairs, our district has been able to open up 5 beautiful new schools and invest millions in critical repairs. And we have several more amazing projects in the works. This school year, we opened up Marcyhurst Middle School in South Reno. and John C. Bohatch Elementary School in Spanish Springs. The 3 new schools we opened last year, Sky Ranch Middle School, Desert Skies Middle School, and Nicpoliquitas Elementary, had a successful first year. And we've invested in our older schools to make sure that all of our students have access to spaces that will keep them safe, warm, and dry. This summer alone, we were able to conduct repairs and upgrades at 76 of our buildings. These repairs to roofing, floors, fields, and HVAC systems have made our older schools more energy efficient and comfortable for all of our students. And we're not stopping there. 3 of our older schools are getting completely brand new buildings. Of course, there's our new Proctor Hug High School, which is being built near Wild Creek Golf Course. All current Proctor Hug students and staff will move to the new building when it opens in 2022. The nearly 300,000 square foot building will feature learning rooms, labs, and performance spaces. And once the new high school opens, the old Proctor Hug campus will be refashioned into a state-of-the-art career and technical school, the Debbie Smith CTE Academy High School, which will open in 2023. O'Brien STEM Academy is also getting a brand new building. The new 3-story building will be built on grounds of the current school and will be breaking ground this winter for a 2022 opening. And contractors have been working since this summer on Swole Middle School, which is getting a new gym and classroom building and complete upgrades to the older sections, and will also open in 2022. And of course, there's our newest elementary school, Michael Inskeep Elementary School in North Cold Springs, which will open next year and will reduce overcrowding in some of our most crowded facilities. We're so excited to be able to continue working on these projects to bring new and upgraded schools to our WCSD family. Keep in touch with us and follow all of these projects at washoschools.net/building.
Thank you. So as you can see, tons of really fun, exciting stuff going on the past couple years, and all thanks to the community, right, and WC1. So yeah, kudos. It's been a really fun experience. So if we could get back to the slide. I'm going to talk a little bit more now about our capital renewal projects in a little bit more detail and the funding that's associated with those. There we go, getting there. Advance, one more slide. Thank you so much. So the graph here on the left just shows sort of the progress that's been going on in regards to percentage of work done based on the year the allocation was given. But an overview starting back in 2018, we did receive a $21 million allocation. And for that year, all of those projects have been totally complete. Calendar year 2019, we had about a $30 million allocation. Those projects are all substantially complete with just a few still outstanding to be formally finished up. A few of those projects that are worth mentioning for certainly that are significant as phase 1 of our energy retrofit projects. That was a 3-year, $30 million project. And so the first batch of those projects were completed that year. In addition, we had 25 single point entry projects that we were tasked with finishing in about a 2-year period. So really happy to say we were able to achieve those. So in that year, we had about 220 projects completed, and of those, about 100 were the energy retrofit projects. Calendar year 2020 and fiscal year 2020, we had about $83 million worth of allocation total, and those projects are 74% complete for the calendar year and 51% complete for the fiscal year. You do see 2 years in there because we did change our allocation for our allocation schedule, if you will. In year 2020, it used to be on a calendar year, and that did change to a fiscal year allocation. So that's why you see 2 allocations shown there. Again, in calendar year 2020, another batch of those renewable projects were completed. And so total for 2020, we've seen 394 projects completed, and 200 of which were the Phase 3 energy retrofit projects that were completed in the fall. I would like to really point out that all the projects this year were completed under our COVID cloud, if you will. So, you know, we did have a period of time where we didn't have a whole lot of productivity going on in the spring, but you know, really thanks to the community, our contractors, our consultants, and our staff, we were able to pull it off and really get those projects completed in a timely manner. Our fiscal year 2021 this year, we do have a $25 million allocation, and 10% of those projects are complete. Just as a reminder, in your packet, you should have an attachment that shows every single one of these renewal projects, the cost and the schedule that are associated with those. Just wanted to talk a little bit about change orders. All the contracts that we do and bid out that are over $100,000, those go through a formal bid process, and they are all given a 15% force account that are attached to those when they go out, or a contingency is a better word for it. As you can see, over the past 3 years, our change order rates have been averaging between 3% and 4%. So that money that is left over from those force accounts can be reused for future projects. And that percentage I'd like to add is, I think, below average for projects that are happening in existing buildings for renewal projects. So it's a commendable number, I believe. So now to talk a little bit more about our major projects. The video showed a whole lot of our progress that's been happening, but wanted to again point out our opening of Marcy Hurst Middle School this year, John C. Bohatch Elementary School, and we were able to start our SWOPE expansion and remodel this summer. Phase 1 of that project got completed. That was our site work and utility work at that site. Phase 2 began already, and that is construction of our new gym. And Phase 3, the new classroom building, will go out to bid in January. We also started construction on Wild Creek High School this year as well. That is just a huge project, and if you get a chance to drive by, it's quite the site on Sullivan Lane. It is quite large. So very exciting. GMP4, or Phase 4 for that project, which is our off-site improvements, are currently out for bid right now. We also started construction on our O'Brien Replacement Middle School literally last week. They started mass grading for our building pad, and the next phase of that project will go out to bid in January, and that is for the remainder of the project, the building, and the rest of the site improvements. In spring 2020, not spring 2021, Debbie Smith CTE, we did start design on that project, and that is due to begin construction in 2022. So now we're going to talk about the money related to those projects. This spreadsheet shows the original allocations for those projects, what's been committed thus far, and their status. As you can see on the bottom of that spreadsheet, back in 2018, when WC1 was originally initially passed, we had committed about $213 million that year for these major projects. But as of today, 2020, we have $620 million contracted and committed to all of these projects. So you can see there's been a whole lot of growth and progress and a lot of excitement. So there's been a lot achieved by our community and by our staff. 80% of those projects have been complete, and the next few that are still outstanding that have been approved already are due to be done within the next couple of years. So in conclusion, I did just want to touch base on a couple other items, and the first one is how we hire consultants. How we hire contractors is usually a very public process, so people are aware of how that goes down. But they often wonder how we hire consultants. And that process, as you may already know, of hiring consultants is based on NRS, and it's based on qualifications only. But our internal process is also very highly managed by our purchasing department. So a few years back, we decided to send out an RFQ for both architects and engineers through a purchasing process, and to create a pool, if you will, of qualified consultants. So we sent out the RFQ, we created a committee. Typically, those committee members consist of capital projects employees, but also external people as well. So we get a well-rounded group of people evaluating the qualifications. So we did that and created pools that our planning department can draw talent from, if you will, when we're ready to start a new project. So in a nutshell, that's how that process works. And then I just wanted to touch base on our recent audit that was done. I just really wanted to thank the company for doing that. Protivity, thank you. Protivity. We take great care in taking their recommendations and implementing those. We think that's very important, and we're going to do the best we can to do so. So that concludes my presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you so much, Teresa. It's really exciting always to hear about all the incredible work that's being done in the midst of the current pandemic, that it's still happening. It was wonderful to have the opportunity to be at SWOPE on Monday last week, and sorry, I feel like that was going to make a really loud noise. So, and to just see the progress already that's taking place there, and how exciting it is. So just again, grateful to all the hard work from capital projects team, and know that the pace has not slowed down for you all, even amidst all of this again. So, and I'll look to see if anyone else has questions. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I, too, want to thank you all for the amazing effort. I don't know of any organization, public sector organization, that has had the work portfolio that you all have had to manage, and it's just really impressive. And especially impressive to me is the slide about savings on your major projects. When we go down the list of those projects and see how much money was saved from projects that are already complete, $11 million on the Desert Skies Middle School project, $10 million on the Sky Ranch Middle School project, $8 million on the Inskeep Elementary School. Oh, that's still under construction, so that one's not complete, but big dollars that you all have saved. I know some of that was because we got favorable bids because of the conditions, but some of it is because you all manage these projects really well, and I want the public to know, as we all do, what an incredibly responsible, fiscally responsible job you're doing, and a very professional job you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Trustee Minetto.
I thank you so much for this. I love your transparency, and I've got to tell you, I do drive by our brand new HUG just about every week. And it's just like watching it go from dirt to this level, to this level, to this expansion of this humongous school. How many kids are going to, what's our number there of kids?
I'll let Adam take that one.
Yeah, sure. Adam Searcy for the record. So if you recall, the enrollment zone for the new Proctor Hug High School will include all of the existing Hug High School zone, as well as the entire northern half of Sun Valley, who currently go to Spanish Springs High School. So opening in 2022-23 school year, we project somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,900 total students, depending on how many, opt to stay at their zoned high school through their graduation. But right around, I think the design capacity is about 2,200 total.
Thank you. I have another kind of silly question, I think. I know that at HUG, our old HUG, we have lots of maybe banners with children, athletes who have won like state and things like that. Will those Honestly, my daughter's one of those. Will those be moved to our new hug?
I know that there's an active discussion going between the current HUG staff and the architects and design team associated with the new Proctor Hug School to celebrate those historical elements of the building in a variety of ways. So, you know, some will be relocated, some will likely, you know, just be preserved in another format, but that's actually a huge dimension that going into next school year, engaging with the alumni, the current staff, even the students, the current students who are going to matriculate into the new school, and helping establish that culture and carrying it forward and renewing it at a new site. It's an exciting part of that entire project.
All right, great, thank you.
Well, I know this part wasn't the action, so we have more to discuss, but I think I'll just take another second to say a big thank you to the community for the support of WC1. I mean, I think none of us could have predicted almost a little more than 4 years ago that we'd be in this place in this moment, but boy, are we lucky that we, as a community, stepped up to support the WC1 funding for our school buildings, because it secures these projects for our community, the funding for these projects, really regardless of the economic situation. We have discussed in previous meetings the impacts that some of the sales tax revenue could possibly have on our WC1 funding, but ultimately it would be, we think, minimal enough, and we have funding to just keep going with what we are already working on, which is huge and still needed to relieve so much overcrowding in our community. So just a pat on the back to everyone who supported WC1. And back to you, Mr. Searcy.
Okay, thank you for the positive feedback. As Teresa described, the majority of our work is actually focused on capital renewal and touching all of our schools. There was some great footage from this campus, actually, where we're making investments in our existing schools. But, this evaluation report is something that's required by the board policy associated with capital funding protection committee. And we're pleased to present it here this evening to the board. That, as well as the funding on this on the O'Brien project, are up for action later, but we also wanted to include a brief update on progress here at the W. Smith CTE High School campus. Back in August, this board approved the educational specifications for the high school CTE program up there, as well as the design funding. And since that time, this team has been moving ahead fast and furious. We've identified the specific programs that will be included in the school once it opens. I'll let you guys read through all of those. You've seen these before, but really what they're trying to do as we speak is figure out which spaces within the existing HUG campus are best suited to house some of these programs, as well as what the most effective way of redeveloping those spaces to accommodate these programs of study will actually turn out to be. So on the next slide is sort of an introduction, and basically in short, they're looking to demo and rebuild about half of the campus and remodel and preserve and restore the other half of the campus. So really this starts on the left-hand side in June 2022. Now I'll talk a little bit more about what happens throughout 2021, throughout design, but the plan at this point is to bring forward to construction as soon as the school year ends and the entire campus is vacated and transitioned over to the new Proctor Hug School. We'll begin with the demolition and the hazardous material abatement across the entire campus. So really the admin building, the cafeteria, the library, building B and C are all deemed for a variety of reasons to be better suited for demolition and replacement. Many structural deficiencies, other facility deficiencies, and ultimately trending towards a more centralized, cohesive campus. So again, summer 2022, the campus will be entirely vacant. We'll look to demolish certain portions of those buildings and begin intensive hazardous material abatement in the remaining buildings. Next slide, please. Starts to give you a sense of how the campus layout will be rebuilt and come back into focus. So starting with the 3 buildings remaining, if you'll look in the upper right, building A, lower right, building 1A or IA, and then the main gymnasium, small and large. All of those look to be valuable for decades to come with the appropriate reinvestment and remodeling can become a part of this future campus. The northwest and the north, or the upper portions of this exhibit, look to be basically restored into campus areas or parking lot areas, some combination of those 2 space utilization, and really bringing the campus together a little bit. So that center area that's really not labeled is where most of the new construction is going to occur. And we'll talk about that just in a little bit. But starting in fall 2022 and lasting really through the next calendar year, the projection has always been that we begin construction in summer 2022. The campus is vacant for a calendar year and then coming back with students in fall 2023. So that's really what this outlines. You'll see a comprehensive remodel to the A building, the IA building, and the gymnasium repurposed into these CTE program spaces. While new construction will be initiated during that time, it will not be fully complete by fall 2023. So there will be some temporary facilities established, likely on the eastern side in the parking lot. Mostly admin space, possibly some temporary student lunch areas, but really academic areas that will be needed to open school in August 2023 will be in most of these remodeled spaces. Also helping us along those lines is the fact that with most new schools, particularly high school openings, is basically phased. So you're going to see mostly freshmen and sophomore beginning their careers or their CTE programs at that school, likely in the 400 student range for that opening August 2023, rather than seeing those juniors and seniors coming in already halfway through their high school career. That also is working in our favor with the space that we will have available. We'll have interior work taking place inside the new building and ultimately have all of these programs available for those incoming freshmen and sophomore August 2023. The next slide is a cross-section view of really that right down the middle of campus. So took me a while to wrap my mind around this, but I'm going to do my best to walk you through it. So focus on the cross-section on the lower half of this image and note that it starts on the north. So you can see McCarran, and as you're moving towards the left, you're moving south. Up at the top of campus is where we're going to have a new school board boardroom and the high school administrative suite. So all of your principal's offices and main entrance into the school, et cetera. But what I really want to convey is the objective, the design strategy here is that, currently the campus really stair steps down across the slope. And what they're able to do with the design is to incorporate sort of like a walkout basement almost, where that entire area is going to be incorporated into a new building construction in a 2-story format. So up there where we're starting off of McCarran parking lot, you're walking into the main entrance, principal's office. That's sort of almost like the 2nd story. It'll feel like the main entrance. But then as you enter into the school on that plane, you will soon be on a 2nd story. As the ground below steps away, there will be stairs and basically a 1st floor that will come out of the topography and create a 2-story building that will then, as you move towards the southern end of the existing buildings, if you can kind of picture yourself, just south of the library there, you've got the gym to your right and the new CTE building, the boiler room, the IA building to your left, those are also on kind of two different planes, right? So the gym's going to kind of come out of the second story of that main corridor, and then there will be a lower level access to the IA building on to the west is what it would be. So I apologize for not having a more descriptive illustration at this point other than my hand gestures here. But I want to assure you that it's really looking exciting. We've had some extremely positive engagement with the principal of AACT, the director of our CTE programs here at the school district, a lot of input from the existing HUG staff. We had an outstanding meeting just several days ago with literally the entirety of the HUG staff via Zoom and the principal, just really getting a lot of input at this point. It's really an exciting period in the project, but I think the takeaway for the board at this point is that we are on track for the milestone schedule delivery that we've previously anticipated, that we won't be having major construction until those students move into their new campus. We will have intensive construction taking place 22 into 23, and then look to reopen the campus to the majority of those incoming students fall 2023. So the last slide here is just a high-level schedule overview along those points. And I mean, I'll let you guys look at the 2022-2023 schedule. It's basically what I've just been verbalizing. But what I wanted to just mention on this slide on the 2021 portion of this, you're going to be, we like to, continue to present the board with updates on our progress, engage with the public, get feedback, and enrich the design that's moving forward. We'll probably be back for information a couple of times in 2021, and ultimately, of course, need approval for any funding allocation. So you'll be hearing and seeing a lot more about this in the months to come in 2021. But really, this is a medium level detail of the construction schedule all the way through opening in 2023. So that's a brief update of kind of where we're at. This is for information only. I'll do my best with any questions or discussion, or we can move into the O'Brien update. Thank you. Okay, I'll slide right into the O'Brien presentation. This one has been before the board some 5 times previously over the last 18 months or so. So we're at a different state in the process with Debbie Smith CTE, but really here we've been engaging with the community, engaging with the board, working hard at design, and now we're about to go into construction. I'll go through a number of points here this evening with you, starting off with that engagement. Not only have we been in front of the public many, many times over the last 18 months or so, we've engaged intensively with the neighboring communities, kind of in a variety of formats, both through the HOA and with the school and the students themselves. Really, it's always important on all of our projects. It makes our projects better for a variety of reasons, but on this one particularly is an infill project. There's an existing middle school there, but it's not out in a brand new subdivision. So it's been important, rewarding, and sets our project up for success when everybody knows what's coming in and feels like they have a stake in it. I wanted to also just give you guys an update on the next slide regarding the overall construction delivery. We're looking to deliver this in 2 separate contracts. As you may recall, we approved the budget and construction contract for the GMP1, or the first construction contract. That was under budget. That actually has broken ground about a week ago, is underway, really to build the building pad. So you'll see if you go out to O'Brien, dramatic work on the rear of campus. We've got construction fencing up, and really those ball fields are being removed as we speak. GMP2, the remaining construction scope, has been submitted for permit. It's looking to go out to bid in January, but really the funding is what we're here to talk about this evening for that phase of the project. So you're going to hear me talk about these categories. We try and be consistent when we present our construction projects and distill them into sort of three main categories: furniture, fixtures, and equipment. You're going to hear discussion around professional services and then construction. So these are broad categories, but generally speaking, FF&E is described here on this page. I've heard it repeatedly described as if you took a building and tipped it upside down and shook it, everything that fell out would fall into this category. It's all of that, as well as a significant amount of staff and vendor time to manage, inventory, and install all of these items. On the next slide is a little bit of data. We're informed on this project quite a bit by the 3 recent middle schools that we have constructed and outfitted. So we have actual expenditures. And it's important to also here to note that this building, while it is a completely new design, a new prototype middle school, it has the same student capacity and is based on the same educational specifications as these 3 schools, middle schools that we've recently built. So while it will look and feel very different, it is still the same pieces and parts, just rearranged in a different format. So these are really relevant historical expenses when it comes to FF&E. You can see what we presented to the committee and the board in August and what we're recommending here today. There's some unique elements, of course, with all projects. This one includes an existing middle school that will need to be inventoried and all of the FF&E removed and either relocated into the district's inventory or relocated into the new school. That's different than just a strictly new school, as well as some supply chain issues associated with the current pandemic and modest escalation, leading us to a budgetary recommendation of $5.9 million for this category of this project. So similarly, the other category, one of the other categories we like to summarize around these construction projects is professional services. I won't read this off to you, but a variety of professional service providers are truly required in order to meet the needs of this project scope and schedule. It's very fast-paced, very significant amount of effort, and also to ensure the quality and success of this project. As we described before, we've been very fortunate with a lot of our partners to be able to deliver our projects successfully, and that does not happen by accident. This is an investment, a preventative step in many instances to avoid problems and solve them before they transpire, as well as some of the school district staff time associated with managing and executing this project successfully. On the next slide, a similar actual report out from these categories of expenditures on the last 3 middle schools. Again, not every project is the same, so there are some unique elements associated with this one, but some very relevant comparables from these past new schools. With the demolition and removal of the existing school, the closed quarters, the active campus that we'll be constructing on, there's some very unique aspects to this project. But for those reasons, as well as some of the permitting fees that can be significant with the agencies that were funded in this,
we're bringing forward a recommended budget for professional services on O'Brien at $3.4 million this evening. So moving forward into that final category of construction, this is turn back the clock, establish a little bit of where we've come from story. We, of course, began discussing this project with the board in 2019, but it wasn't until February 2020 where we presented a full ed spec, meaning, as I said, all the same pieces and parts that are in Desert Skies, Sky Ranch, Marcy Hers, at an estimated construction budget only of $70 to $77 million at that time. And I emphasize construction budget only because I'll break this into GMPs and FF&E, and sometimes numbers get confused. So when we're talking construction, I do mean the entirety of construction, but it does not include all project expenses. At that time, $70 to $77 million. So in June, on the next slide, we brought to you at about 50% design some preliminary exterior renderings, as you see here, and saw the budget projected for construction at 75 to 78.5. Moving forward into August, we were back again with independent estimates as well as our own estimate up at 76.25 to 79.75. We discussed that upward trend and talked about some of the mitigating steps that we were actively taking to halt that upward trend in those total project budgets. But at that time, we also recommended and the board approved the funding for the first construction phase, obviously a smaller fraction of the total project, but that has since been advertised, awarded, and construction has begun under budget on GMP 1. So that brings us to a present time. You can see where we've come from, and our final recommended action this evening is that first number, 73.6. Now that pertains only to the remaining construction scope. That is the demolition, the new construction, off-site, new fields, everything we have to build. That's what's for action, that number 73.6. For comparison's sake and for completeness sake, the number to compare to the previous presented budget ranges is that 76.85. That's the action this evening plus the previously approved construction budget at 76.85. So that's where we've come from, that's where we are this evening, and then that final line I really feel is important to emphasize each and every time we present these budgets, that it is a budget and that we fully intend to beat it. We will be back before you with a recommended construction contract likely in March. The next slide is one that's important to me. There's a whole bunch of data and metrics on it, as well as some historical information, again, drawing from our most recent comparables. The metric of cost per square foot of schools is a metric that's often batted about, I think, incorrectly or sometimes irresponsibly. It's very difficult to tease out the unique elements from one figure or one project to another. And we actually, in your packet, went into a great deal of detail to ensure that the comparisons between these schools were truly equivalent in terms of construction scope, and then a great deal of effort, third-party consultant, to escalate the actual bid day prices, contracted prices on those previous projects to the midpoint of construction, which is what our budget is aligned with for O'Brien, demonstrating a significantly more cost-effective design solution here. And that's really what this slide's intended to illustrate, that while we have the same capacity, while we have the same pieces and parts and spaces, and the experience will be equivalent, this is a brand new school that is absolutely built to last, that subtle efficiencies in space utilization and material selection and just design solutions, there's a lot of different mousetraps out there, but from the get-go, it was a primary objective of our design team to raise the bar on a few different areas, and this cost effectiveness of this design was one that we saw as an opportunity and feel we've achieved here. So I wanted to just kind of highlight that because it's something that I think reflects positively on our team and for the benefit of the taxpayers of the district. All right, so just to summarize the same numbers that we've been talking about this evening on one table here, the actual numbers for action are on the top line. As I've mentioned, the 73.6 for construction, that's all remaining construction, the entirety of the FF&E budget, and the remaining construction professional services for a total of 82.7. The previously approved item, that second row for mass grading, the GMP 1, currently underway, that is for information. And then again, for completeness, total project construction budget on the bottom line there. And just to wrap it up, the last slide highlights several of the upcoming milestones. We had a tremendous media event just yesterday, I believe, in lieu of a groundbreaking event. You know, we're all trying to juggle what are the right priorities these days, but looking forward to a time when we can all gather out there together and celebrate this project. So many exciting aspects of this project are upcoming, and looking forward to doing it with students on that campus and engaging with them as we build a new school right outside their classroom windows and make them feel a part of that. But as we have been presenting since the beginning of this project, we anticipate opening the school to students in fall 2022, and then once that campus or the old school is vacated, we'll be removing and reconstructing that portion of the campus throughout into 2023. So that's the end of my presentation here this afternoon. Be happy to talk about O'Brien a little bit more, or then I believe there's a final funding recommendation slide associated with this project. Thank you.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. As my colleagues know, this project is for sure near and dear to my heart for the people in North Valleys. For a long time, the residents of North Valleys wondered many times out loud when they were going to see a visible, high-profile use of WC1 in their community. And this project is definitely going to do it. It's going to be the crown jewel of the North Valleys. It's going to change lives. And I'm extremely excited for the kids, families, and staff of the school community. So it's definitely a big day for North Valleys, and this is really exciting for them. So real happy for them, and I appreciate the work on staff by staff for all of the meetings and just individually answering all of my questions. So I'm definitely excited to get this going, and I know the people are too. So thank you, Adam and team.
All right, doesn't look like there's any. Student Representative Gomez.
Thank you, President. I just wanted to say I actually went to O'Brien Middle School like 3 years ago. So I think this is a great project. It's gonna definitely make an impact, as Trustee Caudill said, on the North Valleys community, because it's such a great project. The school is gonna make an impact on all those middle schoolers that are gonna go, and I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work.
Thank you, Victoria. I don't see any other specific questions or comments to O'Brien. Is there anything you want to say before we go to public comment, or?
I would like to highlight on this funding recommendation slide, if I could, the minor modification. We take great pains to remain consistent with the format of this particular slide, primarily because the list of projects on the left-hand column were explicitly identified in the WC1 ballot initiative back in 2016. So it's very important for us to remain consistent and emphasize that every time we present this on how we are sticking with the mandate from that initiative. The primary changes of note are really on the right-hand column. We've previously been illustrating not only the budget, but the total committed values on the right-hand column. Some projects have yet to be fully contracted for, but previously we have added the check marks to the right-hand column when the project was completely closed out, and oftentimes there can be some trailing purchase orders that sort of prolong that unnecessarily. And so we've changed that definition to substantially complete. And I think you are likely familiar with the projects that have received check marks on the right-hand column, and can attest that those are in fact quite substantially complete. So that I just wanted to point out, and really the action associated with this is solely associated with O'Brien Middle School for a total of $82.7 million. Thank you.
Thank you. JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
All right. And it is time to take some action. Trustee Cottle.
Ready to make a motion? That's okay. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the Washoe County School District Capital Improvement Program to include the 2020-21 B Major Projects Program in the amount of $82.7 million to include projects throughout the district pursuant to the attached list of program projects and associated costs for each project, and the 2020 Capital Improvement Program Annual Evaluation Report as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee.
Second.
Wonderful. Motion by Trustee Cottle, a second by Trustee Simon Holland. Any further discussion or questions? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you both so much for the great update and exciting progress. And Superintendent McNeil.
I just want to thank Adam and Teresa and your entire team. I mean, Adam, you all work so very, very hard, and also just such high compliments to our contractors and our subcontractors. They're parents too in our school district, and they absolutely understand the importance of these projects. So again, just outstanding work. I truly appreciate all of your efforts and the transparency that you all excel at. Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay, and related, our next agenda item is 4.04, which is discussion and action to adopt Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-017, the 2021 School Improvement Bond Resolution authorizing the district to issue its general obligation, limited tax school improvement bond series 2021 in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $130,480,000. This is for possible action. We are again joined by our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Mark Mathers, and Ryan Henry of Sherman and Howard.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, Mark Mathers for the record. With your approval just now of the O'Brien Middle School project, we're happy to bring to you the bond resolution that would authorize us to sell $130,480,000 of rollover bonds in the future, and that would go to pay for O'Brien Middle School's construction, as well as the current year's capital renewal program and future years of the capital renewal program. So it's about that simple. Again, these are rollover bonds, not WC1 bonds. So it's a little unusual for us to use rollover bond authority to construct a new school, but we have that affordability within the property tax rollover bond program. And so with your approval, we can move forward with that bond sale, which we anticipate doing in January. But I think, Ryan, if you want to go over the schedule, that would be wonderful.
Your mic's not on, sorry. It's the little mouth with the lines coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, Ryan Henry from Sherman and Howard. From a timing perspective, if the board moves forward today with this resolution, as Mark mentioned, the next step would be to post the preliminary official statement on December 29th and then sell the bonds via competitive public sale on January 13th. And then we would actually close on the bonds on January 28th. If anyone has any questions on the resolution, we'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you very much for the presentation. Mark, how's our debt coverage? So when we add $130 million, how are we doing with our coverage?
Yeah, we do have sufficient bonding authority within our property tax program. Probably next year will be the tightest in terms of that coverage. We anticipate total debt, including this $130 million, to be total annual debt service to be $64.5 million in fiscal year 22, and we project property tax revenues and interest earnings of $67 million. So $3 million of coverage, a little bit over 5%. Thereafter, we start seeing rapidly the maturing of older rollover bond series. So from 2025 and thereon after, we have basically double and triple the coverage of these bonds.
Perfect, thank you. And does this have to go to debt management after us?
We took, no, sir. We took this to the Debt Management Commission at least 2 years ago, Ryan.
Yes.
It was more than the 130 million we went for. This actually is the remaining authority from the Debt Management Commission. So here on after, we'll have to restart the process to go back to the Debt Management Commission for any new rollover bonds we want to sell or any new WC1 bonds we want to sell.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions at this time? Comments? All right, then we'd be looking for action. Trustee Simon, or excuse me, real quickly, JJ, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Thank you. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees adopts Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-017, the 2021 School Improvement Bond Resolution, authorizing the district to issue general obligation bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $130,480,000.
Motion by Trustee Simon Holland, second by Vice President Taylor. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you both.
Thanks.
Okay, it is 3:50, and I think we have a few agenda items that we would not hear before 4. One of those includes some special guests, and I'm just looking at the timing of everything. I think I'll actually take a 15-minute recess at this time. And when we return, we will go straight into the card presentation, the annual holiday card presentation, so that those families can go home, and then we'll move on with the rest of the agenda. It is 3:52, so we will resume here at 4. I can't believe 4:07. Sorry. And I don't think that we have any, just a couple emails that trustees could review during that period, that break. All right, thank you.
All right, if everyone would like to take a seat, we will just start in just a few seconds. And we're going to just jump ahead so that we can, we have a few special guests with us, and we'd like to give them the opportunity to have their agenda item heard and then let them go home. So I'm going to move on to agenda item 5.02, which is presentation, announcement, and action to recognize the 10th annual holiday card contest winners. Our interim chief communications and community engagement officer, Megan Downs, and our graphic communications specialist, Melissa Gillis, are our presenters on this item.
Thank you, President Raymond, trustees, Dr. McNeil. We're very excited to be here today. This is one of the brightest spots of the year for us when we get to honor our students and their wonderful art. We're here for our 10th annual holiday card design contest, and we have great special guests here with us today, as you mentioned, to be presented with their winning artwork that will be used for the district's holiday card that will be sent out to our community. So we're very excited for this festive celebration, and we're going to recognize the winners, and Melissa's going to go into a little bit more detail about the contest.
Hi there. For the record, Melissa Gillis, Office of Communications and Community Engagement. A brief explanation of how the contest works is shortly after Halloween, we launch the contest and we advertise on the school district website, and we push out through the schools, sending them flyers and so forth, and we advertise the contest on our social media, and then we have about 3 weeks or so for people to submit their entries. The entries can be painting, drawing, photography, or any computer-generated illustrations or any combination of those. Honestly, anything that's in a two-dimensional art form is accepted. This year, we received a record number of entries, 441. And I have to say, I was really pleased. I was worried with maybe the different learning models and kind of the disruption of our usual routine that we might suffer with having participation, but our students came through this year with really fantastic entries. As Megan mentioned, the winning artwork is used for our district's holiday card that is sent out electronically and through hard copies printed in our print shop. So the judging happens in our office first. We take all the entries, and our judges from our communications office narrows it down to 3 for each level. So 3 elementary, 3 middle, and 3 high school finalists. And then this year we had the Office of School Leadership select the winners from each of those levels. And they are here with us today. So we will be honoring the winners today with their artwork in a frame, along with a certificate and a gift card. So we're going to announce them one at a time, and they'll come up and we'll take some quick pictures.
And just some quick logistics due to some of our social distancing restrictions here. We'll just have the photos with the winner and then the superintendent and the board president. And then we'll do family photos outside in the foyer afterward with teachers, principals, and families. And we have that available for you as well. So Dr. McNeil and President Raymond, if you could stand in your designated spots, we'd appreciate that. And Melissa's gonna talk about the first winner.
Okay, so can I have Marley Sass come up, please? Marley is our elementary school winner. She is from Bud Beasley Elementary School. She is joined today by her family and Principal Ariscata. And actually, all of our principals of the winners came today, and I'm really happy about that so that they can help celebrate our students' accomplishments today. So as you can see, Marley's created a really beautiful gingerbread-looking house. I liked the message that said, have a cozy at-home holiday. I think a lot of people are expecting to stay home, and I think this puts it in a more positive light, like it's a fun, good thing to do. It's not like a punishment or something, that being home is good. She's used a lot of markers and lots of interesting texture. I thought the markers really made the wood on the house look like real wood, like a real wood texture. And it was just really cute with the little dog Washo and the marshmallow in the hot tub of hot cocoa. Of course, if he's in there too long, it might not be that fun, but. Okay, so our middle school winner, if he would come up, please, is Cole Draper. And he's from Mendive Middle School. And he is here with his family and Principal Hartshorn. And I think this pretty much sums up what most people think about 2020. It has been quite a year. We enjoyed how he's kind of taken a humorous outlook to some of the struggles that we've been through this year. And personally, I really liked that he incorporated the typography as a main part of his design. And his little deer is really adorable. And then our high school winner is Adelina LaForge. She goes by Addie, and she is from Incline High School. She is a 9th grader, and she is joined today with her family and Principal Yaxheimer. And it's kind of hard to tell from a distance, but this artwork has so much detail and the colors are so vibrant. I think every time I look at it, I see something new I didn't notice before. And she's done a really great job of showing perspective and just a lot of humor and fun with her little snowmen. It's really, really a good job. So I thank you all for your attention, and I thank all the winners for coming to accept their awards and their families and principals. And hopefully we'll be back next year with even more.
Great, and thank you all again, and families will meet you out in the hall for more pictures. Thanks so much.
We do have this as an official action item to approve the cards. Is there any public comment on this item?
There is not.
Okay, so then I will give the honor to one of my fellow trustees to make this motion. Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees officially recognizes the winners of the 10th Annual Holiday Card Contest for elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools.
Motion by Trustee Kennedy, second by Trustee Minetto. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations to all of our artists. Great work. And to all the 441 submissions, just what a great tradition, and so honored that we could keep it up even during the pandemic. So thank you to the communications department for all the hard work, and I know there's a lot to go through. I know it's a lot of fun, but I appreciate all the work to get us to this point today.
Thank you. We really appreciate it.
All right. Okay. And I think moving on now, we will go back up to 3.01, which is general public comment. We have already heard some in person and received had the names of those that emailed public comment prior to the meeting read aloud. But we have left this agenda item open till after 4 p.m. to allow others unable to be here earlier to come and make public comment. So this is general public comment, not specifically about an agenda item, but if you are interested in making public comment on an agenda item that will be heard later, so that you don't have to stay in person, you're able to do that. I will turn it over to our recording secretary, JJ Batchelder, to read off the in-person public comments and the names of any emails that have come in subsequently. Thank you.
Philip Kaiser.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you. My name's Phil Kaiser. I'm a teacher at McQueen High School, where I've taught for almost 20 years. Before that, I taught here at Reno High. I'm a National Board Certified Teacher and the Vice President of the Washoe Education Association. I've submitted a letter, but it's longer than 3 minutes, so let me hit the highlights. I think we'd all agree that education is one of the most important professions in our society. That's why we require licenses, certification. That's why educators are observed and evaluated every year to determine their level of effectiveness. That's why every year we are required to have professional development to make sure educators are qualified to provide academic and social emotional support for students. Likewise, substitute teachers are required to have a license and, up until now, at least 60 credits of college education. But the State Department of Education has proposed that we should lower our standards and allow only a high school diploma or GED and a fingerprint card. This proposal undermines the professionalism of educators. It potentially harms not only students, but the public perception of education in our county and state. It begs the question, what is the purpose of our public schools? From this decision, it appears that schools are simply a place for students to go so their parents can go to work. It's daycare. This decision does not honor the school district's mission statement to provide quality education. It does not meet the school district's recent best practices policy of having qualified staff engaging students in learning. Substitute teaching is a demanding job. It requires knowledge, skill, training, experience in classroom management, and how to effectively deliver instruction. We need qualified subs in classrooms. Another issue of concern is the insufficient testing and contact tracing, which has resulted in entire classes of students and their teachers being excluded. This is, in part, why we're now in full distance learning for middle and high schools. But our elementary schools are also experiencing inadequate testing and tracing, and even though younger students may be less at risk for serious health, they can still spread COVID-19 to staff and families. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Washoe Education Association, we strongly oppose that standards for substitutes are lowered in order to fill the shortage. It's educationally unsound. It's not in the best interest of students. If the school district cannot properly staff our schools and cannot effectively provide timely tests and tracing, which is currently the situation, then all of our schools should be on full distance learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser.
Elizabeth Cadigan.
Board of Trustees and Superintendent Dr. McNeil. Last week, many of you received emails regarding the updated guidelines for teaching music. I would like to thank you for your help in seeing that these updates to these guidelines were finally approved. While I realize that the approval of these updates was not exactly up to the board to decide, I recognize your ability in helping to ensure that the completion of such tasks is seen through. Last Friday, I was able to digitally meet with President Raymond. I appreciate President Raymond's willingness to meet, as well as the information she shared on how the board functions. One of our talking points was how the board consults with admin and other experts within our district prior to adopting policies and making other decisions. This practice is to ensure that they have a greater understanding of how these policies and decisions will impact our various areas of the school district, as well as give them a general idea of how these policies and decisions will look once they are put into action. President Raymond explained that many of the policies and decisions that the board votes upon are written on a large-scale perspective. While the experts and admin of the board refers to are able to provide information on how these policies and decisions will impact the district on a larger scale, there are times in which this information does not reflect how these policies and decisions actually look like within the classroom, let alone the variations that can take place between schools, classrooms, and subjects. Since I've started taking an active interest in the board meetings, I've noticed that the board provides a position for our students to be represented. Through this position, currently Ms. Gomez, as well as her predecessors, have been able to provide her perspective and ask questions upon topics that are being addressed during the board meetings. I recognize that Ms. Gomez's position is one of value to the board, as it provides insight on how various topics are perceived at the student level, as well as how these topics impact the day-to-day experiences of a current student enrolled within our district. Seeing this position has made me wonder why the board has not provided a similar position to our staff in which it represents. I would like to know what would need to be done to create a staff representative position. Like the student position, the staff position would not be able to to vote on topics, but they would be able to provide insight as well as to ask questions upon topics that are being addressed during the board meetings in real time. This position could even be one that is filled by a rotating group of staff to ensure that a variety of voices are represented. As this is President Raymond's last meeting, I will be contacting both Trustee Minetto and Trustee Thigpen directly on this matter. I encourage others to do the same with the trustees that represent the areas in which they live and work, if they work in the district, and hope to see this proposal brought forth to the board within the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cadigan.
Kaylin Evans.
Hi, my name is Kalen Evans. I'm the president of Empower Nevada Teachers and an active member of the WEA and NSCA. My primary focus with Empower Nevada Teachers and the Nevada State Education Association and WEA is to empower educators to get active. We desperately need activism if we're going to bring about real changes to public education, and that's why I'm here today. Not only to continue doing my part to bring about that activism, but to plead with you to help do the same. Unfortunately, education has never been the type of priority it should be in this state. High quality education is not synonymous with Nevada. That's not because we don't have amazing educators, administrators, and school staff. It's because our public education system has never had the type of resources, funding, and support needed to produce the type of student achievement and school experience that our children in the community deserve. You know, it doesn't have to be this way. Just because it has always been doesn't mean it needs to continue. COVID has shown a bright light on the inadequacies of our education system, inadequacies that have existed long before COVID came around, but inadequacies that are going to grow significantly because of it. With budget cuts and the new funding formula, things are going to get a lot worse, now more than ever. We have to come together to fight this. We've seen changes come to other parts of the country because school district employees and the community came together and demanded that lawmakers properly fund education. It's not about Democrats or Republicans, it's about citizens. Citizens demanding what's best for our community. This is not political. This cause is about properly funding education, period. That's it. I can see that all of you wore Red for Ed today to support this cause, so I appreciate that. Thank you. The Red for Ed cause is about bringing awareness and support to the thing that we hold dearest, education. I'm here to personally invite you to the Red for Ed rally in Carson City on February 15th. Please put that in your calendars. That is President's Day. We're going to line the streets 6 feet apart, stretching down South Carson Street, advocating for our students and fellow educators. There are simultaneous rallies being organized in both Las Vegas and Elko, and more specifics will be coming out by the end of the week, and myself and others will continue to come to these meetings and ask for your support. Your support would go a long way in helping empower others to get active. Imagine, Dr. McNeil, if every week in the Monday memo you help promote this event to all employees and encourage them to attend. Imagine the impact that could have. It could have a larger impact than any single action you could take, because if we get educators active, we'll move mountains. And that's exactly what we have ahead of us, a mountain. But together we can protect education now and put ourselves towards a future system that our community deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
That's all I have for this item.
All right, last chance before we close general public comment. Okay, thank you very much, JJ. We will now move to agenda item 5.01, which is discussion and possible action to accept the audit of the Washoe County School District Capital Improvement Program performed by Protiviti as recommended by the Audit Committee. And our presenter on this item, we have a few, our main presenter is our Chief Auditor, Kirk Starkey. He's joined by our Chief Facilities Management Officer, Adam Searcy. And I believe there are representatives from Protiviti available if there are questions. So thank you both very much. I'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, President Raymond, members of the board, and Superintendent McNeil. Kirk Starkey for the record. This item has been on the board's radar for a while, so I'd like to provide just a little bit of background for context. In November 2016, Washoe County voters approved a ballot question that increased the sales and use tax in the county by 0.54%. Proceeds from the tax are to fund district capital projects for the acquisition, construction, repair, and renovation of school facilities. Tax collections began in April 2017, and the revenues have provided funding for several new schools, classroom additions, and certain other repairs. The district's capital projects department is tasked with the planning, delivery, and oversight of the capital projects. This includes those funded by WC1 revenues. Our office was asked to secure a third-party firm to audit the capital improvement program. In doing so, I worked with a member of the Audit Committee and also a member of the Capital Funding Protection Committee to craft the agreed-upon procedures for the engagement. The scope of the engagement was all WC1 revenues, bond proceeds, and associated expenditures up through and including August 31, 2019. We solicited service providers to offer cost proposals for performance of the project. Around February 2020, Protiviti was selected to complete the project. Protiviti is a global consulting and internal audit firm composed of experts in auditing services, engineering, and construction management. I believe the report being presented today positively reflects the district's efforts in managing the WC1 funded capital projects. And tonight I want to thank the management and staff of the Capital Projects Department, Purchasing, Business Office, and along with the Protiviti team for all the cooperative efforts in getting this project completed. And to provide more insight and discuss the methodology and report findings, I'd like to introduce Mr. Jack Benton. He is a senior manager from Protiviti, and he will be remoting in if, I think.
Yeah, I'm working.
Take it away, Jay.
Good, okay. Thanks, Kirk, and good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Jack Benton. I'm a senior manager with Protiviti's capital projects and contracts practice. Also joining remotely is Protiviti Managing Director, John Fratelli. For today's conversation, I will address the scope and objectives, approach, and findings associated with the capital improvement program audit, and then I'll be happy to address any questions or comments. The objectives of this audit are to determine whether expenditures made from public monies associated with the capital improvement program align with certain regulations, and to determine if the district has implemented financial and administrative procedures and internal controls to safeguard assets and ensure project completion according to construction agreements. As Kurt mentioned, our audit scope included all WC1 revenues, bond proceeds, and associated capital improvement expenditures related to projects completed or in progress during the period of January 1st, 2017 through August 31st, 2019. We conducted our audit in accordance with IIA standards, which require that we plan and perform the audit to obtain sufficient and appropriate evidence to provide a reasonable basis for our findings and conclusions based on our audit objectives. Furthermore, an understanding of the internal control structure of the district was not deemed to be significant in meeting these audit objectives. Therefore, we did not include a review and evaluation of the overall internal control structure or controls within inbuilt systems from which data was obtained for this audit. Management is responsible for establishing and maintaining a system of internal controls to ensure that assets are secured, financial activity is accurate and reliable, and that employees follow laws, ordinances, policies, and procedures. To achieve the stated audit objectives, we performed 13 individual procedures that were defined by WCSD internal audit and agreed upon before the commencement of our audit work. The agreed upon procedures were designed to address areas such as identification of all projects and reconciliation of the projects with financial records and expenditures, summarization and trending of revenues and expenditures, including analysis of funds flow, evaluation of internal controls associated with collection and disbursement of funds, purchasing processes, project management, and change order procedures, evaluation of contractor performance against project timelines and budgets, and investigation of any unusual expenditures identified. To conduct the agreed upon procedures, we utilized a multi-phase approach that included document collection, data analysis, detailed controls and transaction testing, and audit reporting. As a result of our audit work, we noted that internal controls associated with funds collection and disbursement, purchasing, project management, and change management are appropriately designed and appear to be operating effectively for the period in scope. Based on the project and transactions we sampled and the documentation provided by the district, capital project expenditures appear to be in accordance with the requirements of WC1, charged to proper budget categories, and reported within the correct fiscal period. We also noted 2 opportunities for improvement, which are detailed in our audit report. The first is related to project performance reporting and status monitoring. We noted that information on progress of ongoing projects is not clearly communicated to the public on a regular basis, aside from the annual capital improvement plan evaluation report. Relevant performance-based project information is shared publicly, but not in a consolidated single location or dashboard. This information is currently shared on the district website and Board of Trustees meeting minutes and presentation materials, but there is not a single consolidated location to review the status of all ongoing projects to compare actual progress to proposed budgets and timelines. It is our recommendation that the Capital Projects Department consider standardizing the project status communications based on project type. We also recommend that the Capital Projects Department prepare and publish a quarterly dashboard or report for public consumption that addresses all current projects under construction, original budgets with estimated completion dates, total dollar value of change orders to date, revised budgets with revised estimated completion dates, expenditures to date, and percentage complete. Washoe County School District Management has accepted the recommendation and indicated that they will standardize their project communication status, project status communications based on project type. As the school actually just mentioned earlier in section 4.3, the Capital Projects Department has initiated significant revisions to the building website where relevant project information on all major projects can be found, and have also issued a quarterly report on active major projects, and this can be found on the building website as well. In response to this key finding, management has indicated that they will work to streamline and create consistency with the information suggested for all major active capital projects and anticipate the implementation of this by summer of 2021. The second opportunity for improvement is related to standardized metrics for project review and approval. We noted that proposed budget proposals submitted to the Capital Funding Protection Committee and Board of Trustees for new schools do not utilize a standardized format for presenting data related to the proposed project budget or comparison to standard industry metrics for consideration prior to approval. Presenting this data in an inconsistent format from project to project can cause confusion and diminish the value of the presentation of key project metrics to be considered. It is our recommendation that the Capital Projects Department consider standardizing the formatting and include information in the Capital Funding Protection Committee and Board of Trustees proposals. Proposals should at minimum include information such as square footage compared to other schools with similar enrollment size, cost per square foot compared to schools of similar size and geography built in the last 2 to 3 years, and comparisons of the original high-level budget approved by the Board of Trustees compared to third-party estimates and CMAR estimates with actual dollar amounts and explanations for variances. Management has accepted the recommendation and indicated that they will work to implement a standardized presentation of capital project costs and budgets relative to the 3 metrics as a point of consistency. They've also indicated that they have been and will continue to present multifaceted supporting information for every budgetary recommendation, noting that projects are often unique in scope, and there are many other variables which warrant unique supporting information in addition to the consistent recommendations or consistent metrics recommended. Management anticipates full implementation of this item by summer 2021 as well. That concludes our presentation on this review, but I'd be happy to address any questions or comments from the group.
All right, thank you all for the presentation and the information. We, as trustees, when we received the packet and had the opportunity to review the report from Protiviti, I was not necessarily surprised, but just very pleased to see that the findings that are reported here aren't truly findings, but just recommendations to improve everything that we're already doing, which is important. And I think, as we heard earlier this afternoon, some of those steps are already in action. So I really appreciate the partnership and the work between Protiviti and our chief auditor, Mr. Starkey, and our capital projects staff. So thank you all for the great work around this. Do any trustees have questions or comments about this audit? Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. And I just want to congratulate the staff on the great audit. And it was a while in coming, but we got the right people to do this. It sounds like Protiviti provided excellent, very experienced guidance to us, and I have great confidence that they would have found anything that was irregular, and they didn't. And they only had suggestions for how we might display information differently and comparative information, which I know you all appreciated and are always happy to do. So just kudos to everybody, and a big thank you to our consultants on this project.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland, and thank you for your diligence in making sure that this audit did happen. I know you were advocating for it for a while, and it wasn't because anyone didn't want to do it. It just did take a while to pull it all together, but I appreciate your pushing for that. So, any other comments or questions? All right, then I would be looking for a motion on this item. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the audit of the Washoe County School District Capital Improvement Program as recommended by the Audit Committee.
Motion by Trustee Simon Holland, second by Vice President Taylor. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And any opposed? All right. Thank you again, everyone, for the great work, and to our guests for joining us virtually. Okay, our next agenda item is 5.03, which is discussion and possible action to approve the proposed Sexuality, Health, and Responsibility Education, or SHARE, amendment to the Washoe County School District SHARE curriculum's definition of abstinence related to pregnancy, as recommended by the SHARE Advisory Committee. This is for possible action. Our presenters on this item are our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Troy Parks, our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Kendra Fox, and our SHARE Coordinator, Rochelle Proctor. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon.
All right, good afternoon, President Raymond, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent McNeil. Thank you for this opportunity for us to provide you an update on our definition of abstinence. Today's presenters, we have our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Kendra Fox, as well as our Share Coordinator, Rochelle Proctor, and I do believe our Chair Committee, the Chair of Share, is joining us. Ashley Wade, is she on via Zoom?
She just joined us.
Okay. Real quick, want to again recognize the great work of our committee. They are extremely thoughtful about every word in our definition. And as with all of the work that they've been doing, they are very aware of today's youth and how these share lessons will impact them. So I'll turn it over to Kendra and Rochelle now.
Good evening, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, and trustees. Tonight I'm just going to take you, this is a short presentation before we get on to the 7th grade curriculum. So rationale for the proposed change or the amendment to the definition of abstinence that's currently being used in high school and 8th grade, the two curriculums that you did update or approved recently. The committee deemed it prudent to amend the currently used definition by adding a sub-bullet point at the end of the definition stating pregnancy most commonly results from vaginal sex. This is our current definition, and a little history behind this definition. This was decided about 3 years ago with some hard work from our committee at that point to update the definition that we were using for abstinence, at least in the high school at that point as we were moving forward to update the curriculum. They wanted to, I brought it forward. There had been concern about our previously used definition of abstinence, so this actually was the very beginning of our updating of the share curriculum. Bringing it here to you today because if you do approve their amended version, this will go into high school and 8th grade as well as 7th, 6th, 5th, and 4th. We will be using this definition. The current definition states sexual abstinence is defined as refraining from all forms of sexual activity and genital contact such as vaginal, oral, and anal sex. An abstinent person is someone who has either never had sex or someone who has had sex but who has decided not to continue having sex for a period of time. Abstinence is the only 100% effective way to prevent sexually transmitted HIV, other sexually transmitted diseases or infections, and pregnancy. Sex is defined as when a person's genitals touch another person's genitals, mouth, or anus. Again, this definition came from the Share Committee. I believe it was 3 school years ago. So the proposed change is just another sub-bullet at the very end of that same definition stating pregnancy most commonly results from vaginal sex. We had discussion a number of times of revisiting the definition of abstinence, and there was discussion that perhaps there could be confusion of pregnancy and what causes pregnancy. So that is basically why the sub-bullet was added this fall. So impact of proposed amendment, student clarification, but that pregnancy results from vaginal sex. And if approved, the amended definition would then be used in all of our share curriculum. Questions?
Thank you very much, Rochelle.
Sure.
Any questions? And this was heard at your most recent share committee meeting? And were these, was this item, the amendments, were they unanimously approved by the committee?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Trustee Minetto.
Thank you. I just have a weird question. Why do we use the words most commonly? Because that's just interesting. I'm just curious.
So the definition itself, it was decided by the committee. And I know that's not really going to answer your question, but the verbiage was completely decided. The wordsmithing, everything, part of that definition was agreed upon by the committee members. And there was much discussion back and forth.
Okay, thank you. That's interesting.
Any further questions? JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Okay. If there's no further questions or comments, I'd be looking for a motion on this item. Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the proposed amended definition of abstinence to be used as part of the Sexuality, Health, and Responsibility SHARE curriculum as recommended by the SHARE Advisory Committee.
Okay, motion by Trustee Kennedy, second by Vice President Taylor. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. And we have another share item up. Our 5.04 is discussion and possible action to approve the proposed Sexuality, Health, and Responsibility Education SHARE 7th grade curriculum as recommended by the SHARE Advisory Committee. This is for possible action again. We have our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Troy Parks, and Kendra Fox and Rochelle Proctor are with us again as well.
Thank you again, President Raymond, members of Board of Trustees, and Superintendent McNeil. Sorry, but thank you for allowing me to share again the great work of our SHARE Committee. And up next, we will continue with the proposed updates to our 7th grade curriculum. And Rochelle, would you please take it away?
Okay, so I'm bringing forward 7th grade curriculum. Again, our governing policy and statute as we use when looking at our SHARE curriculum. Important part as far as referring to our policy that our SHARE curriculum is developmentally appropriate, medically accurate, culturally sensitive, provides strategies to support all students regardless of gender, race, disability, sexual orientation, or gender identity, that it's consistent and compliant with state and federal laws, and provides a foundation of knowledge and skills related to human development, relationships, decision-making, consent, abstinence, contraceptives, and disease prevention. Here is our amazing SHARE Advisory Committee. Same committee that we had on board when I proposed the 8th grade curriculum that we looked at in June and you approved. So a little history, as most all of you have been part of our SHARE curriculum updating. In 2020, we've updated 8th grade. And last year, 2019, we were successful with the high school SHARE. And as I've stated a number of times prior to that, it hasn't really seen, our SHARE curriculum had not seen a complete update overhaul since 2003. So we are making great progress. So rationale for the proposed changes for 7th grade. The current SHARE curriculum doesn't adequately address the topics of consent, healthy relationships, setting boundaries, biological male and female reproductive systems, the process of human reproduction, STIs and prevention, being medically accurate or providing medically accurate local resources, and the needs of our diverse student population. Our timeline, excuse the typo, the timeline for the proposed 7th grade share lesson to the advisory committee and resulting votes. We've had 2 meetings so far, and in our first one for the school year was in October, and we talked about the lesson topic of abstinence, contraceptives, and STIs. So some of the objectives and the activities were defining STIs and HIV, defining abstinence, name at least 3 common STIs and how they are transmitted, compare sexual behaviors that put people at high, low, or no risk for STIs, and understand the basics of common birth control methods and their uses. The committee vote was 7-1 and the motion passed. Our second lesson that night was reproduction and sexual health. Reviewing that lesson focused on reviewing the main parts of the male and female reproductive systems and how they work, described the process of human reproduction by identifying the correct order of the steps involved with conception, and defining sexual intercourse. Committee vote was 8-0, and the motion passed. And then at our last meeting, where we also discussed the abstinence definition, was the last lesson, healthy relationships, boundaries, and consent. Use healthy and respectful ways to express friendships, attraction, and affection. Demonstrate how to ask for help from parents, other trusted adults, or friends when feeling pressured. Describe strategies for refusing unwanted advances. Explain the meaning of consent. Support and encourage safe, respectful, and responsible relationships. Again, an 8-0 for the committee vote, so the motion passed. Our communications plan, we had an online preview similar to the 8th grade, and it ran from Monday the 13th to Friday the 20th. Again, we had a Survey Monkey to collect data and input from our stakeholders. We had social media posts. There was a video/PowerPoint introduction to the proposed curriculum for our families, principal's weekly announcement of proposed curriculum, and emails sent out to middle school science teachers and counselors to share with their counselors and science teachers. And looking at some of the data, I'm going to look at mine because this is really hard to see. This is our results from the data as a whole. We really honed in for our 6th and 7th grade families, which is obvious. We had quite a bit of feedback from them. And looking at specific questions, again, same questions we used for 8th grade. How much do you agree or disagree that the topics presented in the proposed curriculum are appropriate for 7th grade students? Majority of our respondents responded with a strongly agree or agree. The next question was, how much do you agree or disagree that the topics covered in the lessons address medical issues such as communicable diseases and HIV or AIDS? Again, a large percentage agree and strongly agree. Our third question, how much do you agree or disagree that the topics in the lessons are sensitive to different cultures? So in this one, we did have strongly agree, and then neither. It's just kind of, they were in the middle on that one. And then how much do you agree or disagree that the topics presented in the lessons are sensitive to our LGBTQ youth? Again, similar to our last response. And then our last question for this part was, how much do you agree or disagree that the topics in the lessons cover relationships, decision-making, consent, abstinence, contraceptives, and disease prevention? So a strong response for strongly agree and agree. And then this is our open-ended question. What type of information can the district provide to support your conversations around the topic at home, and check all that applies. So Our top response was for consent and reproductive anatomy and health, relationships, relationship abuse, communicable diseases, human reproduction, and as the list goes on. And I'm happy that we are covering that in our curriculum, but I know our families are also seeking more information, so I'm trying to add as we go to our Share a Family page. And then staff training will look, it'll be middle school staff responsible for teaching the SHARE curriculum and will receive training virtually. Community resources, again, Washoe County Health District, the Teen Health Mall, Northern Nevada Hopes, Nevada Public Health Foundation, UNR, Human Development and Family Studies, Planned Parenthood, TMCC's Equity and Diversity, and local medical provider. And then this is just our resources we used for the curriculum development. And that is 7th grade in a nutshell.
All right, thank you so much, Rochelle, and thank you to your committee for the hard work. I know this clearly demonstrates how much work goes into these decisions, and I know it's a lot of their time as volunteers that serve on that committee, so I appreciate, and please pass on our appreciation to all of them. I will look to my fellow trustees to see if at this time there's any questions. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Rochelle, thank you so much, and I really want to commend you on, excuse me, on the curriculum that was put together and the really high level of support for those who agree and strongly agree in terms of the content. So that's a really good job there. I just have a question on. There was one question on your first meeting, October 12th. No, it wasn't October 12th. Yeah, October 12th. The one on abstinence, contraceptives, and STIs, and the vote was not unanimous. It was 7-1, although all the others were, and that's still pretty strong support. I'm just wondering, what was the concern of the committee member? Do you remember that didn't want to, that didn't show support for this one? Do you recall at all?
Yes, I do. And can we loop in Ashley Wade to have part of this discussion with me, if that's okay?
She's the committee chair, correct?
Yes,
oh,
she
awesome.
is our committee chair.
Perfect. I forgot that she was there. Thank you. I think that's very appropriate.
Good evening. So in that vote, that came down to a very specific detail within the whole thing. So the topics were, consent and birth control and all of those things. And there was not any debate about any, we had robust discussion. There wasn't disagreement about those broader topics. It came down to the specific activity that do we classify as low risk or no risk, being in the same bathroom tub as someone else. And so the committee, the health professionals, and the human development professionals on the committee said that's a no-risk activity, and our one committee member said they did not want to compromise. They just really felt strongly that's not a no-risk activity, and they felt, so that's how the vote came down. And I don't remember any discussion about the rest of the lesson, or any disagreement about the rest of the lesson at all.
Thank you, Ms. Wade. Thank you very much, and thank you for your work in chairing that committee. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam President.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Rochelle and team, for the work. I appreciate all the information you provided as well. I read through everything, and I want to say I really liked the discussion around boundaries. I do think it's good at that age for students to become comfortable with the idea of boundaries, which can lead to standards and then comfort level with themselves, and then hopefully will down the road lead to less likely, the students being less likely to do something that would be unfortunate for them. So I really did like that. The two items I didn't like very much, and I've said this before, so stick to it. I just don't think it's the school district's role to advertise a controversial organization like Planned Parenthood to our students. I think it should be up to the parents to decide that. And I did not like the information provided on page 39 of the STIS lesson about the activities. I just think we're dealing with a very immature population, and to tell 13-year-olds that there's no risk to bathe with somebody and to perform mutual masturbation and then say there's no risk with abstinence. We're basically telling them all three of those activities are no risk, which we know that those activities can lead to other things. And so when we're dealing with a very immature population, I just don't think that's a very good message to send 13-year-olds that there's no risk in those activities. But again, I want to emphasize that I do like the boundaries. I cannot recall, correct me if I'm wrong, I cannot recall a discussion around boundaries in other grade levels. And so I do think that that is something that I think we should build upon to help students be comfortable with themselves, and then they'll be more likely to stand up for themselves in situations that they feel are compromised. So that will conclude my comments. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I too want to express my deep gratitude to everyone involved in making this happen. You know, again, that we have been unable to completely review the curriculum since 2003, and here we are finishing up 2020. I just admire everyone's courage, and I really appreciate how hard you all have worked to reach consensus. And as reflected in the survey, the great support from the people who responded to the survey, the majority of whom were 7th grade respondent families. And so thank you for all of that. I recognize we're never going to reach a place where we have 100% agreement about all of it, but I think the efforts that you all have made to make it culturally responsive, medically accurate, and culturally responsive has to do with what we're dealing with now, what 7th grade age children are dealing with now in our culture and in our society. So I really applaud the effort, and I thank you so much. Being a parent and a step-grandparent, it's really, really wonderful to see the work you've done to make it collaborative and consensus-driven. So thank you.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. Rochelle, team, Kendra, thank you. I think you know that I know how much these were needed. I think that it was very hard in the past with our outdated lessons and the accompanying videos, if and when they worked, for students and families to take it seriously, and I was really impressed going through this. So thank you. There's a great variety in terms of presentation and how things are presented. So I really did like it, so congratulations. I have two small questions. I understand the questions about the low-risk activities that may lead to something else. Is there a place within the lesson, and I can say quite honestly, I didn't look for it until now, but is there a place in the lesson where there is discussion about how low risk could lead to something higher?
Not specifically.
Okay.
There was quite a bit of conversation. Okay. There was quite a bit of conversation around that activity as a whole, and what perhaps our students could be doing at this age. I know we referred quite a bit to our school counselor for his input on what he was talking to kids about, because he had also been a middle school science teacher. So there was quite a bit of conversation around that. And as Ashley pointed out, that was just like the one showering activity, showering with a partner, did bring up conversation with one of our committee members, and but besides that, we didn't necessarily go into what this could lead to. It was strictly activity.
Thank you. And I just, so is it still, are counselors still teaching 6th grade and 7th and 8th grade science teachers teaching the 7th and 8th?
Yes, that is right now, yes.
Thank you, that's all.
Trustee Minetto. I'd like to thank you too. This is continues to be a huge endeavor. I have issues, for lack of other words, with the bathing and the masturbating with 7th grade. They are very immature. They're very young. It's almost like, I don't know. Because the immaturity is there, the leading to something else is, I think the door is so much more easily opened, because you hear all the time these young people saying, it just happened. Well, you and I know it doesn't just happen, but in their minds it does. So I guess I have issues with that too. I also think, I know I keep going back to this, but I think the Pregnancy Crisis Center needs to be on the list of support for our young people. Thank you.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. 2 comments. One is, I mean, I go back to that as well. I think I would love to see the Crisis Pregnancy Center just as an option for people that may find themselves in a tough situation, but I know that isn't for here, but I just wanted to certainly concur with that. And I would say on the low risk, I think it's just important. I understand, I'm like Trustee Kennedy, you have to go back to it and look at it, and I think it's really what it is. It isn't low risk for something happening, it's low risk for contracting a sexually transmitted infection. And so I think it's important that it's stated in that manner. It's low risk for transferring, it's not, or no risk, it's not low risk, it's no risk for contracting a sexually transmitted infection. So I just think if it's emphasized in that manner, so then it really isn't like this is low risk for stuff happening. So what's safe to do? It's like, no, you have low risk of contracting a disease. That's the context. And I think if that context is what's emphasized, if it's emphasized in that context, it may alleviate some of the concerns that parents may have and others. Because if it's left out there without that context, then I think there will be a lot of concern about it. I mean, I was certainly sure of that. So, just a comment on that.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor. I was going to actually touch on that same thing, and I do think, as a parent of a 6th grader, I got the email and I went through everything. I didn't take the survey because I didn't think that would be fair. I read this as very specifically about the medical and sort of science around the transmission of sexually transmitted infections, and so. In my reading of it, I recognized that it was specific to the risk level for the transmission. But I do think it's important in context of the classroom to be very clear that that is what we're talking about. It's not that this is an activity that couldn't lead to the next level of risk. It's just that if you were to stay at that place, and I think a lot about in some of the comparisons to our current pandemic world and mask wearing and, the arguments you sometimes hear now about the really strict enforcement of certain mitigation and protocol efforts, a complete shutdown and mandating to stay indoors, and the kind of repercussions that can have of people looking for ways to break those rules, whereas if you allow and teach people how to safely and responsibly go about their lives and their business while being protected by wearing masks, washing hands, keeping distance, all those sort of mitigation efforts, I sort of look at this in a similar way, that even though they're seventh graders, we still have to teach them how to be responsible and safe in these settings, and recognize that some of them are immature and they're not necessarily going to be put in these situations, but for those that are, that they have the tools to make a smart decision and to recognize, I can do this safely, and it still, scratches that itch, I guess you could say, but I don't have to go to the next level of risk. And so I'm, an understanding of some of those concerns, but think that this is appropriate within the context. And so if you are able to address how the context would be presented to the classes, that'd be appreciated. Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. I have one comment. And the one thing that I want to be able to assure everyone is that my experience is these lessons are taught by very professional science teachers. This isn't anything that's salacious. These are teachers that know their students. And it's been my experience that the environment is one that is professional and taken seriously. So sometimes I think it's hard when we just look at things out of context. But I think if you put it back in the context of a professional science classroom, I think some people's fears might be allayed somewhat.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to, again, for the public record, just going through some of the open-ended question comments in the survey, just remind folks that parents do have the choice in our school district as to whether their student participates. So just wanted to underscore that if parents have concerns, they can certainly talk about them with the staff. And I know, part of the communication plan is to have the information available, widely available to people, and they can research it for themselves. But if they are uncomfortable having done that research, it's still their choice for their child. So I just want to make sure we remind folks of that.
All right, any further questions or comments? JJ, do we have public comment on this item?
We do not.
Okay, then I would be looking for a motion. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the proposed 7th grade Sexuality, Health, and Responsibility Education SHARE curriculum as recommended by the SHARE Advisory Committee.
Second.
Okay, motion by Trustee Simon Holland, a second by Trustee Kennedy. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? Okay, that motion passes 5-2. And I guess I don't need to announce the results. No, we didn't do it. Okay, sorry. All right, thank you both so much. And please, again, our thanks to the entire committee for the great work. All right, as the sanitizing takes place in between here, I will move on. Our next agenda item is a presentation and discussion regarding the new pupil-centered funding plan, which takes effect on July 1st, 2021, and financial implications for Washoe County School District. This is for presentation and discussion only, and our presenters on this item are our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Mark Mathers, and our Director of Government Affairs, Lindsay Anderson.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustees, Superintendent McNeil, I'm Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer. And before I turn it over to our Director of Government Affairs, Lindsay Anderson, to kind of start talking about this subject and then for me to follow, I did want to say a few words just to provide some context, since we were just talking about context. This presentation discusses a completely new funding formula and funding structure for K through 12 schools in Nevada. So this topic may seem dry, and many parts are dry, I have to warn you. But I really can't overstate the significance of these changes for school districts going forward. This really, truly was a historic change to how schools are funded in Nevada. And the change passed in law in 2019 and will take effect, as you will hear from Lindsay, in 2021. It is set in law. There is, unless there's a change in law in this next coming session, this is a done deal. So while we may grumble about some of the impacts and have concerns about some of the impacts for sure, it is set in law. Really, this presentation sets the stage for the district's coming budget discussions that'll begin in earnest in January. So I'm glad you all are here. I'm glad our new trustees are here. For our existing trustees, this presentation is really important because many of the terms and concepts that we talk about during budget season are no more, effective July 1 of 2021. So terms like distributive school account, or the guarantee of per pupil revenues, or even when we talk about revenues that are inside the Nevada plan and outside the Nevada plan, completely go away. There will be no distributive school account or DSA going forward. There will be no guarantee, as you'll hear, of per pupil revenues, and the hodgepodge hybrid plan of revenues that fund K through 12 districts in Nevada goes away to be replaced by complete state funding of schools. For new trustees, the new funding formula that you're going to hear about really will set the parameters for how monies are allocated to Washoe County School District and how they can be spent. And so it really is a completely different and new ballgame that we will be operating under beginning in fiscal year 22. Again, I can't overstate, overemphasize the importance of this, even though it is a rather dry subject. So with that preamble, I will turn it over now to Lindsay to give you some more context in terms of that 2019 session and Senate Bill 543 that creates the plan.
Thank you, Mark. Again, Lindsay Anderson, Government Affairs. And Mark covered a lot of the context we're going to talk about in these first two slides. I don't happen to think it's dry. I think it's interesting, but I'll try to be cognizant of those of you that may be nodding off during some of this. But certainly there was a lot of emphasis put around this funding formula change during the 2019 legislative session. It was a priority of the governor's office and legislative leadership at the time. And as Mark said, the law passed. There were many changes made to the bill from its introduction to its passage. A lot of those, I think, ultimately in our favor. But it is the law, and the pupil-centered funding plan will be what we look to in the next legislative session. I will say a lot of what started as shalls ended as mays in the legislation, and ultimately many of the things that have come forward this interim are recommendations to the governor's office, and so we will know a lot more when the governor announces his legislative agenda, his State of the State address, in terms of how far he's planning to take this and which of the recommendations he's been given that he plans to use in his recommended budget to the legislative session. So like everything, this is a shades of gray, nothing black or white, but ultimately the law as it stands right now. So let's see here, let me catch up on slides. I think Mark hit the nail on the head when he said there, and I like the way this presentation is broken down, because there are a lot of really important aspects to this legislation that are very good for education across the state. While we do have concerns that are articulated later, ultimately I think we could tell you that the number of different buckets that you all have seen over the years that we get money in and have to spend money has really ballooned over the past 5 or 10 years. And so consolidating those really ultimately implies more local control. And that is something I think as a board and as a district we have supported in every legislative session, is allowing districts and boards of trustees to make decisions closer to those and those that elect you to make decisions. So I think there are some upsides. So things like the Zoom and Victory funds you'll see on this slide ultimately will be consolidated into one number and given to this district to make decisions on how to spend that money given the kinds of pupils, students that we are serving in this district. As Mark said, I think the major complicating factor is that ultimately it doesn't address how much money goes into the formula. And that is, more importantly, the priority of this district is increasing resources for our students, and this does nothing in that regard. I think it does help shine a light on where we need more resources and which of our students that have a special label that need more support to be successful, where we're lacking as a state. So I think some of that sunshine will help direct resources to those students in the future, but ultimately the formula does not increase the amount of funding for K-12 education across this state. Let's see, next slide. It's important to know that the capital funding is not impacted at all by this. That's generally considered a local issue and will not be affected by the change in the pupil-centered funding plan. And I think I'll turn it over to Mark to take it from here.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. So just to give a little bit of background, maybe more for new trustees, but I think it's good to have a refresher of kind of where we've been. As you all know, we operate under the Nevada, what's called the Nevada Plan. It's the current funding scheme or formula that we operate under. It's been around more than 40 years, so it was time for a change, I think, and a modernization of the plan, which SB 543 and the new pupil-centered funding plan does. But really what the bill and the new plan try to ultimately address is our current system of funding, which Lindsay kind of talked about briefly. It's a very fragmented system. It's very confusing. It's about the opposite of transparent as a plan can be. And so that was one of the complaints of the legislature is they could not explain if they provided additional funding for K through 12 where that funding ended up. I think that was a sincere comment by many legislators. Before they could provide more funding, they wanted to see a plan that was more transparent, more modern, more efficient, and importantly, more student-centered. And this will be a theme we talk about over and over. So the point of this slide that you see in front of you is simply to show how complicated and how messy the current Nevada plan is, where there are arrows that go back and forth, that go up and down, and so forth. And so it's, again, very difficult to explain to anyone when we get an extra dollar of funding how that actually gets to us and is used. Next slide. Thank you. Next slide. So again, K through 12 revenues operate under what I call a hybrid system, in which we have revenues that are inside the Nevada plan that are the state's responsibility, and revenues outside the Nevada plan, what we commonly call local revenues, like the 2/3 of the property taxes we receive or government services tax. And that was always a bit of a canard or not very truthful, in that the state already considered our local revenues when they set our per pupil amounts. And so they always considered the whole pie when setting our per pupil numbers. Frankly, I think it gave the state an excuse not to properly fund us. They would always point to our local revenues and say, we know we didn't do that great of a job funding you, but your local revenues will make it up. And that was just honestly fiction. Another area of fiction was this trade-off of per pupil guarantees, with the fact that when there were boom years, those additional revenues did not go to education. Even though they were pledged for education, they basically served to reduce the state's level of commitment for K through 12. That guarantee was not always guaranteed. During the Great Recession, it was that number, that per pupil number, was reduced as a result of lowered state revenues. So the guarantee was only a guarantee as long as it was a guarantee. Again, the funding formula doesn't set how much we are funded by, but I really do think coming to the district 3 years ago and learning about how we are funded here in the school district, it became apparent to me that the funding formula was used in essence to keep funding at a fairly low level. Again, very complex and complicated, and very few people understood it. And this chart you've seen before. This is our per pupil funding in green prior to the 2020-2022 biennium. In blue is the inflation adjusted per pupil funding, and so we actually dropped or kept flat at best over time. So when we hear that per pupil revenues have gone up, well, they've gone up on a nominal basis, but not after considering inflation. And the biggest problem with the current Nevada plan, next slide, please. Thank you. Is that, as I mentioned, when we have good years, which might be 8 to 9 years out of every 10 years, and we see revenues, sales tax revenues that are dedicated to school funding, property tax revenues, when we see those rise above what is budgeted, which commonly happens in a good economy, what that did was simply reduced the state's general fund commitment. So we used to have a nice little graphic that showed a bucket and the money came in at the top and it would leak out the bottom, and that's exactly how it would work. And this chart shows you the portion of the state's general fund that went to K through 12 education. So you can see, at least over the last 10 years, we reached a high water mark in the Great Recession, actually, of 2011, where 40% of the state's general funds went to K through 12, and it has dropped consistently since then to now be something like a third. So we went from 40% to 33% of the state's general fund going through K through 12 education as a result of those higher local school support taxes and the school district's 75-cent property tax rate, which are supposed to be dedicated to K through 12. If the state had maintained its level of commitment to be at 40% of the state's general fund, so in other words, if 40% of the state's general fund revenues continue to go to K through 12, we would have hundreds of millions of dollars more going to education. And I get there are other priorities of the state, but this is what has happened as a result of the current funding formula. And this is something the new plan tries to address. So with that, we'll start talking about the changes in the new pupil-centered funding plan. And if this is dry, or if you want to look backwards and see a kind of Reader's Digest version of all this, in the staff report, we note 6 major changes of the pupil-centered funding plan. So if you ever want to, again, see a synopsis, you can go there. But the first positive change, again, is that the new plan streamlines funding for K through 12 education. And so what will go away is the hodgepodge of categorical grant programs that the legislature has created and that disbanded and then created something new and so forth, and that gets reappropriated every biennium. And instead, we'll move towards a more institutionalized, ongoing funding scheme for both our base funding. Next slide, please. And then well, let me stay here on base funding. So base funding is, in essence, equates to general fund dollars, but base funding is to be used to support the educational needs of every student. So again, this somewhat equates to general fund dollars. It should go towards, again, every student. And then next slide. And then we have weighted funding. And so special education largely does not change under this scheme. Special education has always been kind of an institutionalized source of funds. But what you have now are 3 new weights labeled English learners, at-risk students, and gifted and talented. And so there have been many studies throughout Nevada's history talking about appropriate levels of funding for these special categories of students. The new plan now sets up these funding categories in an explicit way versus relying on the Zoom program or a Victory program or SB 178 or all the other little labels of grant programs we've had over the years. Now we have very explicit weighted funding that is Going back to what Lindsay said, it is the intention in the law to never see a decrease in that weighted funding ratio from year to year. So over the years, the state has studied the needs of these students and has articulated in any number of studies necessary funding for those weights. We are well below what other states fund in each of those areas, but the way this plan works, it expresses the needs in terms of a ratio. So basically, based on subject matter experts the state has used, they've come back and said, based on best practices and what other states have funded, for instance, a special education child on average needs 2 times the level of funding that a general education student needs. So the ratio, the coefficient there is 1. So that special education child should still receive his or her share of base funding plus an additional 1.1 times that for their specific needs. And so ultimately the state should get to the point where it's properly funding each of those weighted categories. And again, it's well below what it should be funding based on those studies for English learners and at-risk students for sure. For the state to adequately fund all that weighted funding, would it be at least $500 million? For the state to properly fund all those weighted funded categories plus where base funding should be, again, based on any number of studies, would require more than $1 billion of additional funding. So this is a high hurdle, make no mistake, but at least it sets up, again, the scheme or structure for how funding will be applied. And so for English learners, there should be a ratio that's set that we will receive that then will be applied to each English learner student at each school. So again, as you'll hear later, the funding follows the student is the one of the themes of SB 543.
Mark, if I could just jump in really quick, just one quick example of how in some cases this may help. I know you know the timing of the legislative session is always incredibly difficult when you're trying to adopt a budget, and we're wondering whether or not these programs and these categoricals are going to be funded. The idea behind part of the formula is that we know that we'll be getting at least what we had before plus enrollment and inflation. It should be more predictable to adopt a budget when we aren't going to be wondering as much about, is victory going to be, and talking about funding is one thing, but we know those are associated with positions. And so we're waiting up until the very last second to say, can we keep you in this position in a read by 3 or in a victory school? Do we have to, let that go and reassign you? And then we find out that the money comes through, and that painful process of every 2 years hiring and rehiring and shuffling people around based on those categorical grant programs. Hopefully something like this will prevent so much uncertainty around staffing for those special categorical programs, since they'll be included in that base budget. So just an example of what that might look like in terms of a change. Thank you. And Trustee Cottle has a question. I quickly want to just clarify too that in the slide where we have all those current, I guess, or the existing buckets, it's not so much that the importance of those programs goes away for us. It's just that the funding for each of those programs is not restricted to only be used for that program. The district would still be, supporting early childhood and our social workers and counselors. They just wouldn't all have a separate bucket that's restricted funding from the state. I just wanted to clarify because those little buckets go away with the new funding formula, but the programs still exist. They just aren't restricted funding. So, Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Just 2 quick questions on these topics. So with the weighted funding, will that be adjusted throughout the year, similar to how right now there's a couple count days? Do you think that's how that will work in this new formula?
So that's a great question and brings up an issue that I should have said at the top. There are many, many unanswered questions about the implementation of this plan. There is a commission on school funding that I sit on that strives to identify, those issues and provide recommendations to the governor. But we have much work still to do. So that remains somewhat of an open question. And I'm sorry, Trustee Cottle, can you rephrase that question?
So it was just if the funding follows the student in this new formula, and let's say throughout the year we have students changing schools like we always do,
yeah.
If the funding follows the student, we could end up having to move staff in the middle of the school year multiple times if we have at-risk students, English language learners that are moving schools.
Yeah.
So I guess that would be something that would probably be a concern for the school district if they're going to recalculate your enrollment total, and then we would have to recalculate at the school level throughout the school year, similar to how they do the average count multiple times in the current plan.
Yeah, so Seth, thank you for the question again. I mean, the Commission on School Funding has talked about one count day, knowing that you set your staffing once in the year. Granted, there's an overage process and we reset things in the fall, but after fall, staffing is pretty much set at schools. And I think there has to be a reasonableness and a common sense approach to some of this. We wouldn't have teachers moving between schools or fractions of teachers moving between schools as children moved from one school to another, right? That's not possible, and the law doesn't require that. What's a little bit unknown here is, again, will we do average daily enrollment of English learners and see our funding for English learners fluctuate, or will that be set during the year? And so how will we be affected? And so we could be adversely affected if we saw more English learners come in the year with one count day, right? And it cuts both ways. So the Department of Ed has not promulgated regulations setting that, so it's a really good question, but I wouldn't see this to be a live, dynamic, day-to-day reallocation of resources.
Thank you. My second question, you might not be able to answer fully, but I recently visited Lemon Valley Elementary, and they're one of the schools that are really hurt this year by the loss of the SB 178 funding. So schools such as Lemon Valley, in this new funding formula, would the expectation that that kind of funding would, I could say rebound, but we all know, we don't know what's going to happen, but would the intent is for that schools like Lemon Valley that relied on SB 178 funding to rebound based on their population?
So thank you again, good question. So if there are at-risk students at any particular school, say Lemon Valley, they should receive, under the new funding formula, at-risk funding. However, at-risk student is defined, and that has not yet been defined, actually. But they should receive at-risk funding. Will it be adequate? No. Again, we're so far away from where those target weights are, they will not be adequate. So, part of the complexity here with, for say, Victory and Zoom and even SB 178, they were more school-centric, right? And so if a school is predominantly English learners, they got a chunk of funding versus a school that may have had very, very few English learners that received no special funding. Now, Washoe County School District accounts for that largely. Right, and so you have different English learner models where that child would get resources, but we didn't have to do that. And so if you were a school district who got all your money for that one school, they could use it for that one school, and other schools with relatively few English learners would not have had to provide any services to those students based on how the funding scheme worked. There's still regs and laws, but that school got no money. This will be different now, so that each school will do a census of how many English learners they have, and they will be provided funding at each and every school based on the number of English language pupils. And so that's a major, major change, right, in the allocation methodology.
No, I appreciate the detail. It's interesting because it really seems like this fits what Clark County does. They're very school-centric and how they're funded, and how that applies to all the other counties seems to be kind of unknown right now. So I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Yep. So again, first positive change under the new plan is a streamlining of our funding sources. And again, this is just simply a graphic to show you how much things will be streamlined under the new plan. Next slide. The second, what I categorize as positive change, we've talked about, it eliminates the hybrid approach to K through 12 funding where some revenues are outside the plan, some are in. It's very confusing. You could look at it this, one of two ways. I, again, look at it positively in that it is very clear now that K through 12 funding is completely the state's responsibility. And that's always been the case, but it just, the old methodology of allocating funds made that unclear to the general public, I do believe. Now we're clearly a creature of the state when it comes to our funding. There will be a few minor revenues we retain, but that's about it. They don't amount to much at all. So it puts that onus, that responsibility on the state now. When we're underfunded, the buck stops there, and there's no confusion about that. Next slide. We've talked about, again, one of the flaws of the current Nevada plan in that school funding doesn't stay in the school funding bucket. And funds, as they come in, if they, again, exceed budgeted revenues, revert back to the state. And so a third positive change here is that there will be a new state education fund created. This is the dry part. It is a special revenue fund, which means the monies shouldn't leave that fund once they hit that fund. So now we'll have all these dedicated school funding revenues that will be deposited into a new fund, not an account in the general fund, but a special revenue fund that's segregated, and that funding should stay there. And so again, the intention of SB 543 is when you have good years, and again, there might be 8 to 9 good years for every 10 years, that will build up a balance in the fund that can be used in future years. Very similar to that, positive change number 4 is that the pupil-centered funding plan, again, attempts to stop the erosion of state funding. So one of the first things when I came to the school district and met with the Department of Ed and they were explaining the funding plan, I said, hold on, you mean to tell me if state revenues go up 7% like they have, school funding only has to, is only going up 2%? You mean, do I have that right? That can't possibly be, right? And that was the case. We would see state general fund sources and even school funding sources go up 5, 6, 7%. And as you know, our pupil funding went up 2%. And all that extra money got allocated to corrections or higher ed or health and human services or what have you. What the new plan states in terms of an intention is that the state's general fund commitment to K through 12 funding will go up equal to the projected increase or decrease of state general fund revenues that's made by the Economic Forum. So the Economic Forum just met December 3rd, and so if state revenues go up 5%, total funding for K through 12 should go up by the same 5%. And again, that's an intention stated in the law. Legislation cannot commit future legislatures, so they worded it that way, but that at least is a stated intention in the law. Okay, so neutral changes under the pupil-centered funding plan. Again, you might question whether these are neutral or not, but in my book, I put them as neutral. One of the things in the current plan that will continue are what are called equity adjustments that are made for small districts with necessarily small schools, and there's a wealth factor adjustment in the current plan that actually goes away, but there are just a number of equity adjustments that results in this large disparity or dispersion of per pupil funding by district, going from a low of $7,029 under the new plan for Washoe County to a high of $19,000 for Esmeralda. So those equity adjustments continue to exist. They're there to meet the constitutional mandate to provide a reasonably equal level of educational funding to districts based on these considerations. There is one new equity adjustment, the comparable wage index that we'll talk about, that's in our view a negative new adjustment that's being made, at least it's how it's implemented. Another neutral change will be how we will affect how we allocate positions. So again, we've talked about SB 543's requirement that funding follows the student. And that does change how we then allocate positions, right? So that we need to be more mindful of that per pupil amount to each student in how we allocate positions. And so this will be a struggle for us the first several years to kind of adjust our staffing guidelines and our allocation process for both teachers but other positions as well, to ensure that each student receives approximately the same amount of funding for base funding, and then for at-risk, EL, and GT. So in each of those categories, each student should receive roughly the same level of funding. So when we do reporting that we'll talk about in the next slide, actually, you should see that. You should see that a student at Lemon Valley should, an EL student's going to receive roughly the same level of funding per student at Lemon Valley as they do, say, at Double Diamond. And if there's wide variances, that would be an area of examination by the State Department of Education, Board of Education, and possibly you as well, to ask, why did that happen the way it happened?
And Mark, if I could just add also, that's really a national trend that we've seen even with the ESSA reauthorization at the federal level. The move towards that kind of student money following the student level reporting is actually even a federal requirement. So I think this is following in that line of what we saw from the federal education reauthorization.
Superintendent McNeil. So, Mark, just real quickly, I mean, I know that the commission has done a lot of work around this, very early on, but if I am an EL student as well as a GT student, I think that needs to be clarified, because am I able then to have kind of the double edge as far as the additional funding as an EL student and a GT student?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So this has come up a number of times, even before SB 543 was introduced. How do you deal with students that are in multiple categories? And the law states very clearly that the student will only receive the highest level of funding. And so if a student is an English learner but special ed student, they would receive the special education funding, but not an extra amount for English learners, which then begs the question, but wait a minute, they need English learner resources, right, and supports, and so how do we fund that when we don't get the funding? Again, an unanswered question, but that's how the law sets it up, that the child will receive that highest level of funding, but it won't be additive.
Thank you. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Just got two questions that have come up. Has there been any talk at the state level about special rules and how the district spends money within a school? And if not, would the district look at that? I bring it up because, let's say, an SB 178 funds or some other categorical funds, we see some schools, they'll hire an AP. Other schools will hire a different staff member. Or is there restrictions on how funding is spent at that school level by the state? If not, would the district want to put something in place going forward?
So again, this raises so many unanswered questions right now as the state works on implementation of the plan. I would say generally there's greater flexibility in terms of how we design supports for that student. And so there is no prescriptive language that says you need to fund this type of position versus that. It should be up to the district and the school working together based on everything that the authors of SB 543 and the major legislative supporters of the bill talked about. What's a huge unanswered question is we have existing laws and regulations when it comes to GT programs or English learner programs, right? And they don't necessarily coincide or comport with SB 543's requirement to provide a roughly equal level of funding for each EL student between schools, right? And so there are different class size requirements for GT for a magnet program versus a case size for teachers, GT teachers for a pull-out program. There are all different kinds of prescriptive language in existing regulations and law, and that has not been addressed. How do you match up those prescriptive requirements that would lead to disparate levels of funding for GT students to SB 543's requirement that they get a reasonably equal educational opportunity? So that's something the state will have to work through. Actually, I think we talk about that at our last slide as next steps.
Great. And then my second question might be more for the superintendent, but on slide 22, it talks about new reporting requirements. So who's going to do that? I mean, do we need to create positions to do that? Is that going to fall on principals, area superintendents? How are we going to monitor? Because obviously NDE is going to come knocking on our door for this stuff. So, and if it's too early, just tell me, we're working through it. But something that.
So I'm glad my staff's not here, because by and large, we've assumed that would fall on the business office to provide the reporting that really the reporting will center around the expenditures per school, per pupil. But it is a huge new mandate. There has been talk about centralizing accounting systems at the state level for them to provide the reporting. There are real issues with that, obviously, and they don't have the funding to do that. So it's just going to be a new mandate that we will try to do from the central office.
And just to add to, Lindsay alluded to ESSA, and there have already been significant reporting requirements through the new ESSA as far as per pupil and the transparency around that. So I would imagine at some point in time, once we get the specific guidance from NDE, that we will be coming to the board as far as integrated into the whole budgeting process for that.
Yeah, wow, thank you. I don't know if Kirk's still here, but I don't know how auditing's going to have to do more auditing of individual schools, but it's interesting. Thank you.
And if I could just add, Mark mentioned the Commission on School Finance, which is kind of the group that's working on this over the interim. There's a whole committee dedicated to the reporting requirements and the idea that they would be, I don't know if template is the right word, but sort of established at the state level, and then districts would then, everyone would fill out the same form. So again, it's going to be a difficult transition no matter what the reporting looks like, but hopefully once we make that transition, it will be less difficult.
Couple other just add-ons in terms of kind of neither positive nor negative changes. So I talked again about the trade-off historically of that per pupil guarantee. We don't get any upside in revenues, but at least there's a guarantee. So now that there's this new state education fund created, and all the school kind of funding sources like local school support tax have to go into that fund, that the trade-off goes away, right? So SB 543 eliminates the guarantee of per pupil funding. And so if during the year, during a recession, revenues fall, the State Department of Education can reduce our per pupil funding in the middle of the year. And there's a benchmark of 97%, at which point they can do that. That's going to be real difficult, right? We can't adjust on the fly and reduce allocations at our schools simply because revenues are falling. What it means is we'll act more like other local governments and see certainly our revenues could fall. Hopefully they will rise in good times, but that really illustrates the importance of having an adequate fund balance now. Before, when you had guaranteed per pupil funding, yes, there was 20% of our revenues being local, but before there was some kind of safety net we operated under. That safety net is gone, and so in dire years where our funding could actually be reduced by the state, we need a savings account to access to cover those shortfalls in revenues. Just that's an important offshoot of that kind of change. And with that, I think I'll turn to negative changes under the funding plan. So, again, a lot of this is undecided. A lot of this, we're still working on it. Lindsay's lobbying intensely on some of these issues. We hope that there are changes, but I think we've reached the point where we need to share with you, share with the public what we're seeing in terms of the models from the state and the impacts to Washoe County School District. And one of the most significant changes to the new funding formula is what's called a cost adjustment factor, a cost factor adjustment, I should say. And what that attempts to do is to equalize funding across school districts across the state for the different either cost of living from one county to another, or the cost of wages, i.e. the competitive landscape for professional positions in that county and what one has to offer to recruit and retain teachers. And so the cost factor adjustment is laid out in law. It is not defined, and so it's been up to the Commission on School Funding to look at different measurements of that cost of living or cost of wages. We have provided much evidence that shows Washoe County School District has the highest cost of living of any county in the state. That's based on federal U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis data. However, the state's consultants have calculated a different adjustment factor, and we received one of the lowest factors in the state. And both Lindsay and I and the superintendent have made various passes at this issue and argued vigorously this just does not match reality at all. And at this point, the Commission has voted to approve the consultant recommended calculation. We still have a few, hopefully, ideas up our sleeve to try to address this issue, but that has a huge negative impact on our level of funding. And so basically it takes funding we were receiving and redirects it to counties that purportedly have a higher cost of living, even though we disagree strongly with that. And so we'll talk about the impact of that, but it is a significant cost adjustment in the model.
Can I ask a question on this item? I guess first of all, can you remind me the makeup of that commission?
It is 11 members. It includes 4 chief financial officers of school districts. It includes a number of appointees of the governor and legislative leadership. Lindsay, did I cover that okay?
Yeah, I think he hit it. It's an 11-member panel. The 4 CFOs are the sort of technical expertise, and then other members appointed by the governor and the legislative party leadership.
And of the 11, one person is from Washoe, is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
There might be one more person who lives in Washoe County, but I think really technically, yes, Washoe, one person.
Mm-hmm. Well, this one's just tough. I mean, I know it's something that we've been talking about and working on since the SB4 was, floating around out there in that legislative session 2 years ago, but I appreciate that you have done what you can to try to change the current, but, I just feel like if there were more representatives on that commission, that could speak to the reality of what's happening in Washoe in terms of this cost of living, it's just it's infuriating. So just expressing my frustration right now.
Yeah, we share that frustration. I mean, no one has questioned that Washoe County has the highest housing prices in Nevada, right? That has been unquestioned. And of course, housing is a huge share of your income. That's where a huge share of your income goes, right? And so we've talked about providing a livable wage for our teachers. And how with the rise in home prices here, we're far and away from providing, kind of salaries that are sustainable, that are attractive to new college graduates who might enter the teaching profession. But that's where we stand today on the issue.
And if I could just add, I don't think many people probably would describe me as optimistic, but I remain optimistic that we can make progress in this particular area. I think you bring up a good point that at the time that the bill was created, none of the legislative leadership who got to appoint anybody represented Washoe County, and so we were at a disadvantage at that particular moment in time as well. I agree with Mark. I think we have a couple of other avenues that we plan to explore between now and then. I think we can maybe talk about that at the very end too in terms of next steps. But shifting this one factor, so for example, if Washoe received the same cost adjustment factor as Clark County, for example, it's in the neighborhood of a $14 million swing. So this, Mark is right, this is a key area where if we can get this, what they call the Nevada Cost of Education Index, to reflect reality, we might be having a different conversation today about the formula. So I think this is a key area. I remain hopeful that we can see adjustments made that ultimately reflect the reality in Washoe County.
So I'll just zip ahead in the slides. You can go ahead and go to the next one. So based on what we have seen and the commission has recommended, and I should have said the commission is advisory only. And so when we go back to how do we address this, please recognize the commission's is advisory only, and the ultimate decision will be left with the executive branch and then reviewed by the legislature. But given what we have seen in the models that have been shared by the state, well, let me share what we've seen. In each of our monthly meetings, there's been a comparison of our funding under the old Nevada plan versus the new pupil-centered funding plan. And that is based on any number of assumptions. And so one of the biggest assumptions is the level of K through 12 funding. But if funding is to stay the same, and there's this cost adjustment factor as recommended by the commission that goes into play, I'm sure you know where we end up, right? The amount funded under the old Nevada plan is higher than what we would be funded under the new pupil-centered funding plan, right? And in a world where the pie does not increase and it's a zero-sum game and we're shifting money between districts, the new funding formula basically says we are overfunded, if you can believe that. Now again, that is based on a whole series of assumptions. The biggest one, again, is the total level of funding through K through 12. And we don't know what K through 12 will get in the next state budget. We will see the governor's recommended budget in mid-January, and then we can provide a little bit better clue for you as to how that will look. And I have to say, and I want to be fair to the governor, he did increase funding in the current biennium versus what we had seen in years before. So just to share Lindsay's optimism, I'm hopeful that K through 12 will be spared some of the reductions we've heard about, but we will have to see. But in that world, the way it works as we transition from one plan to another, in situations where a district would receive less under the new plan than they do under the current Nevada plan, they are put into a hold harmless situation or status. And how that works, next slide please, is that we would be frozen at fiscal year 20 funding levels until those districts that should receive more under the funding plan do receive more. So how this would work is under the new funding formula, total school funding would have to increase such that they will receive the first dollars that are allocated to K through 12 funding, and then when they're caught up, then we're out of the hold harmless situation. But these numbers here, and again, the models have all kinds of assumptions. I keep saying that just to be very fair to the state, but based on the current models that have been shared, we would receive what we received in fiscal year 22, or $532 million, which includes what used to be grant funding, versus what we should receive under the new plan of $519 million. So there's a $13 million difference between what we're calculated to receive under the new funding formula versus the current funding formula. We won't see a $13 million reduction next fiscal year, but we will be frozen at fiscal year 20 funding levels. And we will be at fiscal year 20 funding levels no matter what until, again, those other districts who are shorted per the new funding formula receive more funding. So it won't matter if an enrollment goes up. It won't matter if our PERS rates go up, which is going to happen next biennium. We are frozen at fiscal year 20 funding levels no matter what. And so we have to live within that limit. Next slide, please. And next slide. So this is, I know, a tough chart to read, but basically it tries to show you the blue line shows that our funding, again, is held constant next biennium under the models we've seen, as opposed to the old Nevada plan where at least we'd get a share of growing revenues, right? And so this goes through different scenarios, one based on enrollment of 62,000, and that's the red line, and one scenario is based on enrollment returning to roughly 64,000. And so in fiscal year 22, if we, under the old Nevada plan, which is not possible, I don't mean to say that we would live under that, but under the old Nevada plan, we would receive $7 million more than we do under the new pupil-centered funding formula. And then that disparity increases in the next biennium. So again, we don't get any growth in revenues in this hold harmless situation. And so that will make our budget process incredibly difficult, as you know. That doesn't, again, provide for inflation. It doesn't provide for cost of living adjustments for our teachers or other staff. It will provide no additional funding for any increase in health insurance or other, liabilities. We will just have to live with that fiscal year 20 funding level. Okay. So in terms of other changes resulting from the pupil-centered funding plan, anytime there is a significant change like this, there will need to be cleanup legislation. We have certain collective bargaining agreements that harken back to when we receive property tax revenues. Again, we will receive no property tax revenues except for the debt rate that supports our debt. But the operating rate property tax revenues, that 75 cents that generates about $110 million, that will go straight to the state now. So the county treasurer will wire it to the state instead of it coming to us. So we've got some cleanup there to kind of set new formulas in our collective bargaining agreements. And then we talked about statutory and state regulatory cleanup that the state will be responsible for. And we provided just a few examples here, but there are many areas where the state really needs to look at what the law says we should do and now put that in accordance with SB 543's requirements. So we'll turn to next steps then, and I'll turn it over to Lindsay.
Yeah, I think during this presentation, we've laid out, all of the questions that still need to be answered and all of the work ahead. There's questions at the state level about everything that we've talked about. What will the funding look like at the state level? So I wish I had a crystal ball and we could tell you exactly what was going to happen, but I don't. And I think we're going to have the same unfortunate timing as we always do in wanting answers to these questions before we adopt a budget, and we won't have those answers until, likely the very end of the legislative session. So it's going to be difficult to forecast and guess what this is going to look like for us going forward. Like I said, if we can make some of those sort of technical changes within the model that ultimately change what the numbers look like, maybe this ends up being upside for the Washoe County School District. But will we know that in time to adopt a budget going into the next school year? Probably not, because as we know, a lot of those high stakes decisions aren't made until the very last second. So I think that's going to be frustrating for all of us, knowing how important this is to our district and to our budget process. As the Commission on School Funding continues to meet, as Mark said, in January, when we get a glimpse into the governor's budget through the State of the State and other meetings, and then I just want to reinforce how important this will be to our district during the legislative session. We will spend as much energy and political capital as we can on this to make sure that our district's concerns are heard and represented, that our legislative delegation, both from Washoe and legislative leadership, know where we stand on this. The governor's office, they will get the full court press from the Washoe County School District about the implementation of the pupil-centered funding plan. So this isn't the end, this is the beginning of this process. I think Mark and I, and certainly with the superintendent, have been united on this front and making our concerns heard at every possible opportunity, and we will not give up on that. So we can certainly take any questions that you have at this point that you haven't asked along the way, and looking forward to having some good news at some point in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you for your optimism. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mark and Lindsay, for the presentation. It's really informative for us. I think probably the most infuriating slide for me was 26, where it said we're overfunded. I just put LOL next to that. The hold harmless sounds great, but as you mentioned, that's a concern, because if more money is not put into K-12, we could be in hold harmless for years with really no end in sight, because it seems like we're so far off. I don't know if this is right or wrong, so I'll let you comment on it, but it just seems like if the negative number one about the wages and cost of living, if that gets fixed, it kind of seems like it kind of corrects some of the other problems that we face. Maybe not all of them, but it seems like we could be in a much better place because maybe we're not in hold harmless forever. I don't know if you could comment on that.
No, I think that's fair. It's the single biggest aspect of the formula that A, doesn't make sense to us and is questionable, and B, impacts us the most. So if it is corrected, even if, I think one of the things we've said is while we figure out this calculation and while we try to match that calculation against reality, let's not do anything. Even if we did that and said, and we got agreement to study it more, that would be a huge help to Washoe County School District and may take us out of a hold harmless status, depending on the level of state funding. But until we reach that point, really we're just reslicing the pieces of the pie, and if we have one of the lowest cost of living factors, right, we'll have money that shifts away from us to somebody else. So the pie has to grow, clearly, or else there's going to be winners and losers. But certainly the cost adjustment factor is probably our number one priority in terms of trying to address, an inequity in the plan.
Okay, and then
Thank you. I would just certainly agree. That's my position, is that is the single most important factor in the formula. In terms of being in hold harmless forever, again, all that depends on how much is added to the pot over the next 5 or 10 years. If you ask me, the total impact of that calculation across the state is roughly $90 million is the amount that's distributed to districts with the quote higher cost of offering education. That's not a huge number in terms of the overall state funding for K-12 education. So, if you think of Zoom and Victory, those together are $100 million. So it seems like if there was an appetite to address that inequity in a way in the means of additional funding, it's conceivable we could get there in short order. That if you overlay the context of the economic situation, I think that becomes much more difficult, obviously. But in the context of the amount that it is in terms of overall funding for K-12, I think it's manageable.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The hold harmless conversation almost seems to be centered around assuming that K-12 funding isn't decreased in the next biennium. So I don't know how that would even work if they put less into K-12 but then approve the new funding formula. I don't know how everyone can be hold harmless because there's less money in the total. And so I don't know how that would all shake out. I don't know you may have comments on that or not, but it just seems like it's the negative number one and making sure that the total funding at least doesn't go down.
Yeah.
It stays at least the same for the next biennium, and then we might be in a better place at least for 2 years before we can hopefully start to improve. So, but I appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the presentation and for really breaking this down. I'm going to go back to the hold harmless and the issue, and you're right, Lindsay, you aren't usually optimistic. So the fact that you're optimistic makes me a little optimistic. But should that get corrected, looking at the numbers and say that that $14 million change happens for us, that would still keep us in a hold harmless. Am I correct? Am I missing that? Because it still wouldn't add any additional, I mean, we'd have that money, but it still wouldn't take us to where we need to be. Am I correct?
Yeah, I mean, Mark can answer for sure. It just wouldn't, we would still benefit, if we were not in a hold harmless, we would benefit from inflation and enrollment growth, where we may otherwise not if we're in a hold harmless situation. So if we're not in hold harmless and we see enrollment grow, we would see the upside benefit of that, where if we're in a hold harmless, we wouldn't until we got to that break-even point.
Okay, so basically that amount would get us out of hold harmless, because it would actually mean that we were kind of be due more, so to speak, right? And then we aren't receiving more than we're supposed to get. And then that in and of itself changes our status out of hold harmless. So then, even though it doesn't grow our general fund like we would want it to be in a larger picture, it doesn't keep us stagnant. Did I get that?
You did. That's
Okay.
right. I mean, at the end of the day, if there's not more funding for school districts in Nevada, and I get, we're in the middle of a recession, but if there's not more funding, I mean, this breaks down. This new funding formula doesn't work, and I'll try to share some of Lindsay's optimism. I think this position, the new funding formula, does position the state to consider, right, increases to school funding. All the excuses are gone. It's not, everyone agrees this is a better plan. It's not confusing. Okay, I can track where the money goes. Funding follows the student. That is an ESSA requirement in federal law. Okay, we're now set up with a much better funding scheme than we had before. Mm-hmm. And so now it is up to the state to provide additional funding desperately needed but for school districts for many decades. But like I said, now at least that excuse is gone, and we're positioned to take advantage of when that day comes.
Thank you. If I may, Madam President, in this, and Mark, I know you're on this commission, did the marijuana money come into the conversation at all?
Not specifically, not that I can remember, but marijuana tax money now with the 2019 session now does go to school districts. So that was a correction made last days of the session in 2019 to direct the former retail, the tax on retail sales to the distributive school account. So that is included in our hold harmless amount.
Okay, so that's actually just part of the state education fund now. Okay.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments at this time? I guess one I would have, what as a trustee, as a former trustee in a little while here, what can we do to help? I know, Lindsay, you're always great about when the time comes asking us to be present or reach out to local legislators, but is there any more that we can do at this time to help with this, or what support can we offer? Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish there was like a place I could direct you to say, go and push on this and everything will be better. Ultimately, I think continuing the message that the current calculation doesn't pass the sniff test does not make sense in Washoe County. And I think what our strategy is to bring the Washoe delegation together in a bipartisan way to make this a priority for them, for the governor to see how important this is to our district. And I think that will largely be during the legislative process and through advocacy during that time.
Great, well, thank you. JJ, did we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Okay. Well, this isn't for action, but was very informative and important information, not only for the current board and our future board, but for really, I think, our entire community, and really appreciate all your time and effort and all of this information. Superintendent McNeil.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. And I just want to compliment Mark and Lindsay. You know, we have worked on this, and every time there is a commission meeting, we're giving public comment, and we've been very public as far as the importance of this particular presentation. And so I've made sure that our principals were aware of this, that our staff was made aware of this, because this has severe implications as we move forward with the FY22 budget cycle. And I am very happy that we have trustees-elect Thigpen and Nicolette in the audience. But we also have work to be done in January. So we know that we're going to be listening very closely with the governor's budget. We know that the economic forum has already met, and that's what they're going to be building that budget off of. But we do have a work session coming up on January 26th that I'm looking forward to. I know all of us are looking forward to having that discussion around FY22 budget. But again, this is probably one of the most important aspects as we go into the planning cycle for FY22. And so again, just kudos to Mark and the entire team, and to Lindsay, all your tireless efforts on making sure that our legislatures understand how we are acting on this.
All right, thank you both. So we have two big agenda items left, and at 6:22, I would like to take a 20-minute recess at this time in hopes that we can then power through to the end of the meeting. So we will return at 6:42. Thank you. item. All right, I'll call the meeting back to order. And we are now on agenda item 5.06, which is discussion and possible action to review and receive an update in the areas of contact tracing, testing, emergency substitute needs, and special education programming, in addition to the COVID-19 case counts in schools, adequacy of staffing levels, as well as data indicators used to assess COVID-19 community risk, such as complete risk assessment forms, test positivity, community-wide case rates and hospitalizations, and if data indicators suggest very high risk or above for up to 7 days, or the board deems it necessary, the Board of Trustees will consider reaffirming a return to the hybrid learning model for secondary schools on January 4th, 2021, and/or changes to learning models at all levels, and/or changes to the 2020-2021 athletic seasons. This is for possible action. I know we have a number of presenters on this item, so I will turn it over to our superintendent, Dr. McNeil, to kick us off.
Thank you very much, President Raymond, members of the board. So tonight, at the request, this is a standing agenda item. However, at the request of the board, we have brought back a significant update as far as our learning models. Dr. LaMarca is going to be kicking us off. We have had several very productive meetings with Washoe County and the Health District, as well as with UNR, so we will update you on that. We will also be updating you on our guest teacher and the prospects for the emergency waiver for our guest teachers, so Miss Emily Ellison will be updating you with that. We do have via Zoom Miss Heather Kerwin, our senior epidemiologist from the Washoe County Health District that has been involved from the very beginning. We also have Emily Ellison, who is going to be joining us via Zoom. And then we also have, I believe, County Manager Eric Brown via phone in the event that the board has questions relegated to the county. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. LaMarca.
President Raymond, Dr. McNeil, members of the Board of Trustees, for the record, Paul LaMarca, Chief Strategies Officer, thank you for this opportunity. JJ, could we click to the next slide, please? So we'll be very brief with data. I think you kind of know the data by now. We are in the very high region again today with the COVID risk meter. We've been in the very high region for some time. Could you click to the next? I believe we're almost 4 weeks straight in this region. Today's score is actually at a 13.0. What was in the PowerPoint presentation was updated as of Friday night. We've been at a score of 13 since Saturday. Next slide, please. Here is our data dashboard that is updated several times per week based on information received from the Washoe County Health District. It's hard for me to see from here. However, we do indicate the risk meter score. Again, it's at a 13.0. I think that the slide may say 12.5, but I'm not positive. Average case rates per 100,000 at 87. I think we're actually at about 95 as of today. And test positivity of 20.7. I think today we're at 21.5. So we continue to creep up, which we kind of expected. We're not quite 2 weeks since Thanksgiving, and so the real surge from Thanksgiving, if it comes, is about a week away. In that middle layer, you have case rates for school-age children. I'll just remind everyone that this includes all children in Washoe County, not just Washoe County School District children. We've seen an uptick in cases among each of those age bands. And then in the bottom third of the dashboard, we have the school-specific cases. I do want to recognize that we've received several comments about the accuracy of this information. The real problem, I think, that we are having with this information is the lag in time between when cases are identified and when investigators are assigned to those cases, and then we eventually get information from the Washoe County Health District regarding those. As I pointed out, all the data we are reporting is from the Washoe County Health District. And we are in part doing temporary distance learning at the secondary level because of the lag that we are aware of. The other caveat is that the school-specific cases that we do report on are ones where a student or a staff member was infectious while they were in enrollment or at the school site. And so there have been many cases where a student at a particular school or a staff member at a particular school may come down with COVID, but they haven't been infectious at the school site. They are not included in that particular set of numbers. Okay, JJ, if we could jump forward. I included this. We didn't include it last time. I wanted to give you a brief update on hospitalizations, and the data has changed since we put this slide together. There's now actually been 60 hospitalizations of youth 0 to 18. And there are only 8 youth that are currently admitted to the hospital. Someone was able to go home, and that is good news. You can see the breakdown. 22 of those cases are among students 0 to 4, with 15 of those being newborns. It looks like 8 for 5 to 10, 28 for 11 to 18. That's the data. We can answer questions about that, but let's skip forward, and then if we come back to it, if we need to come back to it, we can. And again, as Dr. McNeil indicated, Heather Kerwin is on Zoom, and I believe Eric Brown, County Manager, may be on telephone as well if there are specific questions for either of them regarding any of this information. We did facilitate 3 meetings, cross-agency meetings, since your last board meeting, and gotta thank County Manager Brown, Ms. Kerwin, Mr. Dick, representatives from UNR, from the state, for all the work and collaborating and being very positive about just trying to help us solve problems. The county manager put an all call out to county staff that were either working from home or just home because they couldn't physically come in. And they have identified 42 individuals. I believe 40 of those will be full-time, a couple may be part-time. Those individuals will help us with contact tracing. They'll be dedicated to the school district for those efforts. They're in the process of making sure everyone has the devices they need to do this. They're working out sort of the bugs in terms of digital communication. Training is already underway. I believe all those individuals have received messages or are about to, and they will be prompted with some HIPAA training. There will be a large orientation that I believe Heather Kerwin will lead, but we will be a part of that. There will be job shadowing, and then hopefully beginning when we return, because it won't happen prior to that, there'll be hands-on training where these folks will work in our schools. The majority of these individuals will work remotely, and that's fine. They'll be on the phone as they're doing contact tracing. However, if they can and they want to deploy directly to schools, we're going to figure out a way for that to occur. Rick Harris has been leading an effort that's called the Strike Team. It's really a team that's designed to take the pressure off the schools with respect to contact tracing, coordinating communication. These individuals will become part of that team. So they more or less will work with us directly within our schools. Now there's more to be defined in terms of that plan. We'll have ongoing daily communication with the health district for probably ever at this point. Do want to throw out a reminder that it was a reminder given to us, but it's a reminder I think to everyone that we do have this statewide app, COVID contact tracing app that you can download, very easy to download, very easy to use. And it can be very effective. The problem is that I think I heard today that only about 3% of Nevadans have downloaded the app. It won't work if only 3% of Nevadans download the app, because the way it works is if we are all on it and one of us becomes in contact, we will be able to receive notifications that we've been in contact. So really encourage people to download that app. It's safe, there aren't security issues, and it's something we can all do for our community. Next slide, JJ. Testing capacity. I know this was another big issue for the group. Our partnership with Renown is sound. Hundreds of staff members have been tested through South Meadows, that testing process. Large majority of those have had insurance, but many, in excess of 100 did not, and so the district paid for that through that partnership. Victor Sherbandi has been working, so this SDI, that's not actually an acronym to my knowledge. It's called SDI Laboratories. They may have another word in their name. They originally contracted for testing with the county. Something occurred with that. Those tests were not used. They are being offered to us. That's about 3,500 test kits, I believe. Victor Sherbandi is in the process of formalizing a memorandum of understanding or an agreement with that particular group. We are hopeful that it may go to the county. It has to go to the county commissioners for a donation to the Washoe County School District. That may occur on December 15th. It is not absolute that it can occur at that time, but we are hopeful. We see the use of these testing kits being very targeted, probably staff level. It might include, for example, testing of coaches and referees and teachers. We also have the rapid antigen testing through the Department of Health and Human Services and through the Nevada Department of Education. We've spent a lot of time looking at that. There are some pros and cons to that, but we do see it as a potential option for staff as well. Okay, I think actually at this point I'm turning it over to Ms. Van Tress and Ms. Ford, unless you want to ask questions now, or we can go through the whole presentation. It's your choice.
I think we can, while you're up here, so you don't have to be coming back and forth. So Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a clarification, Dr. LaMarca, the testing kits from SDI, are those the rapid tests? Are those the
No, the SDI are not rapid tests.
Okay.
The rapid tests are, it's a separate
Thank you.
set.
Any other questions?
Just had a comment.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. I know how hard you've been working on this. I've been in some of the meetings you've been in, and I know you've been in quite a few more. So thank you and the team. I just wanted to add to that, certainly the partners who've jumped in, the help you've gathered together, quite a few. That I really want to, just on the record, publicly thank County Manager Eric Brown, who really, we saw him a couple of weeks ago at this meeting, and since then he has moved mountains, almost literally, to create some opportunities for contact tracing, including contact tracers and space and devices and training and all of that. Just to really thank him for his willingness to jump in. Heather Kerwin, as we know, we've heard a lot from her, and her team has been just inundated with these. And she mentioned in an early conversation that in order to do this for the school district and stay on top of contact tracing, we need 40 contact tracers. And Eric Brown went and got us 42. So it's a number that didn't just come out of the air, but it's one that we've been told is something that's necessary for us to do this in such a way that we have a safe environment once they're trained and so on. So I just want to thank them, thank Jared and Dr. Julie Larson from the university, who've also jumped in to help in terms of making sure the contact tracers get trained and offered so much more help. It's just been a really collaboration of just community partners saying, what can we do, how can we help? And mostly it's been us going on their door, knocking on their door saying, hey, we need your help. but they've been very, very responsive, and so just so grateful for your work and your leadership in that, and certainly to our community partners, and a special thank you to Manager Brown, who really came through with just making some amazing things happen because they wanted to be safe. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, no other questions at this time for Dr. LaMarca. I think our next presenter is Emily Ellison via Zoom. Yes, we can. Great.
Great. All right. Well, again, for the record, my name is Emily Ellison. I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer for the school district, and I am here today to provide an update on our guest teacher needs. As you know, having enough people to safely and effectively operate our schools is one of the 3 critical resources or resource areas that drove our initial recommendation to transition to distance learning. Are we on the slide that depicts unfilled guest teacher requests?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. This chart depicts what we're experiencing from a people. Done. And it also puts a tremendous strain on our sites and requires administrators to reassign staff and rearrange students to make sure that everyone is still.
Oh, Emily, we lost you. Are you there? Looks like we may have lost Emily. Are you there?
Might be something on our end, President Raymond. One sec, apologies.
Would you like us to jump forward and then come back to Ms. Ellison?
John, are we streaming?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if we could move forward, it looks like maybe special education update from Miss Jen Van Tress is our next item up. And then when we get through that, we'll go back to see if Emily is available again.
Great, thank you. Good evening, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, members of the Board of Trustees. I'm Jennifer Van Tress, Area Superintendent for Area 5 and Special Education. With me is Lauren Ford, Area Superintendent for Area 2. We're here to give you an update on special education services in Washoe County School District. As you know, special education services are outlined in both federal and state laws through the Individuals with Disabilities Act and the Nevada Administrative Code. Both federal and state laws define the requirements for school districts to offer a continuum of services. These services range from the general education setting to separate settings in schools. Both state and federal laws use the term self-contained programs. As a district, we practice in an inclusive model for the special education supports, and we use the term specialized programs when referring to our programs in our schools, because we believe all students have the opportunity to participate in general education settings to the greatest extent possible. and are not considered to be contained in one location or classroom. Sorry. The special education programs that we offer support students who need smaller student-to-teacher ratios or different curriculums, such as behavior interventions, social skills curriculum, or functional life skills curriculum. The decision to where the student falls in the continuum is decided through the IEP process. Next slide, please.
Madam President, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees, Lauren Ford for the record, Area Superintendent. The slide that you have in front of you now shows programming that we have in our school district. And if you look at the triangle from the top down, that's the most restrictive to our least restrictive. I do want to start at the bottom of the triangle, and you will see at the bottom of the triangle, we have general education classes with accommodations and supports, and this is provided by general education teachers at their zone school site. The next step up is general resource programs with push-in services, and again, this is provided at a zone school. These are students with IEPs, and they receive push-in services in a classroom by their resource teacher. The next step up is general resource programs with pull-out services, and that is provided at their zone school. These services are provided by a teacher, resource teacher, and these are for students with an IEP, and these pull-out services could be provided in small group settings in the resource classroom. The next step up is our specialized programs. These are students, again, with IEPs, and these programs are taught by specialized special education teachers. The next step up is our most restrictive environment. That last level could be provided at their zone school or at a very close nearby school. The top level is our most restrictive programming, and that does require the students to leave their zoned area to attend those programs. Next slide. The specialized programs descriptions are on this page. We have comprehensive life skills, CLS, which provides students with functional life skills that will enable them to be as independent as possible in the school and community environments. Social Intervention Program, SIP, provides a structure to effectively address the needs of students who have demonstrated significant behaviors. Strategies programs emphasize functional communication and socialization skills, including physical management of the classroom, behavior management procedures, structured teaching techniques, and visually mitigated teaching strategies. Social Resource emphasizes supports in social pragmatic development, theory of mind skills, executive function, and helps students address anxiety concerns. Deaf and hard of hearing programming provides supports for students who have hearing impairments through direct or consultative services. Early childhood services are preschool students and self-contained as well as integrated sites. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. I turned too many. The General Resource Program services are provided by general resource teachers. They may be provided in the general education setting through a co-teaching model with general education teacher. Additionally, the resource teacher may support the curriculum through accommodations to student work or teacher instructional techniques. Resource programs may also provide an opportunity for intensive instruction outside of the general education classroom. Students may go to resource room for part of the day to work on a particular subject with a special education teacher as defined by the IEP, specially designed instruction. Typically, these services are provided in small group or one-to-one instruction. The next slide shows the related services that we offer in Washoe County School District. These services are provided when they are outlined in the individual education plan for a student. And those are listed there. Jen?
So just because a student is working through a specialized program, it doesn't mean that they necessarily are limited on their time in the general education setting. In the slide up here, you'll see that we've broken it into specialized programs and general resource programs. So your general ed, the resource programs located at every school. What you can see is that the inclusion level, so the time that they spend in general education, varies depending on their needs. So we actually have 20% of our students in our specialized programs participating 80 to 100% in the general education classroom. So those would be students that may be SIP, their behaviors are supported through their SIP teacher and the SIP supports, but they're able to participate at a high rate in the general education setting. Same with our social resource students, but these students still need that level of specialized support that those teachers, the SIP teachers, the social resource teachers, the CLS teachers can provide and give them that safe location that they can go to. So, and as you can see, which kind of would, so anyway, you can see that it decreases the time of inclusion as we go from 80 and below. And actually in general resource, you can see we're almost at 80%, at the 80 to 100% included in gen ed, but that number also decreases based upon the level of support the child needs. Next slide. So the next two slides are just an update on our distance learning, in-person, and hybrid models for our students in specialized programs. On November 25th, you can see about a third of our students in specialized programs actually participate in distance learning. We don't have any programs in the hybrid model at the elementary school, but then you can see about 14% for middle and high, and about 50% or above are participating in person. Next slide. Oops. As of Friday, we have about 59% of students in specialized programs participating in in-person learning, and 55% at the high schools. So we still have students that are connected to our specialized programs receiving services through the distance learning model at the middle and high school. Next slide. This is just a summary of the special education supports that we provided all of our special education teachers who are for middle and high school to help support through the distance learning process. As you can see, there's 8 boxes, and if you clicked, this was sent out last Tuesday to our teachers, and if they click on a box, it will take them to a specific location where they can get additional supports and services and guidance on how to provide the services for distance learning.
Madam President?
Yes, go ahead.
Can I just ask on that chart, what is PWN for temporary distance learning? What is PWN?
It's a prior written notice, and so that is part of the IEP, one of the IEP components that we're required to send to a parent when we are proposing or refusing a type of service, or in this case, we were sending out prior written notices to inform families that they have the opportunity for distance learning or in person.
Great, thank you.
All right, I think we'll go back to Emily, but before we do that, are there any other questions for, okay, so, and I just want to be sure, we certainly could come back to you, but I think the plan would be after this that you would leave the table and we would sanitize it for the next group. So if we can maximize our time here and ask any special education related questions now, that would be great. I saw both Trustee Kennedy and Trustee Simon Holland. Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Ms. Ventress, and thank you, Ms. Ford. I have a question about the blueprint. This was just sent out to teachers?
Last week.
So this is new, because it obviously looks like an excellent resource, for sure. And the other question I have then is on the students that, as of December 4th, as of last Friday, in person, 59%. Does that mean 59% come in at least once a week? How often do they come in? Because we had talked about this at the last meeting about what that might look like. So is this students that are going in every day, which were the specialized programs, and then some of the other pieces for resource students?
So in this 59% are just the specialized programs. Some of these students are choosing to stay on their hybrid model, but with such a short turnaround time, students started on Wednesday. We collected the information on Friday. There's a little noise in the data, but it was really hard for some people are still making choices as of Friday or trying to figure schedules out. But overall, we could consistently say that there were about 59% of students were either in person or still staying on the hybrid model. The majority of them are coming for in-person 5 days a week.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. One of the groups of students that isn't specified here that I'm hoping you can give us more information about is students on 504. So how do they distribute through these various models? And thank you, as others have said, for this good information. This is really helpful.
Of course. 504s are separate from IEPs, and so unfortunately 504s were considered part of the vulnerable population that went distance learning and are not attending in person.
And can you explain for the public record what 504 means?
So yes, the 504 is part of the Section 504 of the 1973 Act that provides supports, provides accommodations for people with disabilities. The difference between a 504 and an IEP. A child on an IEP requires specially designed instruction. A child on a 504 may only require accommodations or limited amount of services, like they may need nursing services for if they're diabetic, or other situations that don't necessarily need special instruction from a teacher. They may require some related services, either consulting or direct, but the majority of their time they spend in the general education classroom setting.
So if I might, Madam President, so how are they getting those specialized related services that are non-instructional that they may require?
So we're still doing most of our, if they're not coming in person, and remember we did give people the opportunity on the resource to come in for their specially designed instruction. So if students have specially designed instruction related services, they may have the opportunity to come into the building and receive those direct related services. Also, they can, teletherapy actually works in several cases or most cases. We've found some really great results with some of our students, and so a lot of our related services are through distance learning and using a teletherapy model.
And if a student who's on a 504 doesn't require specially designed instructional services, but does require related services, would they be working with the school principal, or who would they work with to make sure that that student gets those services?
They can work with the related service provider to make sure that those services that they're able to access, and they should be accessing those services. So if there's some concern, we definitely want to address those.
Okay, thank you, because we have heard from some of those families, so thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jen, just real quickly to follow up, school counseling is also involved intricately when we're talking about a 504 plan, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. And I think what you were thinking of is Public Law 94-142 before it was changed into IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Act, so thank you.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions before we move on? Well, thank you both very much. Appreciate the presentation and very informative charts and graphs that made it very easy to follow. So thank you. Now we will move back up to, I believe, Miss Emily Ellison is connected with us again, although I hear that anyone watching from home on Zoom could hear her, just not us in the room. So we'll ask you to kind of start back as we heard sort of the end of the discussion or the presentation on the daily average unfilled guest teacher request.
Great, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Just one quick. Average that we're experiencing now that we've gone to distance learning. Did I get
Yes, you did. I think you were just finishing that part, that our new average is about 90 unfilled, which is still a lot.
Correct, yeah, and I just, I don't think I can underscore the point enough that 90 is still a challenge for our district. We do still dispatch daily staff from other areas, and that requires a tremendous effort from our school site staff to rearrange and shuffle and make sure that appropriate coverage and learning continues on those days. And, of course, emergency sublicensing will help, and we are so grateful to be able to access that licensing provision. But it is important to recognize that it won't really offer the resource relief that our system needs by January 4th. So what will emergency licensing do? If you think about the candidate pool as the population of working adults at large, every requirement when you're recruiting acts as a filter in narrowing the size of that pool. So having an associate's degree or 60 college. Sorry?
I hear you. Are you there?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
You can?
Yes, we thought we lost you for a second there, but.
Okay. Having an associate's or 60 college credits, which is the requirement for a standard sub-license, was a significant barrier to entry for many. Interestingly, this provision has been available and in place for rural districts in Nevada for quite some time. And so this just makes it available to Washoe and Clark during this time as well. Lessening the requirements in this emergency circumstance allows us to access a larger candidate pool that was previously unavailable to us. And of course, to address any concerns about the lessening the requirements, I think it's important to recognize that just because someone is able to obtain a license doesn't mean they will automatically be employed as a guest teacher with our district. There's still a screening and hiring process that will be used to identify candidates who are suitable for our classrooms and suitable for hire. New hires go through an orientation and classroom management training program. Excuse me. And we also work quickly with administrators to address any concerns about guest teacher performance in the classroom. So I'd like to caution against thinking that automatically assumes that lower requirements mean less qualified candidates. While it again offers relief for the coverage and resource concerns we're experiencing, we're very excited that it will also offer more opportunities for individuals to explore education, careers, and teaching. So for example, recent high school graduates who may not have identified their career path yet can now come into the classroom in this capacity, and I know I, for one, am very hopeful that individuals who may not be thinking of heading into the college of education will, after their experience in the classroom and the opportunity to do this work. Again, we're very grateful for what the emergency regulation does, but I think it's also really important that we're clear about what it does and does not do for us. So it allows us to expand the pool as I just described, but it does not allow us to put people to work without licenses. It does not produce immediate results. And to secure an emergency sub-license, interested applicants must follow a process outlined on the slide there. As you can see, it requires an online licensing application with the Department of Education. There is a fee of $180 in order to apply. There's also a requirement to submit fingerprinting and submitting copies of transcripts as necessary, high school for emergency license or college as well for a regular, a standard guest substitute teacher license. And it's important that we're all mindful of the fact that the licenses take 6 to 8 weeks to turn around. So the majority of that processing time is in obtaining fingerprint returns from the Department of Public Safety and the FBI. But again, we're not going to start to see immediate returns from that. Once a license is obtained, then of course we transition over to the Washoe County School District side of that equation. And the slide outlines some of the screening mechanisms that we use to determine whether or not someone is eligible for hire as a guest teacher. I'm going to check to make sure you can still hear me just in case something would happen.
We can. Thank you very much.
Madam
And we
President?
actually have a question for you. Trustee Simon Holland.
Well, I just wanted to say, I just got an email from a person at home that says that people at home can't understand her. I'm not sure what the problem is.
So it's, is it that
Yeah,
we don't know if we can, if it's just that they can't hear her at all, or if it's just?
It's very faint. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a couple issues with our audio in here versus on our live stream. We're kind of running into a couple issues.
Oh, that's understandable. This is a lot of technology to try to make all of this work, so.
Absolutely. And I'll crank it up as high as I can for our live stream viewers, absolutely.
Okay.
Madam President, maybe the superintendent can, oh,
She's just
you're already on that, thank you.
John, would I be able to call Miss Ellison on my phone and then put her on speaker and then use my microphone to amplify it?
We could try that, sure.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
We're all about thinking outside the box here.
Absolutely, Dr. McNeil, yes, ma'am. Yeah,
right.
that sounds good.
We will
can try
try
that. Yep.
So I'm going to disconnect from the Zoom because it'll do something super weird if I also try to take a call. And so I'm going to hang up and wait to hear from you, Kristen.
All right.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you.
People need to stop texting me and telling me they can't hear.
Hello.
Hello, are you there?
I am.
All right.
Am I on the microphone?
You are on the microphone.
All right. So just to recap for those who couldn't hear, I shared a little bit of information about the fact that just because a candidate qualifies for a license does not necessarily mean that they will qualify for employment with the district. We still have a screening and hiring process that we will utilize. And I also just wanted to caution against thinking that assumes that lower requirements means less qualified. We're excited about the opportunity to connect with folks who may be exploring career options or students who may not be decided on their path in college yet. And we are really excited about this as a long-term recruiting pipeline as well, because time and time again, particularly my experience with alternative route to licensure, people get into the classroom and really feel a calling to education. So again, I would just caution against thinking that assumes lower requirements means less qualified. We do still have a screening and hiring process, and we'll work closely with administrators to address any concerns about guest teacher performance. So as I will review in just a moment, we're engaged in an aggressive recruiting campaign to maximize the availability of this emergency resource, but we won't see the results of that effort for 6 to 8 weeks. And I talked a bit about that a moment ago as well. The processing time for licensing is largely comprised of the time that it takes for fingerprint returns to come back from the FBI. And so best case scenario, we'll see the results of our efforts begin to produce licensed applicants during the week of December 28th. And those will be the few people who acted on it right away over the Thanksgiving holiday. But more likely, we'll see these licenses begin posting in early January. And at that point, we'll begin to get those people onboarded as quickly as possible to be ready to bring back our secondary students into buildings. Is that working okay, Dr. McNeil?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Next slide, please. This slide should be titled Recruiting Update. And we've pulled in help from other HR areas, from volunteer services, and from our light duty employees to support our mighty recruiting team of 2. This slide shows some of the efforts that are in progress. And there's a lot of highlights we can provide. 1,500 current guest teachers were contacted to encourage them to continue to work and pick up more assignments or to re-engage with us as soon as they're able to. We sent out 6,300 letters to former students from the class of 2019 and 2020 to encourage them to consider the opportunity. We are in the process of reaching out to 11,000 former volunteers. We are asking schools to help us connect with families via their social media pages and any family communications that they send out. Some of you may have seen our new billboard advertisement. We have digital billboards on 5 boards on the 580 and Interstate 80 corridor. Those advertisements will remain posted for 2 weeks, and 1.3 million views happen per week with those billboards. Another exciting thing that we're doing is we've worked with communications to utilize social media campaigns with some Facebook geofencing. And in just 1 day of the campaign today, we had 2,500 impressions and about 150 interactions with that social media content. The other thing that's been really exciting and that I'm happy to report and hopefully engage other people in is our community partnerships. So University of Nevada, Reno and TMCC have been great partners in getting the word out to their students and to their staff. We're working with other higher ed partners as well. We've got great relationships with Grand Canyon, Sierra Nevada College, to name a few. And so they've helped us to push the word out. But there's also ways that the community can support us. And so we're pleased to report that the Redfield Foundation provided a scholarship for student teachers to secure their substitute licenses in return for a number of days worked each semester. There's opportunities for that as well. We have people reaching out to us all the time, very interested, but unfortunately economic conditions prevent them from paying the $180 required for licensure. And so if there are entities that could help provide funding for licensing fee scholarships, we would be so grateful. We also know that many organizations in our community, large organizations, have community service benefits for their employees. And so they have the opportunity to spend a number of days outside of the workplace where they still get paid, but they're not in the workplace. They're completing volunteer work or other types of community service activities during that time. We think this is a great opportunity for some of our larger employers to promote substitute teaching and being in the classroom as an opportunity for their employees to utilize their community service days. And then we also want to put the word out to organizations who may be facing employee furloughs or layoffs or other changes that impact their employees, to make their employees aware of this opportunity. So for example, Nevada System of Higher Education for UNR, TMCC, and their DRI campuses have sent the information out to their employees who will be impacted by furlough as a supplemental income opportunity. We always take referrals, and then of course the community at large, I'm putting out the call to become a guest teacher, whether it's under the emergency provision or under the regular substitute teaching license provision. And I'll pause there for any questions.
Great, thank you so much, Emily. Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. Emily, my question is, when we're looking at an average about needing about an additional 90 substitute or guest teachers a day, how many schools are we talking about? Does this include possibly needing to substitute for some special education teachers that are, or any of the secondary teachers that are still working every day? How does that really spread out?
I think I heard your question, but I'll recap just to make sure. Are you wondering how the 90 unfilled absences is spread between the levels?
Well, yes, more or less.
The majority are at our elementary schools. Employees who are excluded or feeling ill at the secondary level are often just continuing to work from home. And I know kind of within school sites, when a sub is needed, administrators are helping to provide that support.
And can you refresh my memory, exactly how many elementary schools do we have that are in session?
I couldn't hear that part.
We have all of our elementary schools are in session.
So that number is?
About 66.
66, thank you.
All right, Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Emily, for hanging in there so we can hear from you tonight. Just a question. You mentioned from a timing standpoint that it takes about 6 to 8 weeks to go through the system and to get trained and so on. And we certainly don't want to miss out on any of the training opportunities because those are super important. My question is for those who may have already been in the system, do you have any idea of those who didn't have to start right when the state allowed us to attract some guest teachers in the same way some of the rural districts have been doing it? You said if people jumped on it right away, then at best case scenario, we're looking at 6 to 8 weeks. What do you think about those who may have already been in the system during that time?
I was only hearing about every third word. Could you paraphrase that for me, Dr. McNeil?
Yes, so for licensing requirements, and correct me if I'm wrong, Vice President Taylor, so for licensing requirements, as I am going to be taking advantage of the emergency licensure, how does that play against somebody that is going the regular route to get their license as a substitute? In other words, does the emergency licensure, and I believe this is what you're asking, leapfrog somebody that's already in the system trying to get their license? And I have the thumbs up. That's what Dr. Taylor would like to know.
Okay, perfect. I could confirm with NDE, but I think based on information I've been given in other scenarios that they would not leapfrog them. The kind of order in which they come into the queue is the order in which they're processed, but sort of everybody gets bottlenecked at fingerprinting. So whether you're emergency or standard license, you're kind of in line until you get to fingerprinting, and then everybody leaves that holding area as their prints come back. So if you've not had a lot of former names and you're probably younger, you might not have as many things for the FBI to search, right? Aliases and that sort of thing, or a variety of residences. So those could potentially come back faster, but really the processing time and the turnaround time will depend on when the fingerprints come back.
Thank you, Emily.
Any other questions for Emily? I do have one. So if you need Dr. McNeil to relay, the question I have is really if you could help boil it down for everyone, what the difference is between the emergency license and the regular licensure process is. It seems to be really primarily that difference between the high school diploma versus the bachelor's degree.
Did you hear that, Miss Emily?
I did not. I think the question was about qualifications, but I'm not positive.
So what is the difference between the regular route to receive your substitute license versus the emergency substitute license? What's the difference? What's the big bucket difference?
The big difference is the qualification, and then the emergency license is only valid for 1 year and can only be renewed a certain number of times. I think it's 3. The regular license is good for 3 years and can be renewed an unlimited number of times.
Thank you. And this is a temporary waiver from the Nevada Department of Education. Is there a deadline where it ends?
I didn't hear the second part.
Is there a deadline as far as when the emergency certification would end, the emergency regulation? Is there a deadline when that stops?
Yes, emergency regulations, I believe, can only be issued in 90-day increments. So the current emergency regulation is set to expire February 24th. And we'll be working closely with NDE to try and extend that so that people can continue working the remainder of the school year.
Thank you. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. 2 questions, and maybe Superintendent McNeil can answer this. Did she say that these emergency licensures are only available until February? I mean, they're only going to be licensed for a month? No, they'll be licensed for a year. I heard her say that, But the opportunity expires in the month, at the end of February.
Correct, the
Okay.
emergency regulation, right.
Right.
And then we would be working with the Nevada Department of Education to renew that.
As we have more people interested. Okay, my question to Emily, and you may need to pass this on to us. Can you go again, because I know the people couldn't hear very well, and I'd like to hear again. What is the training, other than you go through NDE, you finally get through fingerprinting? What do we do to train to screen, those guest teachers, so that it isn't just kind of, come one, come all?
So what are Emily, Dr. Taylor would like to know, and just to repeat for the public in the event that they weren't able to hear you, what is our training procedure as we are onboarding? So what does the entire hiring process and the onboarding look like for somebody that's going to be taking advantage of the emergency regulation?
That isn't just for the public, that's for me too. I mean, I want to make sure we're getting good people.
I didn't hear the last thing she said.
She was saying not only for the public, but for her as well.
Oh, okay. So the hiring process involves our online employment application and the return of 4 satisfactory confidential references. We, of course, verify that they have an active license. And then for previous employees, we look to eligibility to return. Fingerprints have to be submitted to the district as well, and so we handle that in-house. And then the onboarding and orientation process involves a lot of the standard HR stuff, but we review several of the Safe Schools videos as a part of that process, and we spend a lot of time talking about what they can expect when they are picking up assignments, how to go about doing so, what to do if they run into issues. We walk through the sub-binders that are utilized at each site to support our guest teachers. And then our guest teachers are also required to go through a classroom management training that's offered by the district within their first 90 days of employment. I believe that's a 4-hour class.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I hope you can hear me, Emily. And if you already said this, I apologize. So are we planning to use any of these guest substitutes for a long-term sub-assignment?
I think you were asking about long-term sub-assignments for guest teachers, for the emergency guest teachers?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great question. So the likelihood of a long-term sub-assignment at this point in the year is lesser because many of those tend to be filling vacancies, and oftentimes people who are pending licensure go in as long-term subs and then convert. It's certainly not uncommon, though, for people to need to go out for the remainder of the year. I think what we would need to do is look at each situation. So there may be people coming through this route for very particular reasons who would be very well qualified to serve in this capacity. For example, I think about some of our teacher assistants that are already working in classrooms. If one of them secured an emergency sublicense and then their assigned teacher went out on a medical leave, for example, I think that would be a totally appropriate utilization of someone in a long-term capacity on an emergency sublicense. But I think schools do a really great job of kind of regardless of the circumstances, really working to identify the best person to fill that position based on the substitute candidates that are available to them.
Okay. Superintendent McNeil has a question.
So Emily, can you, I know as soon as we received the emergency regulation, we went right to work with Mr. Nanini over at UNR. Can you talk a little bit about the work that UNR is doing to help get the word out, as well as TMCC, and then also Sierra Nevada College, and how we would be doing outreach to them as well too?
Yeah, so UNR has been a great partner in this, and not only have they blasted it to students kind of at a university level, but the individual colleges have taken up the effort as well. And so I believe at this point, a tailored message has gone out to the College of Education, the Human Services, and then also the College of Liberal Arts. So getting the word out to students has happened. But beyond that, the university system has also sent information to their employees regarding this opportunity because unfortunately they are impacted by furlough days in the 2021 calendar year. And what's been messaged to them so far is the opportunity for supplemental income. If they're interested on their furlough day, they can provide service in classrooms through this opportunity. They've really been phenomenal here. And then we also worked closely with Joe around the proposal to Redfield in order to provide licensing support for student teachers and build into their program some time where they spend time substitute teaching in other classrooms during their student teaching experience to kind of expand their, exposure to different classrooms and different lesson plans and all of that. So I think that's a huge win for the program and pre-service development as well.
Thank you.
I see both Trustee Kennedy and Trustee Simon Holland. So Trustee Kennedy?
Thank you. And I'll just rely on Dr. McNeil to relay the questions. My question is actually a concern about recruiting college students at this time given COVID, and without trying to throw slurs around. The thing is that we have found, you at least see in the media, that age group in our population likely would engage in riskier behavior, be at a higher risk for COVID, and yet they might also be some of our best potential guest teachers. So how are we dealing with that, keeping that in mind?
Did you hear the question, or would you like me to repeat it?
If you could repeat it, that'd be great. Sorry.
Okay, so we've got an age sector that has the potential to do different types of behaviors. And so if we're recruiting college-age students to become licensed substitutes, how are we going to help mitigate the concern around that this would be an age group that would more likely get the virus?
Two thoughts. As someone who graduated as a non-traditional college student, I think we want to definitely connect with all college students because not everyone is college age. But then also we have to be very cautious, of course, making any employment decisions based on someone's age. So we would expect that the individuals that we employ, whether they are of a particular demographic or not, adhere to all of our requirements in terms of social distancing and modeling appropriate behavior and helping to make sure that our students stay safe.
Can we test if we're going to have all those new test kits? I know that we have a lot of teachers and have wondered, we've had a lot of employees who've asked me about having regular testing, but is there some capability of testing new employees?
I think you have to be careful, so the question was, can we use the testing kits? So first of all, we have to get that approved through the county commission, that there's a stop there. And then we also, and correct me if I'm wrong, Emily, we can't just take one age group and say that we're going to be testing you. It has to be something that is broad-based.
Yes, I think we would have to have a broad-based testing strategy versus targeting any particular employee group.
Right. I would just say any new employees at this time, from this point on, but.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Who makes the hiring decision? Is it the HR department, or is it an individual principal? Do they go into a pool and then principals pick from the pool?
So,
Yeah, great question. I did hear that one. So Human Resources makes the hiring decision based on the established minimum criteria. And then guest teachers can pick up assignments through the online dispatching system called ASOP. And then when it comes to filling longer term assignments, the vast majority of principals have shared with me that they tend to reach out to their regular subs and do an interviewing process to identify who they'd like to move into that long-term position. The other thing is many teachers build relationships with guest teachers that they think do a nice job in their classroom, and oftentimes will become some of our best recruiters in making sure their jobs get filled by putting the word out to their preferred subs that they've got days that they may need covered.
thank you.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to my colleague, Trustee Simon Holland. My question was very similar to that, so I'll pivot a little bit. So I'm just going to go over it as I see it in my mind. And we have people who we're recruiting broadly, which I think is great for those who may be interested in being guest teachers. We have a temporary exemption from the state that will be able to bring in guest teachers in the same manner that our rural districts can, because it isn't something new, we just don't use it, us or Clark. And then once they get through fingerprinting, they get trained and screened and all of those things from HR. And if they pass that, then HR makes a decision to hire them, and they may not pass that, right, including the background check and so on. Should they pass that, HR makes a decision to hire them. They get to be in the pool, and then it's the administrator at the site that makes the decision to ask this sub to come in to relieve or to fill a certain vacancy or whatever the case may be. So really what HR is doing is providing more of a pool for the sites to choose from, so that in the event the need continues to be this great, it can, take some of the pressure off of teachers doing double and triple duty and so on. Did I kind of go through that?
Yes, you did very well, Dr. Taylor. Those are the steps that would be used. And then importantly, the substitute would then be going into what we call our online system, our ASOP system, and they would be picking up assignments.
Right, as the principal, but no, if there's a particular guest teacher that a school likes or a principal likes, such as Emily said, you get your favorites and so on, they can request that sub, or they can put one in the system blindly, so to speak, and then Emily dispatches them.
HR won't dispatch them, but the system will dispatch them. But yes, if I have, so as a principal, if I had somebody that I felt did a great job in a classroom, then I would reach out and say, hey, I've got a long-term substitute that's opening up. I have a teacher that's going out on leave. Would you be interested in substituting in my fourth grade classroom? And then that person would be able to take that position, so long as they have, everything covered as far as licensure.
What if it isn't a short-term sub? What if I just need someone for a couple days? Can I ask specifically for a sub?
You can request a particular substitute, but most of the real short-term ones would be going through the ASOP system. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions at this time for Emily? Okay, thank you very much, Emily, and for sticking through the technical challenges, and thank you to John and our staff for helping to try to figure this out. It is a lot to coordinate all these different virtual sources.
Thank you. I'm going to hang up. Okay, bye. Bye.
Okay, I believe now we are moving back down to slide 20, which is athletics. And our presenter is Dr. Lamarca.
So I guess what we just want to help you all understand the implications for athletics, given the shift to distance learning. Our assumption is that when our kids come back to school, we proceed with athletics as outlined by the governor and the NIAA. So you have the current winter season up above, begins January 2nd, ends February 20th, first game on about January 14th. If we were to remain out on distance learning until January 19th, this would essentially cut the season down by about 2.5 weeks. We have arguably a 10-day period that's required for conditioning and tryouts that would begin on the 19th. We'd be able to probably have a first game on the 29th or 30th, and the season would end as scheduled on February 20th. If we were to remain out but come back on January 4th, that might just create like essentially a one-day change based on the current schedule. I don't think it would really impact any games. NIAA, in working with the school district superintendents, established the seasons. There is not really an ability to shift the actual seasons. For example, we've heard ideas such as flip-flopping winter sports with spring sports, or pushing everything back a couple of weeks. It's a very complex endeavor. There are many districts that are impacted. It's not just Washoe County School District. So in essence, if we return on the 19th, we are looking at the winter season being truncated again by about 2 to 2.5 week period of time. As of this time, with the governor's directive, the only sport that we're talking about is skiing. The other two sports for winter sports is basketball and wrestling. Both of those have been determined to be close contact sports, and right now those are not allowed. I don't know that I need to share anything else. Those are the implications with respect to athletics. There are some questions that we would likely inform you about later, such as extending the period of time for conditioning in the spring should we come back, at least for football, but perhaps for all sports. The probability of injury is very high, especially when students or athletes are not well conditioned. It's something we should be very concerned about. But I'm going to leave it at that. And if you have questions, I can try and answer those.
Thank you, Dr. Lamarck. And I just want to be really clear that if we made the decision tonight to go with January 19th, as a board, we can't make any decision about the start for the conditioning because of NIAA's mandate that we would have to have some form of in-person learning at that secondary level for those students to be doing the conditioning. Is that accurate?
If what you're saying is could we begin conditioning even while we're out on distance, I don't know that NIAA is not going to question that decision. I'm not sure the governor is going to question that decision. I think we have a question about that because we are keeping kids at home, and so then in this case we'd be bringing certain kids in, and they're not a vulnerable population as we've defined other vulnerable populations. But that's not something that's governed directly by the NIAA. I guess what I would say is the current schedule is the schedule. So they would I don't see any reason why they would have a problem if our students began practicing or trying out on the 2nd.
So, Dr. Lamarca, so the practicing, just to clarify though, practice is different than conditioning. So there is a practice season versus conditioning. And so when we're talking about the NIAA, they set the practice schedule and when a particular sport is allowed to practice versus conditioning, which is kind of the practice to the practice.
and the district sets the conditioning effort. So when we went to the hybrid model for middle and high school, our athletes, and then we were able to open up activities and athletics. We allowed them to do conditioning, but they were not allowed to practice. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that that is correct. However, with these truncated seasons, there has to be a 5 to a 10-day period of time for conditioning prior to playing games. So essentially, given that the seasons are truncated, I do believe NIAA realizes that those things are basically happening in tandem, i.e. conditioning and practice prior to the first games. So there's not a series of practice games.
And then you may have already, for winter sports, can you go over the winter sports that are allowed at this point in time, exclusive of what the governor's office has stated as far as basketball and wrestling?
Yes, again, the only winter sport that's allowable right at this time would be skiing. The only other two sports are basketball and wrestling, and those are deemed close contact sports, and those are not allowed at this point.
I just want to clarify, they are not allowed to play games, but as a district, we could decide to allow conditioning for those sports?
As long as there's no close contact, yes.
Okay. And so our decision as a district is that if our students are not in-person learning, that we wouldn't allow the conditioning to take place because of that sort of double standard. I don't know if that's the right word, but okay. I guess first of all, I think if it's just skiing that we're talking about, then to me that just is very, I don't know why, but I just see it as different. And I think as a former competitive skier, I know that you're not, it's not the same as basketball. It's not a close contact sport, and you're also not, when you are in the competitions, you're not in a school building, you're on a mountain skiing. And I know that's to take up with NIAA, I guess, but I just, to me that is very different. And I guess too that I'm sort of struggling a little bit with the conditioning part. If the reasons for us not having in-person learning are the lack of resources and not necessarily the high number of cases, or then what could we do to allow for that conditioning? And I'm not necessarily, I just am trying to problem solve that if there is a way, but if it opens too many doors, because then we're talking about all activities, all extracurriculars, then I understand that. I guess I just want a little bit more information on sort of why in this instance we're kind of talking, because it is, I think we as trustees recognize what an impact it does have on our students. It's not just a physical outlet, it's a mental and an emotional outlet for them. And so I just want to be sure we understand the decision from all facets.
So I'll speak to that a little bit, and then I think Deputy Beiersdorf can chime in as far as the activities. So for the conditioning part, that's going to involve coaches coming onto campus, obviously, and we have stated we have the opportunity for students to be able to have conditioning, whether it's over Zoom or one day a week. But then to your point, you're also going to, then it's only fair that we allow other activities and clubs. I think of We the People, I think of debate and speech. So all of those activities, that if it's relegated to clubs and activities and athletics, we should be consistent across the board.
Trustee Kennedy, I think I saw Trustee Simon Holland and Vice President Taylor, but I'll start with Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. I had that same question about, since wondering, since the reason students are not in the building is not because of our fear of the spread of COVID, but that makes sense. The question that I have, Dr. Lamarca, is, though, have you heard anything, and this could just be wishful thinking on the part of some constituents, that the possibility that students may be able to play basketball? Have you heard it? They're saying, because the question is making this decision now, in the beginning of December, when there is the possibility, however slim it might be, that they might be able to play during this same season. Have you heard anything about that?
We heard some informal information that there was more hope for basketball, and I think that that's really predicated on basketball was the most recent to be named a close contact sport. However, we haven't heard anything from the governor's office regarding that. And again, I don't think we're asking for a decision to say basketball or wrestling cannot play. We're just letting you know that as of now, given Directive 035 from the governor, they aren't able to play. If the governor was to lift that, and I do believe, my understanding is that is at this point his decision, then we would proceed with those particular sports. I think given that directive and those rules, football also, which isn't a winter sport, but it's a fall sport, and that comes after, football wouldn't be going either.
If I may, I think I can provide an answer. As our representative to the NIAA board, we're actually in board meetings today and tomorrow. And so I spent the morning on that, and I would just say that you're absolutely right, Dr. Lamarca, and that is in the hands of the governor. At the time, the executive director, Bart Thompson, is lobbying, obviously, for as many opportunities. It's the NIAA is athletics and activities, so it absolutely includes all activities, as it should, right? Certainly as it should. But as of our meeting this morning, Mr. Thompson didn't have an indication of what the governor was going to do. He, like the rest of us, this is week 3 of the 3-day pause, is in looking forward to whatever announcement he would make at the end of the 3-week pause. But other than that, had no indication, again, as of our meeting, we were Zooming this morning, as of our meeting this morning, one way or the other. I would concur with Dr. Lamarca, and this isn't my question, I'll go after Trustee Simon Holland. I would concur with Dr. Lamarca. I think it's important for us to make the decision, period, about athletics and activities, period. And if the governor's office makes a change that, these activities or athletics can't go, then they fall within that. And if they still can't, then they don't. But it's really, I think, for us as a district to, whatever decision we make, just make with that in mind, so that if there is a change, then it isn't impacted, because it isn't sport or activity specific. And I don't think it should be, because there's too many things we can't control. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Some of my questions have been answered, but one of the things I just wanted to, again, underscore is we're only talking about the winter sport options, and right now the only allowable winter sport is skiing. So we're not talking about spring sports, we're not talking about fall sports, we're only talking about when we would be able to start conditioning, practice, and competition for winter sports, and at this point skiing is the only one. And I think we would want to make explicit, whatever we decide, that that our decision would be contingent on whatever the governor's directives are at the time of the date we establish. Just wanted to kind of make sure I'm getting all that clear. Okay.
I do think, though, that the decision does impact conditioning for wrestling and basketball, because the governor's directive is, in my understanding, only for practice and competition for basketball. I don't know if Vice President Taylor has...
The NIAA governs practice and competition, and the districts govern conditioning.
So we could be allowing for the conditioning right now for all winter sports, and the only one that right now would be impacted for practice and competition is skiing.
Yes, the only one that would be for practice would be skiing. And so conditioning could be weightlifting, it could be drills, but to Dr. Lamarcus' point, you're still going to have to be practicing social distancing and all the mitigation efforts. And then if we open it up for conditioning, then activities and other clubs and those types of things should be kind of put into that mix, to Dr. Taylor's point.
Okay. Vice President Taylor and then Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Looking at, depending upon what it is that we decide to do today, this evening, if we decide to stay with January 4th, then this comment would be moot. Should the board decide to go with the recommendation of the superintendent and begin school on the 19th, is there a possibility that we can begin conditioning and perhaps, I don't know where the NIAA would draw a line, on the 16th? That is a Saturday, that's after the last day of school when no one will have attended, because according to NIAA rules, if you don't attend school, you can't participate in competition. But there'll be no school attending opportunity at that point. So perhaps starting a few more days earlier might give a few more days opportunity for the conditioning or the training or the practicing or the getting in place, and they may get one more debate competition, one more day of band practice, one more day of competition, whatever the case may be. So just something to consider, that after the 15th, the door would be open for whatever would be appropriate based upon the governor's recommendations and the NIAA sports schedule.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I know we probably have some students and families watching this that their students are looking at their athletic abilities in basketball or wrestling to further their futures at the next level. So I guess the question, is there any discussion had at the NIAA level that if the restrictions are not lifted and basketball and wrestling can't go, does that mean that the 2020-2021 basketball and wrestling seasons are just gone for the year? Or would there be talk of adding those sports to later seasons? I think that's going to be a question that people are probably pondering right now. What does the future of those sports look like? Is it winter or nothing, or is there opportunities later? I don't know. Dr. Taylor may have something, or Paul.
If I may, Madam President, again, at this time, it's all the NIAA has to go on is what the governor has laid out, and so the decisions and scheduling, the scheduling is based upon what the governor has laid out. If the governor changes that, or if he doesn't change that, then the NIAA will make additional decisions. So at this point, it's really, the bigger thing today, according to our executive director, was anticipating an announcement from the governor this week, which could impact all of those, because there's some rumor going around that did not come from NIAA, by the way, just generally, and then from there making that decision. So right now, it's really, let's see what the protocols that we're restricted to from the governor's office, because that's the restriction. That's the obstacle right now for those two sports, in the context of the numbers and, the COVID numbers and so on and so forth from the governor's perspective. Okay. So hopefully soon there'll be an answer to that. So for those families that are watching, and I'm sure they're watching, we won't know any more until we hear more of what the governor's directives will be after this 3-week pause.
Okay, thank you.
To Mr. Cottle, Victor Shabandi spoke with Bart Thompson earlier, actually not with Bart, but his assistant. And what we were told was, we talked about could potentially seasons overlap. They can overlap because of some of the other school districts and some of the other divisions in which players regularly are playing multiple sports. It's not possible, given some of the restrictions that the superintendents asked for regarding when sports would end relative to graduations, kind of puts an end date at the end of that spring season. So there didn't seem to be a lot of flexibility in terms of just moving the whole calendar forward. I don't know if winter could somehow come after graduation. I don't know that that's been considered.
I will say, if I will, that when Mr. Thompson was speaking today, he gave examples of other state associations, high school athletic and activities associations, and there have been a couple that have extended into June a little bit more because of these, but those were just conversations, just as he was going down. Some districts have done this, some districts have done this, some districts that. So that's the only time that context that I've heard that brought up. Still a lot of unknowns, really.
And I'll just add, as part of the Nevada Superintendents Association, there was not an appetite to extend beyond the graduation date because of all the concerns that we have had in the past relegated to everything that is happening during that time. So at this past meeting with the other superintendents, there was not an appetite at this point in time to change the schedules that have been recommended by the NIAA, and those are the winter, spring, or winter, fall, and spring sports schedules.
Student Representative Gomez.
Thank you, President. A suggestion I had was if NIAA said that we could start conditioning or practicing, I got confused on both of those, but we could start those on January 2nd. If we aren't able to go back to school, but students or whichever sports are allowed to play are able to start conditioning from January 2nd, wouldn't that make the 5 to 10 days? So once we start school January 19th, they could just start having their games. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think that makes sense. That's part of the challenge right now, that it, as we've discussed, that opens the door for other activities as well. But I think it's sort of what we're all, where we're all sort of thinking right now. So, yes, good point. Any other questions about athletics at this time? And I just want to confirm, I think I heard, regardless of the governor's decision, has Clark County decided just to end the winter season for athletics altogether? That was my understanding.
It's my understanding as well.
Do we know where any other counties are with winter sports besides Clark?
I am not aware of any of the other counties that play within our leagues that are canceling at this juncture.
No other county, if I may, no other county mentioned it no other district mentioned it on the call this morning. There's one competitive level that includes a couple of small California schools like Needles, and so those governor's restrictions came into play a little bit, but other than that, that was the only thing that was, a little different.
Again, just as a reminder, super quick, it just depends if the district is an in-person model or hybrid model versus fully distance as well, too.
It's clear that the NIAA rule in place is if you aren't in some kind of in-person learning, then you cannot participate in practice or competition. The conditioning question is up to districts.
Well, thank you very much, Vice President Taylor. It was good timing that you had that meeting today, helpful information. And thank you very much, Dr. LaMarca and your team, and Victor, for helping to get some of that information for us. This is an important part of our decision this evening.
If I may, Madam President?
Yes.
So that it sounds then that what we may, and then please, Dr. LaMarca, you may be able to add to this as well, that as a board, our decision, first of all, obviously, is when we return to some kind of in-person instruction for secondary. And then additionally, if it isn't on the 4th and it goes to the 19th, is there a day that we want to allow conditioning of some in-person conditioning of some sort? I say of some sort because you have band. I don't know if the band conditions. I don't think so. But you have debate. It would be some kind of activities for the athletics and activities and before it starts, because that's the district decision. So that's really where we are in terms of once we decide about school, then that's really where we are in terms of athletics and activities.
That's correct, although
that decision has been made by the superintendent up until this point and not the board.
Oh, that's true. That's very true.
Okay, I don't see any other lights on. Oh, Trustee Simon Holland.
Just to throw a complete wrench into things, what about January 11th? I mean, I know that isn't being discussed. It's a week ahead. I just wanted to see what the comments would be about January 11th versus the 19th or the 4th.
So I believe Deputy Superintendent is going to speak to that because, you know, part of the issue is the resources, right? And so we were talking about contact tracers as well as getting our guest teachers online. And so the contact tracing takes time in order for them to be trained, for them to have the shadow experience. So that was the reason why we were talking about when we're set for resources, we wanted to give plenty of time for those contact tracers, the 40 contact tracers, to get the training. And even though, and I don't know if Heather Kerwin is still on, but there were supposed to be 2 sets, 20 and 20, as far as the contact tracers. We're working as quickly as we can to get one orientation. I believe it's the week of Christmas, and then the other orientation the last week of December, to where they're going to have that in-person orientation. At least that's how it was on the last meeting that we had with the Washoe County Health District and the county.
That's correct. Tomorrow we're actually meeting with Heather and that team to really kind of dive into the logistics around this group. What Dr. McNeil is referencing is some of the folks will not have devices yet, and if it makes sense, we'll split that group of 42 into 2 kind of cohorts. We'll begin one the week before Christmas and the second one the week after Christmas. If your question had to do with the implications for sports, it's just a math problem. So essentially, if we started, or if you directed us to go back on the 11th, then everything would come back 1 week, or actually a little bit more than 1 week, because we've got the holiday the following week, which affects that. So it's just a math. All we're putting up there is just the days.
Thank you.
And then just to add for the guest teachers, remember we've had Emily provide information around fingerprinting and being able to get those fingerprints back in time. And so that just provides a little bit more time for individuals to be able to apply. And if they were right on with it, and as Emily stated, started this during the Thanksgiving process, we most likely would have kind of our first wave of guest teachers ready to go by that time. But if they haven't done that until we were able to get the social media aspect out and kind of the marketing campaign going, and now they're just hearing about it, we most likely won't be ready to go by the 11th.
Okay, if we're done with athletics, then we can move on to Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf.
Good evening. Thank you, President Raymond, trustees, and Superintendent McNeil. So this slide starts to move us then in the proposed calendar in support of the superintendent's recommendation. So proposed calendar to continue our middle and high schools on full distance learning, and when we would bring them back, or when we recommend bringing our secondary schools back to in-person and hybrid learning. So as you know, we are currently on full distance learning through the end of the first semester, which is Friday, December the 18th. Then we have the 2-week winter break, December 21st through the 1st of January. Our second, or spring semester begins on Monday, January the 4th. And the recommendation is for the first 2 weeks of the second or spring semester to continue to be distance learning. And then we would shift to in-person and hybrid learning on January 19th for our secondary schools. And this particular slide, I know we brought this to you at the previous Board of Trustees meeting on November 24th. And which has also been stated several times through this agenda item, the recommendation to return on January 19th gives the school district necessary time to put more supports in place around contact tracing, around guest teachers, and then also continue time in just our community partnering with us to help reduce numbers. So, and with that, I am turning it over to, I think, Dr. McNeil for that last slide.
Thank you very much, Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf. So, as you know, the recommendation, I don't think that this is an easy recommendation for myself or for our team to make. But when we started talking about resources, and we were very active upon the last board meeting, engaging pretty much the next day with the county. And again, to Dr. Taylor's point, as far as thanking the county for their help, the health district, but really this is about resources. And so we wanted to provide an ample opportunity to have contact tracers in place. We know that that has been a significant issue as far as the number of exclusions that we've had in our health district or in our school district. And that also goes, as you all know, into the continuity of learning and the aspect as far as continuity of learning for our students. And so the recommendation is that we would bring back our middle and our high schools on January 19th with the contingent, with the complement of our additional resources, with the contact tracers in place, guest teachers, as well as the testing capacity. And with that, I will turn it over to President Raymond.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. I think at this point I would like to go to our public comment. I know we received a number of emails prior to this meeting beginning related to this agenda item. And so there'll be some of those public comment emails that we'll read the names off of, and then I'll ask our recording secretary to call for any public comment here in person.
The board received emails from Natasha, Sheila Cover, Annette Miller, Kathy Ryan, Adrian Potter, Mary Owens, Huma Oster, Stephanie Rank, Deborah Timmons, Phil Kaiser with the Washoe Education Association, Zach Woodhead, Carrie Woodhead, Callie Clayton, Dallas Hulsey, Amy Piccolini Ford, Selena LaRue, Amanda Backlund, Briley Wing, Raquel Aboud, Kristen Smith, Julie Mannion, Rachel Fisher, Michelle Amundsen, Dana Hamilton, Jana Rager, Jamie Winchell, Sandy Herman, the Farrell family, Margaret Repko, Holly Underwood, Jennifer McGovern, Julie Ilhas, Sarah Radiger, Alicia Mayers, Kim Cuevas, Jessica Lumley, Lucas C., Anonymous, Keith Lowe, and Alex Govin. And I have no cards for this item.
Okay, I'll just make sure before we close public comment that there's no one in person to make public comment on this item. Okay, thank you very much, JJ. Sorry. Well, that takes us to the difficult part here where we need to kind of narrow down on a decision. And I think really the decision that we're talking about here is there's really just ultimately one decision, and that is the date for the return of our secondary students to in-person learning. One thing, though, that I did discuss with the superintendent and thought I would bring up this evening just for discussion with fellow trustees is while we've definitely heard a lot about the resources this evening, and I think I'm not necessarily sure where I fall on this decision at this point, but that
idea of phasing back in perhaps our middle school students earlier than our high school students, maybe as Trustee Simon Holland mentioned, the 11th, if our middle school students were to come back a week earlier, and bringing then the high school students back on the 19th, that obviously does not have any impact on athletics, but just wondering what our my fellow trustees think about that idea. I think having now heard the full presentation and especially on our guest teacher shortage, if we're at the average of 90 right now with just the elementary students in, I do have some hesitation in bringing anyone back sooner without kind of some certainty that we have those guest teachers lined up. But I know they're, based on the timing, there would be some more, but that's sort of where I am wondering right now. I think for all of the reasons we have discussed at this board in these board meetings since August, there's so many, for me, reasons to get our students back to in-person learning as soon as possible. But I am concerned about putting any further strain on the system as a whole by doing that too soon. And I actually have thought a lot today about, I think when we met back at Sparks High School, I talked about one of my lessons learned. And I think if I said at that time, if I had it to do over, I would have waited one more week to make sure we kind of did have that extra time. And I don't want to make the same mistake twice and push this too soon when we don't have all those resources in place. So that's my thinking right now. I don't know. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask the superintendent, what do you feel about a phase-in? I mean, there are 3 areas, right, in terms of resources, because I do think this is still primarily a resource issue, because with these things in place from a contact tracing and the testing, and progress has been made on both. I know work is still being done, but I feel really good about the contact tracing and certainly feel decent about the testing, and I know it's still working. And then the subs I know are coming along just fine. How do you feel about a phased-in approach, such as mentioned by our president?
I think my concern is not so much the contact tracing. I think we've done a great job on trying to get those. Again, kudos to the county for that. I think the concern, and I'm communicating with our chief HR officer, the concern is the substitutes and making sure that we have enough of the substitutes ready to go when we're talking about 90 vacancies on average. And when you have one set, kind of come back into in-person, that's going to put strain on, other aspects of the system. So I think it's going to be tight. It's going to be very, very tight. But I don't want to make the absolute certainty that we will be ready to go for substitutes. I'm concerned about that.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. And it's my last meeting, so I'm going out opening another can of worms. I think, we all believe that children should be in school, and I think everything we see everywhere says that as much as possible we need to have children in school. But I'm concerned about what's happening in our community. Our numbers, our case numbers, our hospitalization numbers, those continue to creep up, and it's become alarming. So my question is, and then I can run out, is distance learning for elementary fully off the table? I'm just looking at if the reason we have the others out is because of issues with contact tracing and our issue with substitutes, and even with having more resources able to send to those 66 schools, we're still short so much every day. And at our last meeting, we did split things up. So at the risk of, I'm not trying to cause trouble, but just one last time, do we still feel very strongly that we need to keep elementary in?
Well, I can, just for myself as one trustee, I do feel strongly about keeping elementary in person at this time. So I'll let others address that themselves. Trustee Minetto.
Thank you, Madam President. Honestly, we have had sub-issues for years, at least the schools I was teaching at. I don't know if it was in the 90s, but I don't think there's a day that went by that we didn't have to pull somebody from somewhere or double up classes, which we can't do now. So my concern is, what if we don't get the subs? I'm sorry to be the devil's advocate, but subbing is really hard work, as we all know, as teaching is. But I think subbing's harder because you don't have that history with the kids. And my fear is we just won't get the people, and then we'll just keep pushing it back and back and back. And it scares me not to have our kids in school, because they can't lose years of education when they only get 13 years of education. And that's what's, I'm afraid, is going to happen. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Trustee Minetto. And, I think we all agree. I mean, as a former substitute myself, it is a difficult job. However, I think it's up to us to be able to demonstrate support for a guest teacher, whether they are a teacher or a guest teacher that's going to be taking advantage of the emergency licensure, or just a regular guest teacher. I think it's up to us, and I think our administrators do a great job on making welcoming environments and making sure that those guest teachers are supported. And we know through survey data that one of the highest rates of return for our guest teachers is when they are faced with a welcoming environment, and when they have that support of the administrator and the teachers and the other support staff on the campus and in the building, that they're willing to, hey, this is great. I don't know everything that there is to do. I need some help with lesson planning. But it's the support of the administrator that really makes all the difference in the world. And according to our Chief HR Officer, Emily Ellison, she's had a lot of the forms already returned. You have to have a designee return those, and I could tell you that my inbox through email has been full with people taking advantage of this and having Emily sign those forms. So I think we're on the road to the steps, to make sure that we have enough of the guest teachers under this. But I hesitate to say that we are going to be ready, definitely not by the 4th, and then even kind of pushing it to the 11th.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, sure. I can address that. I apologize, Trustee Kennedy. I should have addressed this when I first responded. It is allowed, that decision could be made about elementary schools based on the wording of the agenda item. So it is something that we could decide. I just was saying personally, I'm not in favor of changing our elementary school learning model at this time. So. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I know we're anxious to have some certainty as to when these things are going to happen. I'm also conflicted about that because, we're talking about 4 weeks from now, when, as we saw in the paper this morning, the cases in November represent half of all of the cases we've had in the entire pandemic. So conditions could change, and we could be facing a need for many more substitutes with flu season coming on and all of the things we've been warned about at the national and state levels. And I'm wondering if we could craft a plan that would have contingencies in it. and decisions be made, you know, a week before rather than 4 weeks before. In other words, if we have need for substitutes, of course, we won't know that, will we, until the schools are open? I'm just trying to problem solve this because I'm very cognizant of the comments that we're hearing from lots of families that, you know, you're making these decisions now for something that's going to happen 4 or 6 weeks from now, and we may not have the right conditions in place even then, and conditions could change. I'm struggling with it, as I know we all are, just trying to brainstorm, but if there was a way that we could have some sort of contingency plan where if these conditions exist, we would wait until the 19th. If these conditions exist, we would go on the 4th, and we could make that decision by, you know, I mean, you would be empowered, just as we've talked about before, you would be empowered to make a decision based on conditions. Just brainstorming.
No, I appreciate that, and I think that that's probably going to be key as far as allowing that ability to, you know, that if we have to, here's the key word of the day, to pivot for that. But you know, you all have had to make decisions with the data that has been before you and kind of projecting out what that's going to be, and those are very difficult decisions when you don't know what it's going to look like in 4 weeks as far as case counts and what's going to be happening there.
I think some of the emails I've received in regards to this decision tonight from both families and staff are really wanting a date to prepare and plan around. Heard from some teachers that are already planning their lessons for the return on January 4th, and that's a different preparation if you're in person versus if you're distance. And I think, I want to be cognizant of that too, and for our families, that preparation that they would need to put in place to prepare for whether they're coming back, in person or distance. It is hard because we can't predict and we don't know exactly what things will look like on January 4th, 11th, 19th. I think we've heard a lot from Superintendent McNeil and the entire leadership team, for the most part, about all the work that's been done and what they're lining up. I know how much work Vice President Taylor has done this past 2 weeks with the university and the county on the contact tracing. And so, I think we are, again, in just a very tough place of having to make a challenging decision with the information we have at this time, and knowing whatever we decide, we're going to make some people unhappy and some people a little less unhappy. Nobody's happy. So. Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President, and that was exactly what I was thinking. I've heard from principals as well as teachers and from some families, and it is that thing about please make a decision. And the big decision was asking us to not do things in short piecemeal so that people can actually plan and have quality instruction, and families can make quality plans for their families, that it makes a big difference. Because as you said, teacher planning for hybrid is very different than it is for distance learning. And I think teachers want to be able to do the best job possible. And I don't think they want to use their winter break to be on the fly the last 2 days making major changes to it. So I think that if we're looking at anything, I would hope that we would look farther out.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is, we ought to be used to being in places like this by now, because we've done it so much. We've done it so much. I came into this, when we started this conversation a couple of weeks ago, at least this part, of this conversation and about resources and, do we go to distance learning and so on, looking for the help in the areas of testing, of contact tracing, and of substitutes. And I think that it gives us an opportunity to kind of get our arms around this thing for people to not just be safe, but feel safe, for us to know that should there be a case, because we know we live in a community of people, we don't live in a bubble, there will be cases that we can contact trace, we can test it and contact trace it and get on it and get back to where we were on the front side of this thing, like we were the first 9-10 weeks of the semester, and so on. And hearing from the staff and even from our community partners that we've worked with and that have really stepped up strongly, the subs from a staff perspective and the contact tracing we're sure of, and maybe the testing, just won't be ready before the 19th. I mean, I want to go back to school as soon as possible, as long as we can do it safely. I've always wanted the kids, I think all of us have to be in school as long as we could do it safely, and without knowing with a level of certainty that all three of these will be in position and operational before the 19th. Then for me, one trustee, it would be difficult for me to make the decision to return to school before the 19th, as much as in-person instruction before the 19th, as much as I want to. I absolutely want to. But these are three tenets that stood out to me, and they continue to stand out to me. And it seems as though we're listening, again, to those who've reported and those that we're working with, and they're doing all they can to help us get there. They need the time. I mean, for me, the question in my mind is, can we start conditioning early so that people don't get hurt when it's time to get back into athletics and so on, so we can help with some of those things that make it difficult. And I know that isn't necessarily a board item, or maybe it is, I'm not sure. But at any rate, that's the only question in my mind based upon where we are tonight.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. What I keep coming back to is the mental health of our students. Some of the messages I've received from families and even staff are just heartbreaking about our population is just struggling right now. And I fear about the long-term implications of what we're going through right now, and our students get one shot at this. And it's so hard because that piece doesn't go away. And we've even had some students reach out to us and tell us about their mental health. We had the student speakers at the meeting last Friday morning with district admins speak about it. And so that's really where I come back to is the mental health, and what mental health supports are we going to provide during this time of distance learning, because our student population is struggling right now. And that's really what I keep coming back to, is the student focus. And that's what really is jarring at my heart in this decision.
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. Are there any further questions or comments? Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. What I'm hearing and feeling, as several folks have said, that the importance of having kids in school is really critical to all of us. I don't think there's anybody here that disagrees with any of the information and research we have about the importance of kids being in school. We also know that there are risks for kids not being in school that, as several of my colleagues have mentioned, go beyond their academics. We've also talked about the conditioning and activities potentially being separate from the reopening. They do create some complications. it would be helpful to students, to their mental and emotional health, to be able to participate in activities and conditioning, even if they can't participate fully in academics. And yet, we've heard that the resource implications of that are also challenging. I guess I'd like to hear more from the staff. If we did go to the January 19th date for returning to hybrid learning at the secondary level, what are the resource implications, and would it be possible to give kids the ability to do that physical conditioning and other activities starting the 4th, just to help with the things that we know are really at risk for children who aren't in school, and again, related services for special ed, et cetera.
So I think Deputy Beiersdorf, you can talk to as far as advisors and coaches, because a lot of times they are actually our teachers that are doing those types of programs as well.
All right. Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. Trustee Simon Holland, that's a great question. And I think, as Dr. McNeil states, keeping in mind that our teachers and staff are still working, many students are out on full distance learning. Our teachers, our ESPs are still working, providing instruction, supports, helping staff, elementary schools in some cases, as we talked about 2 weeks ago as well. So advisement of clubs, doing conditioning with our student athletes. I have been making a list to ROTC, band. I mean, the list goes on and on of the amazing activities we have in our secondary schools would need to happen later in the day after our teachers have finished their work during their teaching time. I think that, and I get it, I absolutely get it as well, because I see the emails and get the phone calls as well, how important it is for our kids to be able to engage with each other and with their school and with their coaches. I'm not certain, of course, about what the staffing implications could be. I think it could be a strain on resources for sure. I also, when we were putting plans together a while ago about activities and athletics, so we're talking several months ago, we kind of have a tight window at the end of the school day when those activities need to finish up so that our housekeeping staff, our custodial staff can do what they need to do in the evenings to ensure that our schools are ready for the next day. And even though kids aren't coming into the building, we certainly have our employees coming into the building. So we would still have that window of time that we had planned for previously anyways. So I think my point is more that we don't just now have the time during the day because people are still doing the jobs that they need today and during the day and engaging with students that are on full distance learning and students that are in the buildings as well.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf. I don't really have a whole lot new to add, although I do, I am still interested in trying to see if there is a way, I guess, to have some sort of, if we were to land on the 19th today, some sort of exception built in, just knowing that it would be this sort of 2-week period from when, the winter break ends where the students would be doing distance learning and we would be allowing for that in-person option for conditioning, which I know then opens the door for other student activities. I guess I'm not totally understanding what makes that such a challenge. I'm definitely hearing you with the timing. I'll let Dr. Lamarca. Yeah, and I recognize that this has been a district decision. I think it is coming up tonight, as you've said, Superintendent or Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf, and I know we've all received just a number of emails on it. And I'm not necessarily saying that it is part of our motion, but I think just to make this, I guess, clear to our staff that, that my interest in trying to explore the option for that to happen. But if you have more information to add.
No, I totally appreciate that, President Raymond. And I think also, too, when we were building the plans for athletics and activities, when students were attending in the hybrid model, transportation was another key factor as well. We built schedules up, and I'm going to look at our area superintendents there. You can shake your head if I get this wrong, but we built schedules up so that kids could participate when they were there in the buildings, because we were trying to make this as equitable as we possibly could, whether it was a student who was, as you said, the speech and debate club was meeting or was wanting to do conditioning for, at that time, maybe thinking about joining the basketball team, whatever the case might have been. So we built those plans up, and we were real cognizant back then, too, about transportation challenges for kids. Encouraging clubs to meet during lunchtime, right after school, maybe before school when we would have students in the building. And then Dr. Lamarck, I think, is behind me there. We would just want to, and Dr. Lamarck, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we could, but we've got to be also equitable across schools as well, which is always challenging, that all kids at all schools have equal opportunities when it comes to athletics and activities. And my goodness, our ROTC programs are flagship programs in this school district, and all, those, I have a nephew who's an ROTC, so I hear it from him a lot as well. But just wanting to make sure that kids across the district in our high schools and in our activities in our middle schools, of course, as well, can engage during those 2 weeks.
Paul Mark, for the record, nothing really to add. I do think that even within the sport itself, there's potentially equity issues with things such as transportation and ability for a family to get that child to the school for conditioning. We want kids to have these experiences. We can work within our office, and in fact, I have some confidence that we already have, but I don't want to say that without checking. But certainly within the next couple of weeks, we could provide some recommendations to all of our athletes regarding ways to condition from home, how to remain safe, how to get prepared for their sport, in the event that they're not able to do that on campus.
Well, thank you. I know we've had a lot of discussion. We're over 2 hours into this, and I think it's probably time, although I'm sure none of us really want to do this, to move forward with the decision. I just want to say before we do that, and I recognize, again, how much these decisions impact our community as a whole, our families, our students, and particularly our staff. And I don't take it lightly, any of it, as I've said many times. I know none of us do. But I want to have this opportunity to say that, we as a community as a whole really need to prioritize, again, the health and safety of the teachers of this school district. And that includes, as parents and families, the decisions we're making right now and going into the winter break. We've all received, I know, a lot of emails from teachers that share some of the things their students are telling them in the class about trips they're taking or parties they're having. And, that is a message to the teacher of, really maybe sending the message of, I don't really care about your safety and security. And we all need to care more. We all need to be making decisions knowing that it's impacting not just our healthcare workers and the hospital, but our teachers and our schools. And that's not just now, that's throughout the rest of this school year and throughout this pandemic. And I just really urge everyone in our community again, and even our teachers who maybe are making different choices about risk outside of school, to do it for all of our staff and all of our teachers in our schools, and prioritize their safety and know that these decisions impact not just them, but really our ability as a district to continue with in-person learning. Part of my hope is that and I would support the recommendation at this time, but part of my hope is that our numbers are lower by then. By the 19th, we are seeing a decline, and that will help us with the need for guest teachers, and that will help relieve some of the strain on the contact tracing as well. So that's where I am. I don't know if anyone, Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. So I have a question then. So we're, right now, and thank you for moving us on because this doesn't get any easier the more we talk about it. Looking for a motion in terms of the superintendent's recommendation.
Yes, that's what I'm recommending. So.
Okay, well, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let me get over to my motion sheet. Embracing cross-agency resources and the plan for expanded contact tracing, the possibility for additional COVID-19 testing, and through the emergency substitute teacher regulation, and acknowledging the time needed for thoughtful implementation, the Board of Trustees takes action to extend the timeline for temporary distance learning at the middle school and high school levels with return to the hybrid learning model on January 19th, 2021. Is there any, and we don't make a motion on conditioning activities. We just talk about we like. Okay, thank you. That's the end of my motion. Thank you.
I have a motion. Okay, I will second that motion. Motion by Vice President Taylor, second by me. Any discussion?
Question is this covering, conditioning and activities and everything? No. Okay, I'm sorry.
I asked for that and was told that no, that's not for us to do because I wanted to. Maybe that's a separate that's probably a separate conversation. Mm-hmm. Okay. Madam President says it's a separate conversation.
Sorry, I think at this time the recommendation is the return date. If there is a desire to talk about conditioning, which is not something the board has decided in the past, then we can do that after the return date.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
So motion second. Any further questions or discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes 5-2.
Can I get the two who voted no to raise their hands, please?
Trustee Cottle and Trustee Mineta.
Thank you.
Okay, before we move on, would anyone like to propose a motion about conditioning? Or I know we've heard a lot from our staff about it, and I'm comfortable. I think you've received the message that if there is any way to consider that, I think where I don't feel that we necessarily need a motion, but where I am is that if there's just any way to build in that conditioning for any activities during that 2-week period so that the practice, and I guess I really am just more focused on the athletics. I know it does impact subsequently the activities, but if we were able to start the conditioning on the 2nd or the 4th so that when they get back into in person on the 19th, that then they would be able to move right into practice. That does help a little bit with their schedule. And again, I'm not necessarily looking for that to be a motion. I just am expressing my interest in that idea. So.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. And I would absolutely support, as a superintendent, to have that feedback and that input. And, you know, I will commit for our leadership team and our COVID team to see if there is a way that we would be able to, during that 2-week period of time. But I also want to be very cognizant of the fact that we need to look at transportation, we want to be equitable, we want to make sure that our schools are balanced. And I would even go so far, and I know that the concern is around conditioning, but we also know that there are so many different activities and ways that our students are able to be engaged. And so to allow that conversation and that discussion to happen, that is there a way that we can offer ways, whether it's virtual or 1 day a week. But my commitment as a superintendent and working along with my team, that we will take a look at that, not just relative to conditioning, but also different types of activities, clubs and those types of things.
Trustee Minetto.
Thank you, Madam President. I think that would be fabulous. I think that I've heard that district learning, distance learning, teaching distance learning when you used to being a classroom teacher is a tremendous amount of different kind of time-consuming work, and I wonder if, I can't help but wonder, and I'm glad you're going to look into this, because I can't help but wonder who's going to be the advisors, who's going to, because they've got so much to do as teachers, and then to take their own personal time. Yeah, it's just, thank you for looking into that, is I guess what I'm saying. Thank you.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. This doesn't have to do with the conditioning. I was just wondering if there was any other feedback from any of the other trustees about elementary school and distance learning.
Madam President, thank you. I can comment. I'd like to keep the learning model for elementary school as it is. I know that it's still certainly not perfect by any means, and there's still a lot of resources that are necessary. You know, I do believe we've been in it for not quite a week yet, but I believe that as we get further, there are a couple of weeks left before school starts, that pulling the resources around the areas that we know that were needed to help in that will begin to make a difference. So I can say I'd like to stay where we are.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I will agree with that. I think, again, we all recognize the importance of all children being in person in school, and we know that they learn best there. The prioritization of having elementary school children in person in school has much to do with the capability of children at different ages to learn via distance learning. We've heard comments from some teachers that felt that we were saying that kids should be in school in person at the elementary level because we believed it was daycare, and I want to refute that completely. That is very far from what I know this board and this district feels. Again, we want all children to be able to be in person in school, and given that we can't do that because we don't have the resource capacity to do it, we don't have enough teachers, and we have to do social distancing, we aren't able to have all of our children be in person. And for me at least, it was the prioritization about elementary school children being in person has much more to do with what we know about data and what we know about the capability of very young children to be successful with distance learning. Some can. Some are being very successful with it. based on their family situation and other conditions that they have. But I just wanted to underscore, because we have heard that, and I want to make sure that we are very clear that that isn't the reason, certainly for me. We value our elementary school teachers, and we value all of our teachers being able to do what they do well in person, and we just have to set priorities because of our limited resources.
Thank you. Trustee Calvert.
I agree with Ms. Kennedy here. I don't have a lot of reasons. For me, I just feel that at some point in time, our kids are going to be, I understand the learning, I get all of that, but I just feel that it's just not good for them to be exposed to a lot of things. And I mean, I see them playing, they're having fun, they're wearing their masks, but we really don't have enough scientific research to say that 5, 6, 7, even a year from now, the effect that this may have on our kids. So for right now, I have to concur with Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Trustee Calvert. I don't know, Trustee Kennedy, if you'd like to make the motion, and then you could just see what happens.
So I'll try to figure this out. So understanding, before I say, I just want to make a comment, because I actually fear that by this time tomorrow, or certainly by Friday, that our risk meter is going to be purple. We're so close, and considering what the numbers might be. So taking that into effect, I would just like to extend having elementary school go full distance learning beginning on Monday, December 14th, returning to full in-person on January 19th.
Okay, I have a motion from Trustee Kennedy. Anyone like to second that motion? So does the motion die without a second? Okay, so then if there's no second to that motion, the motion does not move forward. Okay. Well, thank you, Trustee Kennedy, and I think we all understand that where you're coming from. Okay, if there's no further discussion or questions, comments on this agenda item, I think that completes our discussion. And that it is 9:15, and I think it would be good to take just another short recess because we know that the next agenda item is another big one. So at this time, we'll take a 10-minute recess. It's 9:16. We'll be back at 9:26.
surprised that he had public comment on his next one.
Okay, we are on our last regular agenda for this meeting, 5.07, presentation, discussion, and possible action for the acceptance of the draft performance evaluation for Dr. Kristen McNeil, Superintendent, Washoe County School District, for the 2019-20 school year. For possible action, and we have a few different presenters. I know our Chief Human Resources Officer, Emily Ellison, is joining us via Kristen's cell phone again. And then in person with us here, we have our Chief Auditor, Kirk Starkey, and Ben Hayes, our Chief Accountability Officer. So I will turn it over to them. Or Emily, I'm not sure who.
Yes, I think I'll begin this evening.
Thank you.
For the record, Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer. And as we get the presentation started, we thought that everyone would benefit from a review of recapping the process that got us here today. The first slide should be titled Evaluation Requirements. And on that slide, you can see that Dr. McNeil was appointed to the superintendency on April 28th of this year. And on May 12th, her contract was finalized. There are 4 elements related to her performance evaluation in the contract that are bulleted on the slide. Quarterly goal monitoring occurs through our strategic plan monitoring process. An annual evaluation takes place no later than December 15th of each year. The evaluation tool is determined by the board, and the superintendent has the opportunity to provide a response within 30 days of the formal evaluation. On May 26th and October 27th, we convened with the board in work session format to define the evaluation tool and to define the bridge year strategic plan that would be used during the school year. As we'll review in greater detail in just a moment, the approved evaluation tool components include 9 evaluation standards. Those 9 are strategic district leadership, instructional leadership, systemic leadership, collaborative leadership, professional ethics, organizational leadership, board communication, and operational leadership. Within each standard, you'll see a descriptor that defines expectations or indicators of effective performance. For example, within the first standard, strategic district leadership, the indicator reads, articulates and is able to communicate to stakeholders a clear vision for the future of the district inside and outside of the organization. Develops and defines a strategy for building and sustaining culture and climate, and is successful in the achievement of strategic plan results that support student achievement. The evaluation follows that format within each standard. The superintendent has provided performance evidence for each standard, and in conjunction with the evidence from trustees, that data would be used to inform the ratings and feedback to be provided to Dr. McNeil this evening. These standards were developed using resources and white papers from the American Association of School Administrators and the Council of Great City Schools. If you could go to the next slide, please. Once the evaluation tool was finalized, we transitioned to conducting the evaluation, and you'll see that occurred in a timeline beginning November 6th. We'll talk about the survey in just a moment, but you can see that the kickoff to this process was the opening of the community input survey. And then the superintendent provided the Board of Trustees with information in the form of performance evidence for each standard. And then that information, a little bit further down the timeline, was provided to Mr. Kirk Starkey, our Chief Internal Auditor, for compilation. That information was posted with the agenda on December 2nd, and then the information was provided to trustees and posted to the public website, the supporting materials, and that leads us to today. And I'd like to turn it over to Ben Hayes now to describe the stakeholder input process and tools utilized in the evaluation.
Good evening, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, and trustees. Ben Hayes, for the record, Chief Accountability Officer. The purpose of this slide is essentially to remind the board and kind of point out to the public that we did do a number of surveys that could weigh in on the job the superintendent was doing during this time period. So if you look on the slide, these are kind of the major surveys. Climate survey, the staff that had about 3,400 responses last winter. The student climate survey last spring had 33,400 responses. The climate family survey had about 2,500 responses. And then in addition, families also weighed in on distance learning during the spring with 9,000 responses and another 19,000 responses on the reopening survey done right after that, but still during the time period. In addition, there was a budget survey done with 3,282 responses. So overall, and this is just the data from the surveys alone, there's a little over 86,000 data points and responses from the public. In addition to that, there was a survey of 10 local CEOs and presidents that were surveyed, and the response was 9 returned from them, and those are all in board docs. So that was the essentially taken, and obviously there were other reasons for these surveys, but a lot of the information that came from this was public weighing in on Dr. McNeil's job performance and leadership. So with that, I will turn it over to our Chief Auditor, Mr. Starkey.
Thanks, Ben. Good evening, Kirk Starkey for the record. As you're aware, each trustee recorded their evaluation of the superintendent on a scoring sheet tool that encompassed 9 standards. Each standard was evaluated on a 3-point response scale of exceeds, meets, or does not meet. It's 2 for meets and 1 for does not meet, and as it's shown on that slide. I used a simple average of the trustees' average score for each rating standard to arrive at the overall score. The overall combined score was a 2.5, which is considered meets/exceeds, as shown at the bottom of the slide. That's basically the conclusion of that one, but if you have any questions on this slide, I could try and answer them before we move on to the next slide. Okay. That's Emily.
I think we're back to Emily then.
Yeah.
Your mic.
Right. Again, Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer.
Hold on one second, Emily. We need to get the sound sorted out.
Okay, go ahead, Emily.
Okay, thank you. Again, Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer for the record. And the time it takes to finalize data for a particular school year, it takes place nearly a full 6 months after the year of performance that is being evaluated. For the purposes of focusing this conversation and to ensure that Dr. McNeil has the benefit of feedback from each trustee, we'd like to suggest a commendations and recommendations format. For the standards in which you gave a 3, what performance was commendable? And for the standards in which you gave a 2, what recommendations do you have to improve a rating to 3? The thinking is that each trustee could provide summary feedback, and at the conclusion, I believe Superintendent McNeil will respond. Of course, the conversation may evolve as it's happening, and that's okay. Now I'll turn it over to President Raymond to provide some remarks and kick off the conversation.
Thank you, Emily, and thank you to both Ben and Kirk for their support and help with this process. The trustees know well that this has been a process that has been in the works since, I think, late June was the first time we really started talking about it. And so, we worked through the format for this evaluation during our work sessions in the summer and fall, and I think ultimately landed on a great way to assess the sort of this odd interim period. And so this will be a very different evaluation, we know, from what we've seen in the past and what we know we'll see at this time next year. But I just really appreciate all of the support that you all have offered throughout this process as staff. And I think just to build off of Emily's comments about the process here, you know, I think we can go through each standard. If a trustee does not have anything to add, please don't feel obligated, or if what you would have added has already been said, we don't need to, I think, reiterate things, but certainly if there is a special point that you would like to make sure that we're sharing, this is a great opportunity. And I think I would just add to that, and I know Superintendent McNeil will discuss this at the end, but as is available for everyone to see in board docs, we looked at quite a bit of information in coming to these decisions. There was evidence pulled that included both the surveys, all of the surveys that Mr. Hayes referred to, but also other important objectives that were met by the superintendent as interim during this period. So with that being said, I think we can start with the first standard, which is strategic district leadership. And I see Vice President Taylor's hand is up, so I'll pass it. No, go ahead. Well, I was just going to say I can read off what that is for the public. So that is articulates and is able to communicate to stakeholders a clear vision for the future of the district inside and outside of the organization, develops and defines a strategy for building and sustaining culture and climate, and is successful in achievement of strategic plan results that support student achievement. Now I'll go to Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm sorry, I thought we were just kind of go around and just talk about a couple of areas where we wanted to give some accolades, and then maybe a couple of areas that were, is that what we're doing? Did I miss
We can
it?
do that, actually, yeah, if you're ready to kind of go through
Oh, don't let me
from
change
that
the system.
perspective.
That's what I thought I kind of wrote my notes. What do you have in mind? I'm going to do what you tell me.
I thought we would go through each standard and
Okay.
see if anyone had anything particular for the
Okay.
standard.
Go with Sharon.
Okay, Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you. I'd like to commend Superintendent McNeil for her for transparency with all employees and associations, which worked to forge, build, and maintain positive relationships within the organization as she set out a plan following a difficult departure of the previous superintendent. And it sent a very strong message that I think goes directly to communicating to all stakeholders what her vision was.
Thank you, Trustee Kennedy. I don't know that I could have said it any better than that. That was very well stated. I could add, I guess, for this, and then it will apply to some of the others, that for me, sometimes when I gave a score of 2, it wasn't necessarily that I felt that there was any specific failure in meeting a specific element of the standard, as much as it was the interim period not really allowing for that full, embracing of. And I think this was one of those for me that, coming in and initially creating a great pathway to positive progress and working towards that was impressive and met a lot of the points of this, but it not having had the full strategic plan to work off of as a true superintendent was a factor in my score. So anyone else have anything to add on this one? Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to echo that, and I was part of some of the extensive employee meetings that Kristen had beginning in July of 2019. And her listening abilities, her non-defensive openness really became a foundation for starting her superintendency. And she rigorously implemented and executed that plan and provided regular feedback and regular updates to the board and to the staff and to the community. The downside of that was that the action plan was specifically in response to employee concerns. And there's been a lot going on, no question about that. That being said, it is really time, even as we're awaiting a strategic plan, a full strategic plan, there's a need for the communication of a strategic vision that the superintendent can provide. This is my vision, this is what I believe, having brought information back from other stakeholders, this is what I'm hearing, and to share that with the community as well, because you have been anointed by the board, and it's good to step up to that level of strategic vision now that you have that opportunity. So, and I guess I also want to be responsive to the fact that I know you're continuing to work on morale, and that's a very big issue for you. And I think sharing the strategic vision can help with that morale building as well. But I think I know you feel that, and it's a big concern for you.
Thank you. Trustee Minetto.
I concur with all that, and I really like that the communications were consistent. You didn't get told this today and something else tomorrow. I can't tell you how many times, Dr. McNeil, you said to me, as I've said before, which is what I needed to hear, but the consistency of we're all hearing the same thing, and it's consistent, and it's just, I like that.
Thank you, Trustee Minetto. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. When I joined the board in January 2019, for my first few months, I didn't know Kristen very well. Once she became interim, it was pretty clear to me that she had the work ethic, dedication, and heart of the leader that we needed at that time. We came out of a culture of fear and intimidation to silence dissension, and Kristen was very, very aware of that and went right to work immediately to heal our district. And there was not any doubt who was in charge of the district. And I think when there's an interim, there's always that fear or that maybe hesitation to, well, I'm not really the superintendent yet, and we did not have that. And I was so impressed in how the district rallied around her. And it was a year that we needed to heal. And when you look back on it, having that year to heal has set up the district in a much better place to deal with the challenges of today. I would say the point going forward that we need to, as a team work on, I know Kristen looks at it as a team mentality, is it's easy to look at the problems of today, and our community really does need to hear what the future of tomorrow holds for our students and our community. And that's hard with all the uncertainties and all the challenges. But I don't think the community never got that before, and they're really desperate for it. And I think that's where we can all improve going forward. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay, any more to add on this one? Then we can move on to the next standard. And that is instructional leadership, which conveys consistently high expectations for student success, takes specific action to increase student achievement, attends to and supports investment in the professional learning needs of employees to improve student and district outcomes. Knowledge of current instructional strategies and best practices is reflected in decision-making and resource allocation. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll go first this time because all my stuff was said, so last time. On instructional leadership, the thing that stood out most to me is the way that Dr. McNeil really dove into, in particular, the Council of Great City Schools and those resources and what they provided. And from the first conference she and I went to, back in the good old days when you can travel and go to a conference, onto the regular conversations that she has. She's constantly saying, this is what's going on around the country, and I learned this about this district, and this soup said that, and here's some things that we can use. So it's not only an expectation that her team does that, but it's something that she models, and I think that's really important.
Trustee Simon Holland, and then Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you. I think we've all, we have a debt of gratitude to Kristen's leadership and the entire leadership team and the staff for the strong results in graduation rate, in college and career readiness performance despite COVID, improvements in exiting English language learners. The professional learning communities are active. We've got improved core credit attainment, so we've had some really big wins in instructional leadership. We still have opportunities to do better in disproportionality, even though it has improved, and I know that's near and dear to your heart, Kristen. And we've got a lot of work still to do on distance learning. We've had issues with the platforms that are inconsistent, and that we don't have a synchronization between distance learning and in-person standards. So we've got some work to do there. I know you're working on that, but for me, that that's a nagging issue that we've got to do better on. But really, really great outcomes, really big wins in a lot of the important academic outcomes that we have for students.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you. I would just like to clarify one thing. In terms of when I chose a score, I looked at it as I did as a principal. As a principal, we did the 4-point, and I always would think in terms of never, sometimes, usually, always. And so in terms of the 3-point, I looked at never, usually, or always. And looking at a 2 is not as being meeting the expectation. It's like explaining to a parent, a C is not a bad thing. A B is not a bad thing. Not everything has to be an A, particularly in your first year. So the one thing that I would say about this, my one recommendation is something that I know that Dr. McNeil keeps in her heart all the time, and that's continue the conscious work with the leadership team to move towards proportionality. Because I think that's what our data shows, that's where we need to be going.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything to add to this one? Okay, then we will move on to systemic leadership. This demonstrates data-informed decision-making, effectively communicates organizational needs and individual expectations, seeks input from stakeholders on large systemic change, and after input and research, implements systems that provide for outcomes that seek a return on investment, move the district in a positive trajectory, and improve outcomes for students. Anyone have anything they'd like to kick off with? Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a real strength, as far as I'm concerned, for Kristen. The regular cycle of reporting objective data on the strategic plan results to the board and the community is really outstanding, and based on what I've seen at national and state conferences, Washoe County School District is light years ahead in using data to drive student achievement and other decisions. So kudos to Kristen and Ben Hayes and the whole team for the consistent use of data. I would offer that the next level up for me is that when you report the strategic plan results, I would love to see the team specifically reporting what they plan to do to address the results, and not just share here's the successes and here's the barriers, but what will we do to improve the measurable outcomes? So that'd be the next level for me.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I would agree that this is definitely a strength for Superintendent McNeil. What I observe, especially early on in her tenure as interim, is having that clear understanding that the district was starved for strong leadership, and stepping right in and providing that leadership was really reassuring to everyone involved. And we really saw that come into play in March when, you know, everything's rolling along pretty good and spring break's coming, everyone's excited, and all of a sudden, you know, our world was changed upside down, and the leadership that Kristen showed to get this district prepared in a very difficult situation with unwavering leadership, and I was really impressed by that. And leadership skills really come out in times of crisis, and we definitely saw that in the spring. I would like to second what Trustee Simon Hollins said as well. I think that the data is really good, and we're doing a great job with that, but some specific action plans around what are we going to do about our challenges would really be that next step, but definitely a strength in this category. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. I would just, I guess, add for myself that I took into consideration in this item the communication, especially around COVID and the strength of that kind of role in your leadership. And much like Trustee Cottle said, I think your ability to really step up and serve in that role at that time. And, you know, I think something that our, you know, district as a whole can always continue to work on, and this item that sort of stood out for me as an area to just continue to work towards is just that seeking that input from stakeholders in the community, and continuing to look for opportunities to build some of those relationships with stakeholders that maybe don't feel as included in some of the bigger decisions that we make as a whole district. So, anything else to add on this one? I lost my place. That was systemic.
Yep, you're in collaborative.
Now we're on collaborative. Thank you. Maximizes collaborative leadership is the next standard. Maximizes opportunities for internal and external stakeholder input and communication. Prioritizes student voice. Engages in shared decision making. Demonstrates effective delegation to others and leadership team in order to build knowledge and capacity for leadership and succession planning for the long-term health of the organization, and consistently engages in advocacy for the organization and public education. Anyone want to kick us off here? Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I thought this was another strength of Dr. McNeil's. I was impressed with the effort to communicate with staff and families. Over communication is really good, especially in challenging times. But what really jumped out to me, especially early, and which really impressed me, being interim, and it showed the confidence that Kristen had in the team, and really propping up the leadership team to take on the role, a shared role and responsibility of running this district. And we see it in our board meetings, to where the presentations and everything that's around us is a collaborative team effort. And it was very clear when you're observing as a trustee, all of the leadership team members coming around Kristen, recognizing and supporting her as the leader, and then going to work and every single day, not wanting to let her down. And that's powerful. That's powerful, and I think that's why the future is bright for our district, because we have so many great people in this district that have felt almost liberated to be their best, and they're going to be supported in doing so. And so I was really impressed by that. And again, all these things that kind of came out from July on really have come to great use when we're in a time of crisis, because it prepared the district to react to the challenge that we're in. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to concur with what my colleague said, and you really can see that they work together as a team. It's going to come up a little more with me in organizational leadership, but I think it really does shows, and I actually think your team appreciates that. But the only area I would mention is one that we talk about some more, is that you don't have to carry all the load all by yourself. You have big shoulders, and you will carry the entire district alone if you have to. And I like as I see you more and more branched, to do that, and it's okay to do that. But that's the only comment I have. But good job.
Trustee Kennedy, and then Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you. I would say Dr. McNeil has been, from day one, a proponent of student voice. I think that it's been very clear. For the record, I was a school administrator at the time, so I was experiencing much of this from that position, and that became obvious throughout that year. The COVID response committees and task forces, reaching out, forming those, making sure that there were other voices that were heard, but perhaps what stood out the most was the reorganization of leadership. And my one recommendation would be continue with that. I think that you have an eye for what needs to be done and how to build that community. And I think that the district will be better for it, for what you bring to it. So thank you.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I really appreciate, and I have watched you, and I admire it, Kristen, and I want to be more like you in your thoughtfulness and your listening carefully to everyone. I never have seen you get defensive. I never see you get argumentative. Openly, genuinely, authentically listening to people is your default. And I appreciate that so much. I think it's been great that you have opened up the sessions with the media, part of your transparency and your communication with stakeholders. I think that's wonderful. I would echo my colleague, Vice President Taylor's comments about delegating. I think you're getting much better at it. I think you've realized you sort of cried uncle that you have to, and I think you're getting better at that. And I also want to acknowledge that you're really a tireless and consistent advocate for the district and for public education, and you do so very diplomatically.
Anyone else? My only notes on this were similar to the last one, and I think you showed great strength in pulling together those groups, the task force for the COVID that included both internal and external. But I think as a district, again, we just could always be looking for more voices that comprise our community when it comes to that external stakeholder. And I think sometimes it's easy to kind of fall back on the same group that we always look to, but just continuing to find new voices or new partners in the community that help, branch out the voice for the district. Our student representative, Ms. Gomez.
President. I just wanted to say, since the beginning, since you were interim superintendent, you always took that time to put in for students. You weren't just always working on what you were supposed to do. When there was student events or while we're planning our town halls right now, you make the time to be able to attend, and that means a lot to students to be able to see that you care, and that's a big thing I really like about that, and that makes a difference to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Okay, our next one is professional ethics, models professionalism, models ethical behavior, demonstrates transparency, and develops and maintains professional relationships inside and outside of the organization. And I'll start with Trustee Kennedy.
Oh, I love this one. Thank you. Dr. McNeil, from the day that you first took on this position, your transparency and your availability, and I'm going to give 3 examples. Updates employees on your schedule and what you're doing. I think that was an eye-opener. That, I think, changed a lot of things for a lot of people. You read and respond in your own name, and you're accessible and respond to all stakeholders. So, thank you.
Trustee Minetto.
I don't know if I've known anybody more ethical than Kristen. Even when you've had to do the hard things, you did them upright, and you did them, you know, because it's got to be hard to do an awful lot of things that you have to do. But you stand up and you do them because you know that's what's best for our district. And I love the way you love this district, because you really love this district.
Very well said. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to add, one of the items for this element is developing and maintaining professional relationships inside and outside the organization. And I think even when you were deputy superintendent, your network of professional relationships was just outstanding. And I think it's a great example to your staff. And I know you encourage that among your staff for people to get perspectives from other kinds of professions and to make yourself available to other professional specialties, because we all grow from those different perspectives and we benefit from them. And I think you've made it a real effort, made it an important part of your week and your day to be a part of professional networks that are not necessarily typical for a superintendent. So thank you for making that time. I know it's a lot of time you commit to it.
Thank you. Any more on this item? Okay. Organizational leadership develops a strong leadership team and effectively empowers others to execute in support of district goals. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. What stood out to me is team. I mean, you are absolutely committed to the team that you put together. You can see that they're a close-knit team, which the best teams are. I know that you have, like, you're a first-time superintendent, and you have a first-time deputy superintendent, and a first-time chief academic. You have some first times, but put you guys together, and you still comprise a really great team. And that's what great teams can do, because you lean on each other and you cover each other's blind spots and make each other better. And so that's what stood out to me.
Thank you. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I think Kristen has made some great hires, and I think the reorganization of special ed and the reorganization of the leadership team were both great examples of excellent organizational leadership. The reopening task force was a great effort, and I have a concern that it may have suffered a little bit from everybody's desire to meet your expectation that we get schools open. And I think that we might have pushed that because of that desire to please you. It's something to watch out for in a leader, because the intentions are all good, but we always want to make sure that we're critiquing our own thinking to make sure we're not, we're not being overly optimistic. It's great to be optimistic, and it's great to be passionate about a goal, and sometimes it can blind us to what are we missing. So just a caution about that, because that passion and that great support that everyone has for one another can sometimes lead us to groupthink if we're not careful. So just wanted to add that.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you. The one thing that I would add that others may not be very aware of is the PLC work district-wide that was led by the academic leadership team and site-level administrators. This is something that is not a top-down process within our district, and although I know it's extremely challenging right now, it's one thing that I hear maybe most often from administrators about trying to really stick with this work and dig down, but the truth is it was set up in a way that it is grassroots, it is school-based, and not led from the top down.
Anyone else on this one? I just had one note on this one that, I think I was very impressed with the work done around the reorganization, especially I think with special education and then the creation of your leadership team. And just my only comment on that was to, and I know that you did subsequent to the end of this evaluation and will continue to, but just to always consider, as much as we're considering the pipeline within the organization, to look whenever possible outside the organization, because I think there's opportunities to bring in some of those outside voices from either other districts or other areas of the community, and that helps to bring some of that diversity of thought, I believe. So anything else? Okay. Next is board communication. Regularly and effectively communicates with trustees in an effort to ensure they remain current on matters of significance, regularly seeks feedback and input, and encourages and participates in productive discourse with trustees and is available when needed to discuss topics of concern. I'm going to go first on this one because I talk to you almost every day during this period, and so I feel like I can honestly say that you excel in this area, but I am in a little different situation. So, Trustee Minetto.
I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, I love the way that you have plans of what we're going to talk about, because you're the first superintendent I had that experience with, and they were always incredibly pertinent. And yet, I try not to bug you, but if I send an email, next thing I know, you're returning, and I always think, oh, there's no rush on this, but you just immediately, I don't think you ever sleep. And thank you. It's just kind of amazing how you're so attentive. Thank you.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know what else to say other than it's one of the best qualities that I think Kristen has, not just because she wants to be informed, but she knows that we represent parts of this community and we get a lot of information, and so by us being informed, we're able to advocate on behalf of the district. And she goes above and beyond. I always have to caution myself sometimes, like, if I send Kristen this email on Saturday with the intent of she'll get it Monday, she's going to get it on Saturday and she's going to respond to it on Saturday. Not because you're sitting waiting for our emails, but because you're attentive to what we're saying and what we're asking for. And if we need something, you're there. If we have a question, you're there. And that is, it seems like a small thing, and it seems like, well, yeah, that's what should happen. But it's so much more than that, because at times it's easy for us to kind of get in our silos, because as board members, we're really community members. We're not in the district every single day, and so it's easy for us to kind of go our own ways, except when we have a one-on-one every once in a while, or have a board meeting or a work session. I feel like there's this constant communication to where we know, like between me and you, we know what we're thinking, and you know what I care about, I know what you care about, and we have this connection of something is going on in our community. And I can't say enough about how much I appreciate that, because it helps me be more responsive to constituents. And I tell people all the time, the superintendent is accessible. And because I know she's accessible to us, but she's also accessible to anyone that contacts her. So I can't be more impressed on this, and I know that it'll absolutely continue because it's a core value. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Ditto what's been said, just extraordinary, and I think it's revealed in the average score of 2.9 out of 3 that you received on this particular item. You know, it's not only that you are so responsive to each one of us, but you're consistent with all the trustees. You make sure all of us are equally informed on everything. And that's not always the case. You know, I've been in the public sector for a long time, and not all CEOs treat their elected officials that way, and you're very, very conscientious about it, and again, extraordinary at communicating. I also appreciate that you look out into the future, and you try to identify what's coming. And I remember, you know, sitting in your office looking, when we used to sit in your office to have a conversation, looking at your whiteboard at what's coming, you know, in the future, and talking about, well, gee, when should this come, and when should we do this, and what are all the things that are involved in looking at this issue in April as opposed to in January. Just really great, and being respectful. Yes, I know you asked for this in January, but we're not going to get to it until May, and here's why. But very, very responsive. The one thing, and I mentioned this to you recently, is to always make sure to give the board a heads up on a sensitive recommendation before it's going to the public. And I appreciate that, that you're getting on top of that, because it's really helpful for us to know you're thinking about something before the emails start coming. So, but just outstanding, really, really extraordinary at this dimension.
Okay. Operational leadership provides district board policy oversight and guidance, ensures an effective program of recruitment and retention of effective personnel, provides for the safety of staff, students, and visitors, provides effective oversight of the district's capital projects program. Anyone have anything on this item? Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. For this one, I don't think it's unique to the school district, but one of the challenges that we have is the recruitment and retention of effective staff. And I think that thinking the normal way of thinking in this area isn't really going to work. I think outside the box thinking, unique programs and other things that can be done to do this. I think this is going to be one of the big challenges in public education over the next few years. So I do think this is going to be something that we always have to keep our mind focused on, continue to improve, because this isn't that piece of this is not going to come easy. So I do think going forward, this will be one of the big challenges of your time as superintendent in the school district, because it's only going to get harder. Thank you.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you. I'm going to speak specifically to provides for the safety of staff, students, and visitors, and link that directly to our introduction to COVID in the spring of last year. And the one recommendation that I would make is, because we had to make changes, and I understand why, information was sometimes coming fast and furious, requiring us to do something, and other times it would screech to a halt. And then the next piece of information might totally contradict something that we had heard before. And my one recommendation would be, as difficult as this is, to find ways to be able to present that to staff throughout the district. There are a lot of stakeholders that I think felt confused during that time, and it was very hard for everyone to wrap their head around. So although as a district, you as a superintendent and your leadership team were really trying to stay on top of things, being able to find a way to be able to pass that information on those very important health and safety matters, I think becomes very important.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I know that Kristen works 60, 70, 80 hours a week to work on all the operational issues, because they are so complicated in a district our size. You know, you've worked strategically to address our hiring and retention, and there's still a lot of work to do there. One of the things that I I think has been very difficult, but that you handled with great compassion, was addressing the nutrition services issues. Compassionately, professionally, trying to work to make sure that people have felt as valued as we can make them feel in a very uncertain time. So some really, really great operational leadership there. And just again, on the reopening, you know, I know that waiting a few days to open was positive, and we gave teachers more time, but I think we didn't give them enough support to be as successful as they wanted to be. But again, you know, we can't do everything perfectly. But I think that that was one of the learnings I had, is that we had a tough decision to make, and balancing it for you was really difficult. And I wish we could have given more time for getting ready with distance learning.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. And I know it's still important to have that feedback. I do just want to remind for the public mainly that the evaluation period ended on June 30th. And so all of those reopening decisions and distance learning and a lot of that came after that, and will be an important part of next year's evaluation. And I'm mainly saying that just so that the community and our staff and everyone watching us at this point understands that that will be an important component of next year's evaluation, and there will be opportunities for input from important employee groups at that time. So I appreciate, because we won't be here, that we have the opportunity to share our thoughts on these things now, but just in terms of this current evaluation. Anything else to add on this item? Nope. Okay. Our last standard is fiscal leadership, ensures fiscal decision-making and budgeting are aligned to district goals and student achievement, engages in short and long-term financial planning and decision-making that protects the district's financial standing, ensures effective, efficient, and equitable resource management, takes steps to limit the district's exposure to liability, and provides effective leadership with respect to labor management, contracts, and collective bargaining. Anyone have any? Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. McNeil oversaw a balanced budget with a surplus to strengthen the district's fund balance. The fiscal strategy under Dr. McNeil looks for solutions for fiscal issues. The board is well informed of these solutions, so we can make the best decision for the district. An improved credit rating is a great benefit to taxpayers, as more money is then put in the building of schools and renovating schools and not debt. There are future challenges, so we have to make sure that we're finding solutions the best way we can. And also the district has had fairly clean audit reports as well. And we've had good relationships with our bargaining units. Kristen does a good job of keeping that dialogue open and keeping those relationships strong. Even though there may be disagreements at times, I do think the relationship is professional and cordial and overall positive, which is a great thing for the organization. Thank you.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think this is another area that is really a strength. You understand the fiscal ramifications of decisions that we make. You lean on the conservative side, which is probably the better thing to do as a CEO. As I say to you often, I'm going to push you to the edge, but I will not push you over. But that's just as you look forward to, you want to do what's best, for kids and for the district and balance our numbers, and you really give, from what we've been able to see, you give the budget team the flexibility to be really creative. I mean, that we have to have, Mark and his team, they have to be the most creative budget team, for a public entity, that they come up with creative solutions and ways to do things, but then they tell us what's coming and what to watch for. And that's part of your leadership, that they have that freedom and that flexibility to do that. And so you've taken care, you've been a good steward of our dollars, as said by my colleague.
All right. I just have one point on this one, which was, having sort of inherited the budget that you were interim superintendent for, you didn't have a lot of ability to make significant changes, and there wasn't actually a need to, since it was a balanced budget. But I do think that we've talked a lot as a district about the desire to continue to better align our goals, our financial priorities and goals with student achievement, and I just hope that that continues. I think there's definitely some room for improvement there. So, any other thoughts on this item? Okay, well, that is the last standard, and I know Superintendent McNeil has some remarks, but I'll just check with our recording secretary to see if we have any public comment on this item.
We do not.
Okay. And before I turn it over to you, I don't know if any trustees have any last parting words. Trustee Simon Holland.
Well, last in parting is definitely appropriate tonight. And I had the privilege of working with Kristen as president last year, and had those early morning, everyday phone calls. And I want to give you huge kudos, and I think this board feels the same way, that you have really risen to the challenge, and you have been challenged, just severely challenged. A first-time superintendent facing the things that you've had to face. I just commend you. I honor and respect you and appreciate you, and I'm just so grateful for having had the opportunity to serve with you.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you. I would just like to say that as an employee of Washoe County School District during this time period, there was never a doubt in my mind about our leadership and the person who was at the helm. And I never once regretted that I contacted my trustees ahead of time to tell them how much I supported you. I got to know you as a deputy and felt very confident during my last year as a principal, knowing who was here and what you were doing. So thank you.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Unlike the first two comments, I will be here for 2 more years. And so, but I definitely appreciate the work you've done. I have tremendous respect for you and the way you lead this organization. You don't run from challenges. You don't hide from challenges. You don't send somebody else to speak to challenges. When you go to schools, it's about the kids and the teachers and the staff. It's not about you. I just have so much respect for how you've led this district, and that's why we put our faith in you, and that we knew that you were the best person going forward, and I still definitely feel that way. We have challenges ahead. I will be there with you, and we will continue to have our conversations, but I do believe the future is bright. We will get past this, we will get through this, and then we'll take off. I really believe that. So I appreciate your service for sure. Thank you.
Anyone? Vice President Taylor.
Yeah, I'm just going to say ditto. I'll be here for 4 years, so you have to put up with me for longer. But ditto, I'm just looking forward to it. I mean, I think our future is bright, and look at it this way. If you can get through this year, in your first year as a superintendent, I mean, everything else is just gravy. But you should feel really proud as a whole when it comes right down to it, how you've handled this year. Because there can't be too much worse ahead, that's for sure. That's for sure. So I'm happy to serve with you. Proud to.
Trustee Minetto.
Thank you, ma'am. I just feel like my life's a little bit brighter for having known you and Katie and Sharon and Melina. I just feel like there's so much I've grown and hopefully learned. And I feel like just there's a little more ray of hope. Thank you.
Well, I can add. I don't have a whole lot to add. But just, I think there was some sense in some circles of the community that this decision to make you our superintendent was out of an urgency due to COVID or whatever, but I think what you have proved throughout this time is that you are the leader for this district at this time, and you did persevere through so much up until this point and more to come, but not just with, as Vice President Taylor mentioned, a first-time deputy and a first-time chief academic officer and so many kind of firsts, but a first-time board president and, it's definitely new to this level of leadership. And so I appreciate our partnership that we were able to build at this time, and just all of the dedication and effort you give to our students, and our staff. I think if everyone, if the calendar is a reflection of how you spend your time, multiply that by 4 in terms of effort, because it's not just showing up. You are so fully present, as Trustee Simon Holland said, in every situation. And I don't know how you switch so quickly. I'll talk to you and you'll be moving on to another meeting, and I know you're immediately switched into gear for that. And it's just, you're an incredible leader, and we're lucky to have you. So thank you. All right, your turn.
Well, I have the tissue box here for a reason, because you all know me. But I just want to say, let me get my water. Everything that you all have said tonight is a direct reflection of this team. And they give so much every single day and night. So when you talk about all of the wonderful recommendations and accolades, I really do strongly believe it is because of this entire team and how we have been able to come together even more over the last couple of years. The work and the passion and the love that all of our employees, and it was mentioned, I love this district. We have an absolute passion for our children and our teachers and our principals and every support staff, because they make it happen. And I also have to give credit to my mom and my dad. Because they have made me the person I am today, as well as my beautiful kids, Ian and Ever, and my not quite yet significant other. But that family support, Mike has 4 boys who are absolutely so supportive. And we come together as a family every Sunday. And the time that you talk about the 60 to 70 to 80-hour work weeks, my expectation is that that's for me, and that is something that I know that this leadership team, they do just the same. And they work so very, very hard. And I look forward, I am so thankful for the positivity, not the case numbers, but the actual positivity of that there is light. Our district is fabulous, and we are going to go from good to great. And I constantly just am in absolute utter amazement by everything that this district does. I mean, we are front and center on so many national landscapes, and we don't take the credit for that we do. But you talk about recruitment and retention, and it's because of who we are as a district that people, it's like a moth. They want to come to our district, and so I look forward to that. I look forward to going past COVID, because we're going to get past there. I look forward to our State of Education address in January. I look forward to working with our legislature. I work forward just to being your superintendent. And when we talk about a team, it really is a dynamic team. It's all of us together. It's the board, it's leadership team, it's our 62,000 students, it's our 8,000 employees, because every day they show up, and they show up because they know what's right for children, and that's what we are here for. So just thank you so much. This is always a very scary type of process. It's my first public evaluation. So, but I'm actually very proud, and I know my mom and dad are watching, so hi, Mom, Dad.
Well, thank you for those words, Kristen. And this is an action item, so I will look to one of my fellow trustees to make a motion. Trustee Simon Holland.
Well, thank you, Madam President, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to make this motion as a last action item of my service on this board. I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the performance evaluation for Dr. Kristen McNeil, Superintendent of the Washoe County School District for the 2019-20 school year, with our tremendous gratitude and appreciation for her leadership and to the entire team.
Second.
All right, a motion by Trustee Simon Holland, a second by Trustee Kennedy. I don't think there's any further discussion, so all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. Successfully surviving your first public evaluation. Thank you again to Emily. I don't know if she's still on the phone, and yay, we did it. And just the patience and cooperation and partnership from the staff to make this funky evaluation year possible. Really appreciate all the hard work and the team effort. Once again, team effort. All right, thank you. Okay, so we are moving on to agenda item 6.01, which is board reports. I'm going to go first because I have the mic. So today is my last meeting, and I'm not a little bit sad about that, but I am sad to be leaving all of you as a trustee, and I'm not leaving you, but I hate goodbyes and I hate all of this stuff. But I did want to just take the opportunity to say thank you to my fellow trustees for an incredible journey. I've learned so much from all of you, from each of you individually and in totally different ways, and I'm just so grateful for the opportunity to get to know all of you and have some time to spend with you. Thank you very much for the beautiful flowers, and I promise I will not be here to make public comment. I won't be emailing you, and good luck to the ones who are sticking around. And also then to the staff, I have never met any group of people so incredibly hardworking and dedicated to anything ever in my life. And, you know, it's not like this is some Fortune 500 company and you're all making loads of money. I mean, you are just incredible people who have dedicated your lives to public education, and every person in Washoe County should be grateful to all of you for the work that you do on behalf of our kids every single day. I will never stop singing the praises of every single employee at the school district. You've all just made this whole experience that much more enjoyable and usually so much easier. I would say, I only say usually because there's not been anything easy about the last 9 months, but in normal times, you know, I just always knew that the work was being done and it was being done well. And so thank you to every single employee out there. So that's my spiel. I see Trustee Cottle's lights on.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to say a quick thank you to all the principals of all the District C schools for being so welcoming to me when I visit, and our great conversations, and I just really appreciate their leadership. I would like to say a few words about our outgoing trustees. I definitely have appreciated serving with the three of you over the past, I would guess, 4 to 2 years, or 4 months to 2 years. To Sharon, I still don't know why you came out of retirement to join us, but we're definitely appreciative that you did, and I am truly grateful that you brought some integrity and honor to represent back to representing District A, and I know that they've really appreciated it, and I think it goes to show your heart of service that you would leave retirement to join the board in a very trying time. So hopefully you'll go enjoy retirement now. Melina, thank you for your service as president this year. It's probably not what you envisioned in January when we asked you to do this. I've actually found an old RGJ article where you said in January it's going to be a very important year for the school district. So, yeah, that's, so you have that. But your leadership has been truly great. I know there were times where you probably wondered, like, what, am I doing this right? But know that we definitely all appreciated your leadership this year and also your service for 4 years. And to Katie and I have had our share of conversations, and so I definitely appreciated our open dialogue on so many issues that started right after I got elected. And so, and a lot of people don't realize, or maybe they realized it, but they forgot, 2019 wasn't exactly a picnic for our school district, and Katie helped lead the school district through and the board through some very challenging times in 2019 that, looking back on it, really don't seem like that much of a challenge after we're going through what we are going through now. So I definitely appreciate all your service. You'll be missed, and I will email you your committee assignments for the next couple of years. I'll be recommending your appointment. So thank you to the three of you.
Trustee Simon Holland. We can, oh.
You go, Wes. You have a lot more to say.
Oh.
I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. I realize that I've only been here 3 months. People, you could not have been more welcoming, more helpful. I want to say thank you to the leadership team and to the staff. I mean, there's just one word for the staff: kind. They are incredibly kind and understanding people, and I know I was doing things wrong, and they kindly didn't tell me so, just helped me through. It has been eye-opening. I want to say thank you to the 18 schools that I did get to go to, the people that have reached out and have confidence that I would at least hear their voice, if not always agree. And I do want to say that people do not understand fully what board members actually do until you are here, because had I known, retirement might have been okay. And at the same time, I would not have traded this for anything. This is important work. You are doing incredible things for our community and making very, very difficult decisions, and I admire each and every one of you, so thank you.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. And I first want to thank you for the tremendous amount of work that you have done this year. Your attentiveness, the extra hours and heavy weight of stress and pressure while you had worries for your own husband as a critical care nurse and your daughter as a school child in our district, having the weight of the decisions we were making being very personal for your family. And so those flowers are from all of us to thank you for a tremendous year as president, because you've been a great leader. I want to thank the entire team, just heartfelt thanks. Like others, I didn't quite know what I was getting into, and it was Dr. Angie Taylor's great idea that I should try to be on the school board. But I have learned a tremendous amount. I will forever be an advocate and an ardent supporter for this district. I am astonished and humbled by the dedication of the people that work in this district. The students and families that we serve, how hard they work with us, with our staff, to make this all work. Public education is noble work, and it takes a tremendous amount of heart to take the disagreements and the criticisms that come our way, and to keep moving forward and have a head held high, because we can be very proud of what's happened here. So I'm really proud to have served all of you, and I will not be looking for committee assignments. And Trustee-elect Nicolette, I just want to warn you that he's going to be asking you to appoint me to things in your district, and just say no. Just remember that, just say no. But
You're in my district too.
That's true. But I want to thank you all for all that you've taught me, and all the confidence that you have earned and should continue to earn from this grateful community for all that you do. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to say a couple things about each of our trustees who are departing. I mean, that sounds like you're passing on. That's not our dear departed trustees. No, I don't mean that at all, but you're departing this. Sharon, to start with you, you jumped into the fire. And the crazy thing is you knew it was hot when you jumped in. You may not have known exactly how hot or how hard it was to stay in it, but you knew it was hot. And you came in it 100%. You didn't hang back at all. You came in and you gave us everything for the good of this district and the students and your former colleagues who are counting on you. You made us better. You helped us see things differently. And we will always, always appreciate what it is. Come down here, Sharon. We have a little gift from the board. Finish my words. But you gave us everything, and you really made sure that that your perspective was heard, even if it was different than ours, because that's what you brought to help make us better. So thank you so much. I hope this doesn't mean you'll never, ever come back.
Oh, no, I'll be up there.
You go. And we have committee assignments for you as well, but we really appreciate it. Sharon, thank you. I wish I could hug you.
I know.
Soon. BFF, you're next. Come on down here. Trustee Simon Holland. And I did call her and say, hey, what do you think about running for the board? You're welcome. You're welcome, but you have all of what you brought to us made us better. I mean, nobody had the expertise and the knowledge and the experience that you had, that you brought to us as an organization, as a governing body, as a board, and you really did make us better. And you were just comfortable with saying, hey, think about this and think about that. And even though in some ways it's something that just had never been thought of before, but it made us better. And you would never back down. I don't know, Angie, I still think, and that's, and you weren't pushy in it, but I don't know. I haven't given up on this yet, Angie. I still think, but it was things that it was always for the good of the district, for the good of the students, for the good of the board, or for the good of the community, or all of that together. I mean, you have left an indelible mark on us as a board, on me as a leader, and us as a district. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, because you had plenty to do. You did not need to be here, but you came and you did it, and you never held back. Never held back.
Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
Thank you.
From the board. Hugs, you got it?
Yeah, I got it. Okay.
Breakable, so don't go.
Okay. No
All right,
dropping.
thank you.
Okay, no, I think I got it.
All right. Madam President, these are on behalf of the board. No, this does not come from public dollars or from the general fund. This did not come from the general fund. Did not. Madam President, you have led us through an unimaginable year. Yeah, thank you, so I don't have to turn so much. Through just an unimaginable year, a year that no one could ever predict and that we'll probably, hopefully, never have again, right? And there are times, sometimes, Melina, that I know that people doubt you or doubt your leadership, but when I first met you when you ran, I said, you're not going to sneak up on me. I know there's more in you. I just knew. Could just tell you come from good stock and your heart is in the right place, and you always did what you thought was right, even if you had to cry through it, right? Even if it wasn't popular or if it was difficult, or no matter how many people lobbied you, you always just came down to what you thought was right. And that's really such an example for all of us, because sometimes there's so much pressure, and sometimes it would be so easy to not do that. You represented your district well. You represented us well as a president. You represented your family well. I mean, you have two parents that have huge footprints in this community, and they should be so extremely proud of your what you've given, of your sacrifice, and of your leadership, especially during such a difficult time. We could never, ever pay you back for being so steadfast and making me feel guilty about not returning emails nearly as fast as you did during this time. But such a challenging time, and you didn't shake. You didn't waver even when it was hard. You just pushed through and you led us through, and we'll be forever grateful for you for that. Your committee assignments are forthcoming as well. So big hugs to all three of you from all of us, from our governance team, including our superintendent, who actually closed the door and made sure this happened when we talked about it. Hey, Angie, I have an idea. Great, sounds good, wonderful. But we really appreciate just all the work, all the commitment, all the sacrifice, all the giving, all the everything that you've given to us. And our challenge is to do you proud as we move forward and add more people to our ranks and just keep pushing it forward. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Student Representative Gomez.
Thank you, President. Adding on to what Ms. Taylor said, you, all three of you ladies are very inspiring. Your advocacy and how you represent yourselves, you guys are truly role models. And thank you for welcoming me and supporting us students as a whole. It's really inspiring. And thank you for all your hard work always. And I just wanted to add from Student Voice, we will be holding a town hall this upcoming Tuesday from 4 to 6. It's on December 15th. The topic is going to be students' perspective on inclusion and equity throughout our schools, and it will be a Zoom link. If you want to sign up, you can go onto the Washoe County School District page of Student Voice, and you will be able to sign up there. All students, parents, and staff members throughout the district are welcome to go. Here at these town halls, students are the main ones that speak, and the adults are there to hear and listen to students, and then we give them an opportunity to ask questions. Anyone is welcome to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's been an honor to serve with you, Victoria.
Thank you.
6.02 is our superintendent's report.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. It is always just astounding to me when we talk about public service, and I agree with you, Trustee Kennedy. I don't think that a lot of people understand just how much work it goes into a trustee, and you do it really for volunteerism, and you do it for all the right reasons. And so everything that you all mean to us as a school district, you have put your footprint, but even more importantly, you have left a legacy. And I go back to what our student representative says as far as a role model. Just three outstanding women who are role models to all of our students as far as integrity, honesty, kindness, and just love. And so thank you so much. I have learned so much from all of you. And, Katie, we go way back as far as some times in our district, and you have always been somebody that
even though we don't always see eye to eye, I always have just honored and respected how much you have such a thoughtful approach, and I really appreciate that. That I feel like I can always come to you, and with a problem, and let's try and solve it. And President Raymond, we have become very, very close over the last few months, and every time I message you, and I say, can we chat? Can we talk? You are always there. And whether that is at 7 o'clock on a Saturday morning or at 10 o'clock on a Friday night, you have just always been there for me and for our district. And so just thank you so much. And because I think we know how hard this has been with you and your family and the time that you have had to take away from your family. So just thank you so very, very much for that. And Sharon, I was a principal when you were a principal, and it's always just interesting to kind of go back and think about, gosh, did I really say that, or maybe I shouldn't have. But you have just always been somebody that I truly admire, and in every respect, and all of your past experience as a nurse as well too. That just tells us that your heart is in public service, and you just mean so much for everything and for your community. So just thank you so much for everything that you do.
All right, thank you, Superintendent McNeil. The next agenda item is future agenda item requests.
Madam President, I have a short list of 17 future, no, just kidding, just kidding.
I move for adjournment then.
Thank you for lightening the mood. 7.02 is public comment. Sorry, the flowers are in the way.
Hunter Rand.
Thank you so much, sir, for your patience. I apologize, didn't realize that we had a person still here.
Thank you. Board of Trustees, Dr. McNeil, trustees-elect, and everyone else who's paid to be here right now. My name is Hunter Rand. I'm the video production teacher at Spanish Springs High School, and I'm a proud child of 2 Washoe County School District educators, and I'm a graduate of the school district. And tonight I am here because it broke my heart when I read a letter from the Washoe Education Association yesterday and heard the comments of the Vice President of WEA tonight at this very event, talking about their opinions of unqualified teachers. And I will tell you, according to their standards, I am an unqualified teacher. My college degree was not considered when I got my teaching license, and it wasn't considered when I got my teaching job. The only thing it did was raise my pay. I have a business and industry license, and what it requires is 10,000 hours of work. But by the standards of the union that's supposed to represent teachers, the auto shop teacher at Spanish Springs High School is not qualified. When we have administrators visiting his auto shop because they hit something on the road and they need him to look at something. We got a diesel teacher at North Valleys High School who's not qualified because he's at the end of his career and he's still working on his associates. And I wish it stopped there, but this group of teachers treat anyone without a degree as less than them, the way I see them treat our custodians. They don't even know Bev's name, or Ron, or Rick's, or Roland's, and they don't know their stories. I have a custodian so afraid. Every time she comes into my classroom when I'm working late, she apologizes and tries to leave. And I have to tell her, I'm in the way of you. Please do your job. You don't have to apologize for existing. I hear the snickering from other teachers when parents are leaving from conferences, making fun of them because they have accents or they don't speak English very well. And it makes me sick. And I'll be very honest, I've been considering resigning. I'm in therapy right now, and y'all are paying for it through the Employee Assistance Program. And it's not because of my job. I love my job. I love working with my kids. I had a kid pass away a couple weeks ago, and I cried. But I will tell you, I've been considering quitting and not returning because of the adults I have to deal with. It's like not only do I work at a high school, but I'm back in high school all over again with the bullying, the smack talk, and it's unexcusable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rand, for your words and again for your patience.
The board also received emails from Selena LaRue, Michelle Amundsen, Jennifer Mirich, Carolyn Perona, and Riley Wing.
Thank you, JJ. All right, our next meeting is Tuesday, January 12th. I will not be there. And I am going to adjourn this meeting. Thank you so much to our staff for putting this meeting together. I know this was a tough one with the technology issues, and I just really appreciate your perseverance in figuring out a way to make it work. And John, Charles, everybody in communications, thank you so much for another great meeting. Vanjie, wherever you are, I know you have, there you are. And Jen, everybody, thank you so much.